a very good morning and a very warm welcome to all those who are here with us. Well, my name is Sneha Bhati and I'm host for the day. Well, welcome to the Sportstar Conclave Focus Goa edition. Firstly, I would like to wish you all a very happy new year. And as a sports community, there's no better way to ring in 2024 than with a day spent in one of the most renowned sporting hubs of the country with personalities across the spectrum. The Focus Goa Conclave is the first stop for 2024 in a series of conclave sports stars has held since 2021. These day-long events are an opportunity for athletes, administrators, and other stakeholders to come together under one roof to discuss key issues pertaining to the sports ecosystem in that particular region. The Sportstar Sports Conclave has had fruitful stops at a variety of places, including Chennai, Lucknow, Guwahati, Hyderabad, Ahmedabad, Thiruvananthapuram, and Kolkata. And we are excited to be here in Panjim to dedicate a day to the vibrant sporting culture of Goa. A quick thank you to the sponsors for this Focus Goa Sportstar Sports Conclave: Hero Motorcorp, Goa Tourism, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Khan Study Group, Geno Sports, State Bank of India, Great Sports Tech, Casa Grande, KPMG, and NewsX. And without further ado, I now request Mr. Ayon Sen Gupta, Editor Sports Star, to welcome the gathering and deliver the opening address for this conclave. Can we have a round of applause for the gentleman?
Friends, it's wonderful to be in the land of sun, sea, and sports, Goa. On behalf of Sportstar and the Hindu Group, I welcome all of you to the first ever Sportstar Sports Conclave Focus Goa. Sportstar, India's oldest sports magazine, celebrated its 45th birthday in June 2023. And for these 45 years, we have been a constant companion of Indian sports, sharing the joys and heartbreaks of our athletes. Tennis legend Billie Jean King had once said, "A champion is afraid of losing, everyone else is afraid of winning." And today's India is not afraid of anyone and is rightly claiming its place as a world leader. Our athletes too have shed their inhibitions and are regularly besting the best in the world, flying the tricolor high at every corner of the globe in almost every sport. After breaching the 100-medal mark at the Asian Games, India is now aiming for a record haul from the Paris Games later in the year. A few Goan athletes too are making a dash to reach the Olympics, and we are fortunate that we'll hear from a few of them later today. The Sportstar Conclave aims to bring together various prominent sports organizations, distinguished individuals from sports fraternity, sports media experts, sports governing bodies, and the state governments for dialogues on sports development in India. We hope these dialogues will act as a catalyst to propagate sports in India by identifying and nurturing talent. This event will provide a platform for sharing vital information and for future collaboration among organizations. Goa, like the rest of the country, is seeing a sporting revolution with athletes from the state making the nation proud at the international stage. The state has a rich tradition in sports, particularly in football, and under the leadership of the present government of Dr. Pramod Sawant, the state continues to march ahead, as we saw with the recent hosting of the National Games and the National Para Games. The World Table Tennis Star Contender Series will also make a stop in Goa in a few days. Dr. Sawant would later address us virtually as a last-minute commitment. Because of a last-minute commitment, he couldn't be here in person. But throughout the course of the day, we will hear from Sri Govind Gaude, the Honorable Sports Minister of Goa, and also from his colleague, Sri Rohan Khanute, Minister for Tourism, IT and Printing and Stationery. I can also see many athletes, coaches, top sports administrators, and our friends from the corporate world and the government and media with us today. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank all of you for your presence and for your continued support to Indian sports. Indian athletes now are medal and podium contenders at the world stage and not mere participants. The encouragement and support from the union government, state governments, and corporates have made this dream a reality. However, we believe that Goa and this particular region have a lot more to offer and can produce many more champions and help India in achieving its dream of becoming a sporting superpower. The civil society, the corporate world with their CSR initiatives, and the government need to work in tandem to achieve this. In this first ever Sportstar Goa Conclave, we would like to hear from all of you about your views and plans for the upliftment of sports in Goa. Sportstar, the only multi-sports magazine in the country, is the second largest read English magazine with 3.8 million print readers and close to 150 million digital readers. With more than 60 dedicated sports journalists, we have been capturing true stories of grit, passion, and athletic success worldwide for the last 45 years. But we have moved away from our role just as dispassionate voyeurs of sports to active participants. We want to use our 45 years of legacy to start conversations about betterment of Indian sports, conversations that will lead to actions. I believe all of us together, representatives of state governments, sports administrators, coaches, former and current players, and the media can brainstorm and understand the current sporting ecosystem in Goa. We hope these conversations will also help in further improving the system and help us in producing champions in every sport. I'm looking forward to a fruitful day of dialogues with all of you, and I'm confident together we can make India a sporting nation to be reckoned with. Based on today's conversations and ground surveys, KPMG, our knowledge partner, and Sportstar will prepare and then present a white paper on sports development to the state government and corporates in the state. I would also like to thank my colleagues in the editorial, events, advertising team in Sportstar and The Hindu and KPMG. Without their tireless efforts, this endeavor wouldn't have been possible. Finally, a big shout out to our partners, our sponsors. They have been long patrons of sport, and I hope we will continue to hear from your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sengupta, for setting the tone of this event for everyone. And now, football might be the first thing that comes to one's mind when we think of Goa. But this region has worked towards success in different disciplines. Goa boasts of number of accomplished players and has been a steadfast presence in India's domestic ecosystem. With our first panel of the day, The Road Ahead for Cricket in Goa, we hope to revisit this legacy and look at what the future has in store for Goa and its cricketers. I now request Mr. Shayan Acharya, Senior Assistant Editor, Sportstar, to introduce our guest and get us started. Welcome. And we have a round of applause.
Hi, good morning to all of you. It's so good to be in Goa and talk about cricket. This morning, we will discuss about the road ahead for the game in the state, and we are joined by three people who have made the state proud in taking the game forward. Firstly, I would like to invite Shikha Pandey, India fast bowler, needs no introduction. And in 2008, when this IPL was the first time it made a debut, not many thought that a youngster would actually go on to be, earn a praise from Shane Warne and be called a pocket dynamite. Swapnil Asnatkar, former Goa captain, former IPL batter, and now a under-23 coach of the state. Welcome, Swapnil. And Vipul Parke, the president of Goa Cricket Association. We often talk about officials, we often talk about players, but this is an opportunity to, to hear from them what are the vision they have for the sport. And we were also supposed to be joining by Shadab Jakati, but there's been a bereavement in the family, and we'll be missing him. But yeah, we'll get going. I've known all these guys for a long time, but yeah, it's always good to share the stage with you people. Okay, I'll start with Shikha. Just a couple of days ago, I was in Panjim Gymkhana, and I saw a lot of young girls, 8, 9, 10. They are taking up cricket, and I asked them, "Do you play cricket?" They said, "No. We earlier we were not interested, but WPL has given us that confidence that okay, we can do well." You were one of the pioneers of the game, women's game in the state. If you look back, how far or has the state come from when you started playing to now, and what is the road ahead?
Firstly, a very good morning to all the eminent personalities present here. It's a great honor to be sitting alongside such eminent people and be talking about women's cricket in Goa. When I started playing cricket, I was a 19th kid, and I have Swapnil here. I remember bowling to him in the nets when we were being coached by Nitin sir. In Duler, there were indoor nets that I would go to practice alongside. And when I started playing cricket, cricket was very different. If we had to send a squad of 15, probably we would have 20 girls who would come in. And that was the kind of competition that was. But then I would say the watershed moment was 2017 World Cup. WPL has happened just last year. And then we saw exponential increase in the number of girls who were 6, 7-year-old who started coming in and wanting to play cricket. I remember I started playing cricket and training to be a cricketer when I was 18. So when I would see these 7-year-old girls, I would say they have like a head start of 11 years. And I was very happy when that started happening. In terms of the facilities that I got when I started playing cricket, I think we trained under GCA, and I will not be wrong in saying that the kind of facilities that we got were at par with the men's team. I just played 1 year of under-19 cricket, but now that we have under-15 tournament for girls, and then you have another tournament, under-23, which has been introduced by BCCI, is great in terms of the number of, what would happen initially was after under-19, not all the girls would make up the senior team. And there were times that the whole batch would be washed out. But because now you have an under-23 tournament, they are still involved, and which is really good. Lots has changed in terms of visibility, I would say. Initially, the domestic tournaments wouldn't be televised. Now we have the domestic tournaments. The teams that have made the quarterfinals and the leagues, knockouts, the matches will be televised. I would say the main difference when I look at cricket is when I started playing cricket, I had so many more friends who were really good, but they could not continue cricket because they would dream of playing for cricket, but they couldn't persuade their parents to do the same. But with WPL and so many other tournaments happening now, for a 5-year-old kid, they get to see a women cricketer playing on TV, and they can dream bigger. And the parents that are sitting alongside them, they can support their dreams. So for me, that's the biggest change that has happened.
I'll come back to you on this. I have a follow-up to that, but I'll ask Vipul first. Vipul, Goa has a very rich legacy of sport, like 44 decades on. The team has been playing Ranji Trophy and all first-class cricket and List A cricket. But somehow, it has had legends like, Namdev Pharte, Nitin Varnekar, so many. But then, what went wrong that it's been 45 years or 42 years, the trophy cabinet in Ranji Trophy is still empty? Like, what do you think is the factor?
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank the Hindu group for giving us this opportunity. Also, I would like to thank Sportstar for this opportunity. Coming back to a question regarding the Ranji Trophy, I think it's quite unfortunate that we haven't been able to get it to Goa for so many years. You said almost 45 years. I don't want to sound like everyone else, but I think there are many factors in this. I think on some factors, the GCA as an association has its drawbacks, also failed on so many of the points. And also I would say that the players now, I think Swapnil and Shikha would also be able to tell you. Now Swapnil will be able to tell you better because he's become a coach now. The right attitude of the players, most of the players, in Goa we say Sushegat, which is kind of laid back attitude. I think the hunger there is missing in many of the players now. I would say during Swapnil's time, the players were a little bit more dedicated than what they are right now, and right now the attitude is quite changing. I would say there are many opportunities for these players and there is lot of exposure given to these players. So I think the players need to be a little bit more hungry for the opportunities, and their final aim should not be just playing the Ranji Trophy, should be eventually playing India. I think only then they can push the bar, and we can have more of Shikha or more of Swapnil and Shadabs. So I think that is the road ahead. But coming back to GCA, I think we also have failed to produce young talent from the grassroots. I think we need to work on that. We need to work on the under 14, under 16. Eventually, when we start on this, we have recently we have started these centers for junior boys, and we plan to expand this, and we plan to decentralize the entire system, and we plan to take cricket to these villages of Goa where we can get good talent, raw talent. I think eventually after 6-7 years, when we start this center and when we give a proper direction to these centers, eventually we can get a good pool of players, so we can have a healthy competition, and from there we can move on. But it's a long road. It's a big journey, so I think it won't be possible in just a year or two. It will still take time, but yeah, it's been quite a long time. As I said, it's been 45 years. We haven't got that trophy, but we are working on that.
You spoke about a talent factor. Was that the reason that for the last few years, GC has been inviting quite a few professional players, and that has received mixed response from the fraternity in the state, if everything is to be believed? Because what was the whole idea behind having outside talents when you can actually produce homegrown talents and give them an opportunity?
When you look at Ranji, if you're talking about Ranji, see, the players are already old enough that you can mold them anymore. So you can change a few aspects of their game, but to mold them entirely, it's quite difficult. And to set the bar a little higher, I think we need some professionals to come in. And also, if I be honest, getting a professional or getting an outstation player to play for Goa, it's always a gamble. Need not be that a good professional player or someone like Dinda who had got might not click. And someone like Smith Patel represented India, that is also a fact. But someone like Smith Patel who didn't get a chance for Baroda, he might come here and he might get an average of 60 in Ranji. So, it's always a gamble. So I will not say that we need them or no, but definitely at this moment we need them because we need to set the standard there. We need to set the bar high so that our players can cope up and then we can reach that level. So in case we feel that our players are doing well so that we don't need outside, basically if you ask me, we might not need it. An ideal position or ideal situation might be that we don't take any outsiders like how MP did last time. Under the coaching of Chandrakant Pandey. So they didn't take any outsiders. They took their talent from MP and they got the Ranji Trophy. So ideal situation would be like that, but we are working on that.
Swapnil, I think you're the best person to talk about this because obviously you're into coaching now. Vipul obviously talks about talent and how it needs to be done. You're working at the under 23 level. That's the grassroots. You agree with him that there's not much talent here?
First of all, good morning to all. Well, it's a mixture of both, I would say. See, talent is always there, but to nurture it and but at the same time, it's, I would say, both should go hand in hand. Not just the association, but also the players who has to give their whole heart, just not rely on the association to provide the facilities, and then only they'll work on all the aspects. But when we played, as Shikha also said, at that time there was not much of exposure. There was not much facilities also, but then there was that hunger. That hunger somewhere I also feel is dying. I don't know the reason behind it. Maybe they are getting everything spoon-fed. That might be one of the reason why that hunger is dying. But ultimately, it's up to individual. I feel that they have to make sure, like, because sport is something where the career is not that big. It's hardly 8 to 10 years, max to max. Or maybe one of the best players will go on to play for another 5 more years, maybe 15 years. But as a player, one has to think that this 10 years has to be fully dedicated to the sport. You can't play around with anything else. Once you fool around with this game, obviously the game fools around with you. That's the big thing. But with today's exposure at the same time, I guess one of the biggest spoiler of any budding cricketer, I would say, is the mobile. That's one of the biggest thing. I just came to know just recently, just few days back, even when Vidarbha won the Ranji Trophy, I got to know that when Wasim came into the scenario, he was the captain cum coach. He had laid down certain discipline factors, like what needs to be done to make sure we go on to win the championship. And one of the aspect was he allowed the first class players to use mobile for just 1 hour in a day. So this kind of discipline, if you try to get in the system, initially obviously no one will like it. Players will definitely won't be for it. But then certain things needs to be done if you want to think big and go ahead. And you can't just get the results, as people said. You can't get the results overnight. You have to and not just one or two guy can get that. Entire the bunch of 15 or maybe the core bunch, whatever the probables are around 30, they all has to be on equal this thing. Then only there is a possibility that we can achieve that final goal, what we are aiming for last 45 years.
You brought back memories of you spoke about the use of mobile, technology, gadget. In 2008, Swapnil, when you actually became the first player from Goa to actually be part of the IPL, obviously Shadab has been there after that. Now we have a Suyash Prabhu Desai. You actually showed the way. And tell me something, from a young cricketer who doesn't know how the world, the concept of IPL was still new to all of us. You are playing with a Shane Warne, you are playing with a Graham Smith, and you name it and you are there. How challenging or how difficult was it to get used to the thing and then perform? If you could, and do you think that is the kind of exposure that today's generation is actually lacking, so that they can't take it forward?
A few things what I observed and learned from these big players was first and foremost factor was discipline. Discipline. One thing they always said, this game, you love this game, that's why you are here. So just go and express yourself. Whatever best you know, just have to express without the fear of getting, fear of failure. So that is another big cause I feel in today's generation. Obviously, we all know that the monetary benefits has gone up. And maybe somewhere down the line, players' mind, they are they're scared to be dropped from the side, and that somewhere holding them behind, and they are not able to give their best. But if you have that fear of failure, you won't be able to give your best. The only way I will feel when I used to play, touch wood, by God's grace, or I don't know, from maybe my seniors or whatever, I just learned one most important thing when I was a youngster is if you don't do well, you will be dropped. As simple as that. Nothing worse can happen. So every inning I used to tell my colleagues also, this is my last inning. They were like, why? Why are you saying this? See, if I don't do well, I'll be dropped. It's that simple. So that thing, I tried to remove that fear of failure. What will happen at the most? I'll be dropped. That's it. I'll go back, I'll work hard, I'll come back stronger. So that thing, I think, is the need of the hour in today's world for all the youngsters. If that thing comes into play, then only they'll be able to give their best. Rather than, otherwise it'll be the same story, we won't be able to give 100%, and then again we'll come back saying, we should have done this, we should have done that.
Shikha, obviously, I think last year you had a Premier League in Goa. It was obviously one of its kind and gave a lot of opportunity to a lot of players. To help the women's cricket grow in the state, where obviously football is still one of the dominant sport, how much of an importance does such tournaments play where you can actually unearth a lot of talents? And also I'm curious to know, people who perform well there, how can they take it to the next step?
Yes, the last year when we had Goa Women's Premier League, it was one of its kinds. Before that, I guess it was year 2016 that we played a tournament of that sort. Unfortunately, we don't have club cricket for women in Goa, so that was a welcome step last year. And there were few girls who really caught eye of the selectors, and they gradually were in under 19 and under 23 teams, which is really good for the development. Firstly, for women to go out there and the matches were live, and for them to be able to have that opportunity to play under lights was really good. And another thing, I mean, just to add to what Swapnil said, when you have a cricketer from Goa, for example, who is consistently in the national setup, it might just be an NCA camp or probably in under 23 or emerging India camp. You kind of gather a lot of information, you gather a lot of standards that are to be set, and you come back to your team and then you tell everyone else that this is what we're supposed to be doing and this is what I learned there. Probably that is something which is missing. With Suyesh being there in RCB, I'm sure he must be coming back and talking to a lot of cricketers. But then once you have someone playing in the international setup for India, for example, in the national setup, when you get back to your state side and you kind of pass on that information, it really sets the tone. And the other question that you asked was, I mean, we again will have Goa Women's Premier League this year on, and I'm just hoping that we can kind of take the opportunity again. And we also had guest players come in and play in that tournament, and subsequently we had 2 guest players playing for the state as well. So for the girls to be getting, still I would say women's cricket is not where men's cricket is in India and in Goa as well. But for them to get paid and getting monetary benefits is, for a girl who comes from a poor background, is huge. So if we can just continue on that and probably have few more summer camps. I guess the player I am today is because of the summer camps that we had under Nitin sir. Purnima Rao, she was an ex-India cricketer. She would take our summer camp. So the kind of learnings I had from summer camps was huge, and I'm sure that we have a lot of summer camps planned for under 15 and under 19 girls. So that also sets the tone for players to develop.
And Shikha, obviously the stadium, I mean, the facility is a problem here. Like obviously, I'm sure GC is working on to get our own stadium. Otherwise, you have the Porvorim facility here. If a young cricketer wants to, pursue his or her dream, what are the challenges that he or she face currently in terms of facilities? Or do you think that, okay, it's all is well?
I guess one thing that's, firstly, I mean, Goa is a state which is not that populated. So for us to get the talent in terms of numbers is also, I wouldn't say it's a problem, but yes, we are far behind on that sort. But then I would say there are a lot of qualified coaches, and we have SAG centers. Like, for example, I go to train under Nitin sir. He retired last year, but I used to go to train under him at Pandey Nets. I used to practice with boys. So we have a lot of SAG centers around here where you have the SAG cricket qualified coaches. But again, private academies is not a thing here in Goa, and it's slowly coming in. And I'm sure the competition will get started when you have more people, more boys, more girls coming in and playing cricket. If I go to a private academy and I'm paying for it, what happens is then I am responsible for the money that I'm paying, and it keeps me honest. With SGG, obviously you do pay a fee, which is very less, but then the responsibility that Swapnil was talking about doesn't come. So for me to be able to play for India, I need to understand that I first need to perform for my state and then get on to the zonal and then challenges, India A. Am I ready to take those challenges along the way? Am I game for it? So that's one thing that's, I would say it's not missing, but it's still work in progress here.
And just to put things in perspective, obviously Swapnil, Shikha and Shadab and a lot of people, when they started playing cricket, they had a coach and Nitin Varnekar and somebody who is very strict. I just want to know from both of you, since, what is the importance of having a strict coach like, a Nitin sir, like who would make sure that, you're not laid back? I mean, if you could share some experiences from both of you.
Definitely, I would also owe all my success to him. I've been through a lot of coaches initially, but then yes, that was like the last stage where I was there for my entire career. And yes, as you said, there has to be some strictness in the coach. Without that, I don't think so. Player will otherwise player will take things for granted. And he used to be a kind of a person who always pushed us, no matter what. And to be amazed, like, what I see now, it's all about specific training and all that stuff. But that time it was not that specific. But just a small example, what I would give, like it used to be our daily routine to train, maybe running for 40 minutes on one odd day in the week. Post that, after the recovery or like, whatever break we get, we used to play around 1.5 hours of football. And that too with full, fights and all that stuff. So it used to be very competitive. We never, like, played for the sake of playing. So that competitive nature maybe started from there. Because neither of us, like, wanted to lose. We wanted to win. So there were a lot of fights between us. Like, there was a lot of tussle. But I think that's something which came into us when we started growing. And that actually the attitude, like, we went on to take it into the state team also when we played. So having a coach like Nitin sir is always a positive thing. I know there are other coaches like Hemant Anglai sir is there, then obviously Sandeep sir, even Damaskar sir, they have also been into this sector for a long time. They have also produced a lot of good players. But then, yeah, having someone at one center who will make sure, like, he'll get the best out of you, no matter what. See, ultimately, it's up to the player, or where the coach can go to a certain limit. And post that, it's players, this thing, like, hunger and willingness to make it, like, count. Because you can understand, once a coach is, like, paying so much attention to you, that means you have something in you. And if you don't have it, obviously, at certain point of time, he'll also give up because you are not responding to him. So it's very important to have such a kind of person who will, like, make sure he's behind you every now and then. But then one good quality what I saw in Nitin sir was, like, when we were young, he pushed us. But at one point of time, he knew that I don't have to monitor these guys. Me, Saurabh, Shikha used to come in between. Like, then other players like boys, I'm saying. He never monitored us. He just told us, do this. So he knew we will do it. Because that culture, that habit had come into us that we won't cheat him. So he didn't have to monitor. He had to just keep an eye on the younger guys. So this kind of attitude is very, very much necessary. Not just now, even in future. If that happens, that kind of thing happens in a player, then he also takes that responsibility to make sure he just goes out and, like, make sure whatever he has been told to him, he'll give his 100% in that.
I have 2-3 incidents that I remember. They are quite funny. I mean, first one is when we used to practice Goa. I mean, we are not very fortunate with the weather. 4 months are actually written off. So we would practice a lot at Duler. We would finish off our practice and Swapnil would arrive at around 6 o'clock to practice and there would be a lot of boys bowling. So from 3 to 6, I would finish my practice and I would be dead by then. But then when he would come in, sir would literally make me bowl to him. And even with a smaller setup, if I have to fox someone like him, I have to be fast. So that kind of, without even him telling me that he wants me to be fast, he kind of made sure that I was working. I was working to bowl to someone like Swapnil. And very honestly, at that time, he was playing IPL, so we were star-stuck. I mean, whenever Swapnil would come in, we would literally stand there and watch him bat for 40-odd minutes, and he was so meticulous with his practice. Another incident I remember is with Saurabh. He had just gotten into RCB team and we were practicing. And the next day he arrives wearing the RCB jersey for practice. And we see Nitin sir walking towards him. And after 15 minutes, he was back in his whites. So, I mean, if you have someone like Nitin sir who made sure that all of us were disciplined, and if we were to be there for practice at 3 o'clock, we had to be there 15 minutes earlier. And he would literally know who are the people who he wants to stress on and who he thinks will go ahead, and he would make sure that he would give all his attention to us. So small little things like that. I mean, he would ask the boys, under 16 boys, to bowl to me. One overpitch ball goes for a cover drive and the next ball will be a bouncer. So he wouldn't ask the boys to continue bowling juicy full tosses or juicy half volleys. He would ask me to get better at my reactions. So when you have coaches, I mean, I have been very blessed because growing up, I had such good mentors in my life, and Nitin sir, for example, was one of them. He set the bar for me, and he made sure that I continued striving ahead, and it was only because of all the work that he showed how to, probably because with Swapnil, he knew the path and he knew what I was meant to do. And I wouldn't be sitting here talking to all of you if it wasn't for the mentors that I've had. So Nitin sir is for sure one of them.
I would like to add a few things on this. So he had set certain this thing, standard or maybe disciplines. Like, he used to have fitness this thing sessions early morning. So we used to be there at 6 o'clock. By 6:15 we used to start. By 7 or 7:15 we used to end up. So he had set a simple thing. The one who doesn't turn up in the morning won't get to bat or bowl in the evening. So that was something which was really nice of sir, because such are the criteria where if you set such criteria for all the players, like especially the youngsters, then I think there will be some improvement in them. And one more thing, what he used to do, he used to always be improvise kind of thing. So since I had played Dulip Trophy and all, so whenever I used to bat, I used to make sure, since I had to face some good pace at that this thing level, and we didn't have that fast bowlers. Obviously, Saurabh was the only one who was bowling fast. He used to make sure, and he used to ask all the bowlers to bowl from 17 yards. So just to make sure that I get good amount of pace to face with the small distance. So these are the certain things, like a few things which sir always implemented, and that helped us a long way.
Vipul, just taking cue from here, does the GCA plan to use a lot of these former cricketers? I mean, obviously some of them were part of the setup, but a lot of even India internationals are now they are Goa based. Has the GCA ever thought of somehow including them, or just conducting camps or something like that? Because you have those minds now available.
See, for example, I would say that Ashish Nehra, he stays here in Goa. He comes here often, and he comes and sometimes he also trains himself. So he goes for fitness. Shajay Jadeja is also here, so he comes with he comes with his son, train here. So I see many of these our players who are there, under 16 or under 19 players, gathering up to him and ask him questions. Also, those who are training, I request them to go and discuss things with him, because they have a lot of things to share, because they have a lot of experiences when it comes to international cricket. Also, Ashish Nehra ji is the mentor for the Gujarat Titans, so he has also a lot of things to share. And our boys are having that. Our boys are a little bit on the shy side, so they might not approach them directly, but we need to push them a little bit, and we need to also involve them somehow. These guys are busy, more of them, because they have a lot of other work also. So whenever possible, we would like to get them on board. We have absorbed a lot of ex-cricketers. For example, Swapnil is there, Shadab is there, Sagun is there. We plan to also involve people like Hemant sir, who's here, Nitin sir is there. So we plan to involve them in this training, these things, in the net sessions, or in the setup of this entire coaching centers, because I feel the contribution of all these coaches who were there previously, just like how Shikha and Swapnil said, it's not appreciated enough, because they were someone who had groomed this talent from a younger level, that is under 14. And GCA was always a body who were more involved into selections, not much into grooming. So I think their contributions are not that much appreciated, but definitely we'll be getting them in some manner or the other in GCA, so that they can help us and they can groom these talents in future.
What are the vision that the GCA has for the next, like most of the organizations have a five-year plan or something like that? What is a realistic target that the GCA has set for itself? Obviously, the stadium work is, like you said, is underway. If you could take us through what are the plans that you have for the next 2 or 3 years, so that the game grows in the state?
So I'll tell you a few things, few of the problems that we have and few of the things that we have planned to solve these things. First of all, Goa is a state where we have monsoons. Now it is almost throughout the year, but mainly it is for the 5 to 6 months. So we have a crunch period before the season starts, and we need to have maximum matches. These days we have started sending teams to places like Jaipur, we sent last year, Delhi, so that they can get practice matches, because in Goa it's always raining during that time. So we plan to have more grounds. We plan to expand the infrastructure that GCA has. We plan to have more grounds, and then we can get, in that crunch period, we can get as many matches as possible. We also, as I said, we also need to nurture the young talent. So we need to have these centers all across Goa. So that is our main aim, but we'll get the results after 6-7 years. So we are focusing on that first. As far as the senior team is concerned, the only thing we can do is provide them good infrastructure, which I think so we have done so far. But also, we plan to send and have camps outside Goa during the off-season in Goa, during the monsoon seasons in Goa, and we are, I think, doing a bit on it. So eventually, it's up to how they perform in the matches. I wouldn't say that they don't have talent, as you said that I want to say that they don't have talent or something like that. Goa has a lot of talent. It's only that these talented people need to go out there, express themselves, and execute whatever they need to do. So I think that matters, and that hunger which I was talking about, it comes into play. Yeah.
And before we throw the floor open and take questions, my one last question to both Shikha and Swapnil. In 2008, when the IPL Razzmatazz happened, you came back, you received, I remember, you returned to a hero's welcome, everybody praising you. How was that, those few months? And Shikha, when you actually broke into the Indian team and you played with Julian Goswami, Mithali Raj, and so many legends of the game, how was that whole first, it's a young cricketer breaking into that big thing? If you could share some experience, and then we'll take questions from the audience.
Yeah, that was a fantastic dream kind of period for me, because I didn't realize it till I came back to Goa after winning the IPL. The kind of response what the people gave me, the kind of recognition, everything was fabulous. I had not thought about it. It was something as if I played India and I came back. But then yes, along with that there was a lot of responsibilities also, because I knew now I am a household name, so I had to be careful in doing whatever I do in life. So I just can't walk on the road and do whatever I want to. But yes, it was a fantastic thing, because one small incident what I like to say, when I played IPL, and when initially people thought I am from Sri Lanka, to be honest. They thought someone from Sri Lanka has played this. When they came to know that I'm from Goa, few guys came to me and asked me, Goa has a cricket team? The first question they asked me, I said, yes, they have been playing for a long time, I said. So these are the few things which will happen. But yes, as I said, now at that time there was no exposure or anything. But now I feel everybody knows what is in a stake if you do well. So the responsibility again, the onus is on the players. Association is doing, as Vipul sir has said, now at least the players are getting that exposure to go out and make the most of the time. Earlier, due to rains, there was no facilities and we were not sent out, so we had no other option just to practice on concrete whenever there is no rain and go out and play the main tournament. But now there is a lot of exposure. People, all the players should take it very seriously and make sure whatever opportunities they get, make the best use of it and give back to the association and the people of Goa.
Pretty much the same. I mean, I started playing in the season 2007-8, and it was ordeal, which was, there were a lot of challenges because I had an engineering degree. I kind of had to take a leap of faith whether I wanted to continue playing cricket or should I go take a job in a multinational company. So I debuted for India in 2014, and I had already joined Air Force. So for women cricketers, I still think it's slightly difficult because till today, the only employment giving organization in India to women cricketers is Railways. So that's something, and I'm very sure that a lot of other state associations have started contracts for even domestic players, which I am sure is going to happen in all of the states, including India, so that there is a financial security for male cricketers do make good money, but for women cricketers who do not really get into a WPL team or do not play higher level cricket, for them to continue playing cricket is the financial security bit is very important. So that's one thing. And yeah, 2014 when I debuted for India, probably it was all because of the hard work that was done not just by me, but the hard places my family had gone to, my coaches that had put in the work, and it was amazing. I actually I didn't really understand what it was until I got back home, like he said. So till the time you're playing cricket for India, you are thinking about winning World Cups. I mean, as women cricketer, I do dream of winning a World Cup for India. But at the end of the day, you play cricket just to be able to inspire one little girl or one little boy to pick up the game. And if we have done that on our journey, that's our cricketing journey is complete, I would say. So it's not just about winning medals and winning tournaments, winning World Cups, but it's also about inspiring the next generation. And it wouldn't be possible if it was not for the association, the support that we got from them, and the players that we played alongside, and the coaches' support. So it's good, but then I would always want to have another women cricketer who gets into a WPL team, another women cricketer who would get to represent India. If that happens, that will give me a lot of happiness.
Now we'll, if anyone has a question, please raise your hand and we'll take those questions. On, yeah.
My question is to Vipul. I think the last time Goa hosted an international match was in 2007. And we are seeing non-cricketing centers like Raipur hosting international matches and all of that. So when can the Goan public see an international cricket match again in Goa?
You know, if we have proper blessings of the government, hopefully soon we are going to build a new stadium. So we have acquired a land already in Panjim, which is a good piece of land which is close to the airport also. Plus there is highway connectivity there. So hopefully soon, if everything goes smooth, so we will start building the stadium with the blessings of the government and with the BCCI.
Anyone else has a question? Yeah.
We have heard the panel and we have come to know various challenges or problems that Goan cricket have to face. And these problems may be from, of course, Goa is a small state having limited pool of talent, the attitudes of the players not being same, maybe the hunger not being same, and other issues. Can you highlight some positives that you might have seen amidst all this gloom? And secondly, is there any special need to work on the performance enhancement or mental conditioning that is required for the players to play with pride and be consistent? Because consistency has been definitely missing over this last so many years that I have followed Goan cricket. Some generations have definitely done well. Swapnil's generation was very good. And in that regards, whether mental conditioning is the need of the hour. But first, if you can highlight some positives, of course, in women's cricket as well.
I have mentioned with Goa Women's Premier League probably. We have another player from Goa who is made into Gujarat Giants, the guest player from Goa. So there'll be two of us. So keep cheering for us. Watch WPL. And I would say with contracts coming into the picture, you have WPL, you have GWPL, and there is an increment in the match fees as well for women cricketers. That's obviously at the higher level. But then just the exposure that the cricketers are getting. One of the positives I would say is for this year when we started our preparation for the season, we actually went to Jaipur and we played a lot of practice matches there. So I would see that as a positive because the association thinks that women's cricket is an area where they can invest in, and there is so much more for women cricketers to achieve. So that's one thing. There were so many other women cricketers, I think 5 to 7 of them who were called for trials, which also is huge because the scouts are following women cricketers from Goa and they are being called for the trials. So that's also huge in terms of women's cricket development in the state. And like I said, I'm very sure in the next few years we would see a women cricketer from Goa doing really well in WPL and probably go on to play for India.
Yeah, as Shikha has said, same in the men's cricket, I feel players like Mohit Redkar, Darshan, they are knocking the doors. They are on the verge. Someday or the other, like sooner they'll somewhere get into the picture. And even Deepraj, there are few guys who have been called by a few franchises. So they are on that trial and tested kind of things. So at times things don't go at that particular moment, don't go your way, but I'm sure they'll break into it. And as you rightly pointed, psychological or mental aspect, that's a big thing. As I said, the accountability has gone up now since the money and everything has gone up. So obviously, as I pointed in the initial that there is that fear of failure is still there. And until and unless the player realizes that it's just it's a part and parcel of your life to be get dropped or to be go down, only the tough ones come back again and fight. So these are the things where, as our president is also there, obviously that mental aspect, psychologist, I would I feel in the coming years there will be psychologists placed with all the teams, or maybe one psychologist for all the state teams in Goa. That will definitely help to raise the standard and remove that fear of failure.
Anyone else has a question? Yeah, we'll go with him.
Hello. Everybody is talking about, Women's Premier League, IPL. And we find that our team, this Goan team, they're doing well in the Vijay Hazare or Mushtaq Ali. Those are the limited overs. But in Ranji Trophy, so what preparations as an association, this is for our president, we do to nurture them to play the multi-day cricket. So do we have multi-day under 14, multi-day under 19, 16, or for that matter, multi-day Premier League, which used to have earlier? If I go back, Swapnil, in fact, is the product of those multi-day matches, 2-day matches, Saturday, Sunday, we used to play 9 matches for one club. And those matches produce a lot of cricketers like Swapnil, Shadab, Saurabh, etc. So what plans do you have? And that was stopped. I don't know for what reason. What plans do you have to have such tournaments coming back? Otherwise, how are we going to produce multi-day players?
So I totally agree with that. Goa has been doing well in the shorter formats always. It has been our strength that we do well in the T20s and the one days, but might not be so good in the days matches. I think 2-3 years ago we have started again with the 3-day format of the Premier League. I think that is a plus point. Before that, in between, we used to have just a single-day Premier League. So now we have started with the 3-day Premier League. Also, we plan to expand many other tournaments for these juniors. As I said, I'm stressing on these decentralized system of cricket again, and we are going to start these centers, and we are going to have matches amongst these centers. So I think when you start there, when you start at the grassroots, I think then the result might come. We cannot have, due to constraints, we cannot have a lot of 3-day or 4-day matches in Goa because we already have a lot of other matches in other formats. That is, we have the school under 14 matches, under 16 matches. Even amongst the females, we have under 14, under 16. This time we are also doing the higher secondary school matches, which we are going to start very soon. Apart from that, we have 107 clubs who play matches against each other. Due to the lack of grounds, number of grounds, also due to the constraint of the seasons, we can hardly have one tournament, which is a 3-day tournament, that is the Premier League. But if we have more number of grounds, then definitely we can work on that. And GCA is trying to get this infrastructure up day after day. I think so when we resolve that, or when we solve that issue of the days matches, I think we can do better. But I would also like to add that, the 2 players who are sitting besides me now, Shikha and Swapnil, we always see them as our idols or as our heroes of Goan cricket, and Shadab included. What sets them apart from others is that their own self-realization and their hard work. If you see Shikha training on the ground, she trains with the entire team at a time. Once the team is tired or mentally tired or whatever, they go home, but Shikha stays back and she trains by herself. The same was with Swapnil. Swapnil used to go outside Goa to train by himself. He used to play a lot of matches. I think that attitude needs to come in all our players. I think GCA is an association, but not everything can be spoon-fed by GCA. There are also limitations on us. We can send them for a pre-season camp to Jaipur, to Pondicherry, to Delhi, wherever it is possible, and we have been doing that from the last 3-4 years. But I think as a person or as an individual, as a player, the player also needs to understand that he has to put in efforts by himself. Whenever he's free, he doesn't need to stay home or go to a party. It's a good culture in Goa, but a player needs to be serious and go outside Goa. There are no opportunities in Goa or no matches in Goa. He needs to go outside Goa and play these matches, like how Swapnil used to do, Sadab used to do, Saurabh used to do. So I think if that culture or that commitment comes in the player, I think we can do better from here.
And gentleman here had a question.
To the Mr. Nitin, right? See, can I be straight with the question? How much is the influence of the politics in selections of the team? Because I can see so many players are being hired from outside. I don't know, Sachin's son must be playing for Goa. Very surprising to see this. Now the question is whether we are lacking with the boys or there is something else which has to be replaced. Because that's the biggest question. Because I'm telling you, I'm a national player, not from the cricket, but I have played leagues, I have played kangas, and I have played time shields. Okay? This is something which is, I'm also promoting the game of boxing in Goa. And something which I can see huge money government has spent in the infrastructure of Goa. SAG set up with beautiful coaches, like you mentioned, Nitin, is SAG, right? The kind of efforts he's been taking to put up. But somewhere, I will be straight with you guys, कि जब selection आता है तो वो आदमी दिखता नहीं है. Don't answer the question otherwise, but I'm just saying, it's not an allegation done.
You're right. I agree with some of your sentiments.
And it was like a shocking when a boy has been dejected, he never ever touches the bat. वो आएगा ही नहीं कभी. क्यों आएगा खेलने के लिए? Am I right or wrong? I don't know. Corporates have been pouring money. We have corporates pouring money for anything that you want. Goa is fantastic place. Entire India is looking at Goa. To sponsor, to organize. They love Goa. But sir, I'm sorry to ask this.
No, yeah? It's fair enough. It's fair enough because this is sentiment of many people. No, I understand, yeah. So I'll just answer this because since you took up Arjun's or whatever, previously there was, many people were critical on us because of Mohammad Azharuddin's son also. So I would just like to mention and clear the things out. See, when it comes to these players are taken as professionals or outstation players. When we take outstation players, as I've said previously, it's always a gamble. We have taken a Denda who has already represented India, and we thought he's going to mentor our boys or guide our boys in some positive way. But mid-season, he left us. That's a sad truth that we have been facing. I think, as I've already spoken, that ideal situation will be that we don't take any outsiders. But at this moment, we definitely need someone who has got a lot of experiences, a lot of skills and talent, and a person who can mentor our boys. We've had Ajay Ratra in the past who has done beautifully for the Goan team. He was an outsider, he came to Goa, he had mentored our boys. So I think we need someone like that, and as an outsider, it's always a gamble, as I previously said also. So, even if you get a India player and he doesn't do well, obviously will get criticized. So, we need to find a balance within that. So I think that is it. But I can assure you that these 3 slots of an outstation players, for us, we don't need to fill them. We plan not to fill them in the future, as long as our homegrown talent, crosses that limit and goes to that extent to show that talent and execute that talent which they have on the field and get some runs, or get some wickets, whatever.
And with that, it's curtains on this session. It was wonderful having all 3 of you. And we look forward to more conversations, and let's hope that game grows in this part of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we would request you to kindly stay back with us for another moment. And I would request Mr. Shayan to kindly hand over a small token of appreciation from our end to all the panelists. Thank you all once again. Thank you. And we have a round of applause once again for all the panelists. Well, that was a strong start to the day. From cricket, let's move to the sport the state is often synonymous for: football. This region's tryst with the sport dates back to 1883 and since. Goa has hosted the first international fixture played in the sport, which was during colonial time, produced a host of players who have made the country proud in national colors and emerged as a vibrant hub for the sport. Goans know their football and know that the only way to keep the sport robust is to keep evolving with the changing times. To channel this sentiment, I now invite Mr. Ashin Prasad, senior reporter with Sportstar, to lead our next panel, Rediscovering Goa's Football Magic. Can we have a round of applause for the gentleman?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this conclave, and I'll start with introducing my guests here. We'll start with Mr. Pradyum Reddy. Pradyum is the CEO of, currently the CEO of Dempo SC. He has previously been involved as assistant coaching roles in Bengaluru FC, Pune City, and he's also coached Shillong Lajong and DSK Shivajians in the I-League. He's also served as the technical director at Pune City. Welcome, Pradyum. Next is Mr. Manolo Márquez. Manolo is now a household name in Indian football. He is currently the head coach of FC Goa, bidding to take the team back to the ISL trophy. The Spaniard has had a long career as a player first and then as a coach in several countries, including Spain, Croatia, and Thailand. Before FC Goa, he has also had success in his 3-year stint at Hyderabad FC, where he won the ISL trophy in 2022. Welcome, Manolo. Next, we have Mr. Fernandis, a veteran administrator and a businessman who is currently the president of the Goa Football Association. But most importantly, a lover of the beautiful game that is football. Welcome, sir. And finally, we have Mr. Brahmanand Sangwarkar, a true Indian football legend and someone who was instrumental in putting Goa on the Indian football map. He is among the finest goalkeepers to put on an Indian shirt and also went on to captain the national team between 1983 and 1986. A Padma Shri and an Arjuna awardee, Brahmanand has played for legacy football clubs like Salgaonkar and Churchill Brothers as well. Welcome, everyone. And as the topic of our discussion is rediscovering Goa's football magic, I would first of all want to start by asking you, has the magic been lost in the last 10 years? I would start with you, Pradyum. And
I think it's an interesting question. I think definitely if you look at the numbers from a club point of view, obviously the number of clubs playing in the top tier has declined. But if you look at the absolute numbers in terms of players playing at the national team, it's probably around the same in terms of if you look at about a decade, look at it there, the minutes played by players from Goa at the national teams, relatively constant. Just in the last World Cup campaign, you could say it's dropped now. We just one player consistently playing minutes. But I think the real, you've got to scratch deeper and look at it further down the line when you look into youth football. Goa has very little to no representation at under 23, under 20, under 19, under 17 levels in the national team. And I think that's what would be a big concern, because obviously the knock-on effect of that is 10 years down the line and later down the line. So, you know, we shouldn't be asking the same question 10 years later unless we do something now.
The reason why I'm asking is, at least 10 years back in the National League, which was the I-League, we had 4 Goan clubs in the top division. But now we have in the ISL the representation of FC Goa. But there are the Goan clubs which we used to know fondly are currently in the lower division. So what is the reason behind that?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sportstar, for inviting us. See, in national level, we have presently 3 clubs. Since 2005 till 2015, in India, we was having around 300 players playing for Indian team and I-League. Today we have 3 clubs and we have around altogether international India team, 20 players are playing. So our focus is since last 10 years, football was in Goa not that popular because of lack of vision from our leadership. So since we have taken over, we made sure that our grassroots level should be very strong. Then we can focus after 4-5 years. My dream from Goa, we should have at least 400 to 500 players playing in international level.
Sir, same question to you, Ramanand sir. You being a former player from the state, like the question I was asking, like, has the magic been lost? Because the state was even declared as a state sport. The football was declared as a state sport in 2012. But do you feel like a lot has not happened in the last decade?
Yes, I think when withdrawal of some of the top clubs from Goa, from the I-League, before the ISL could take place, and now plenty of football is being played here. Maybe the schools, the football association, the age group tournaments are going on. But they will go to certain level. Beyond that, earlier there were, if any player who was trying to get into that, there were so many clubs. That platform was there, and that platform is missing today here. Except Churchill Brothers in the I-League, now FC Goa is part of it. Where is the product of the players will go? That's the question mark. Of course, they can go rest of the country, but then depends on the player's pathway, where he decides to go. Best of the players somehow we see him disappearing from the field. It's because that's one of the reasons. If Goa comes back to that level of the more teams coming back again to the I-League level at least, I think more number of players can play and the charm can come back. And that's what I'm looking for.
Manolo, Mr. Brahmanand sir was talking about the platform which is lacking, but FC Goa is a club which has traditionally in the last few years been wanting to bring through the local players through the system and into the first team. And as a first team coach who has joined the club the last summer, how important is it for you as a coach to stick to this ideology?
Hello, good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to be here. It's a difficult thing for me to speak about it because, you know, I'm not from India. It's my only 4 years here in the country. 3 seasons where I had a similar problem, but even worse because nobody played football in Hyderabad. And I know that in the 50s or 60s, one team who is Hyderabad Police, they won championships and they had a lot of players in the national team in that moment. But after 50 years, football practically didn't exist. I think it's not the same in Goa. The structure of at least in FC Goa, is completely different. The structure of the club is good if I compare with my former experience. But I have the feeling, not only in FC Goa, and not only in most parts of India, I have the feeling in a lot of countries that we are losing some important parts because we are speaking about development, and development is not that ISL, because ISL is like the image of Indian football to the world, but in my opinion, we have to improve in the grassroots. I know the sentence is very easy, but to do these kind of things is very difficult. But and it takes time. But obviously, I am sure that there is a big space for India in the next years, not 5, 10 years. You know, this takes time. It's more than this.
Speaking of grassroots, like currently in the senior national team, there are 2 Indian players, and obviously, like there are other factors like injuries as well, which plays into it. But in terms of the supply line which is coming through, it's from Goa. It's not as great as like a Mizoram or even a Punjab and Calcutta. So what, in terms of fixing the grassroots, like, you know, you coming from Catalonia, Barcelona, we have seen the number of players, say, in like a Lamas here, like the biggest example which we can take in Barcelona. And even the number of players who are coming through from the local academy to the senior team. And even in the time where you were there, like, can you give us an idea about like what is essential in like fixing the grassroots system, and what are the things which we can use here to take things forward?
The thing is that we can speak about this maybe for hours, no? I will try to be shorter, obviously. The thing is, the money is in the highest categories. But the best coaches would have to be in the academies with the small kids, because this is the moment where the kid has to start to learn football, no? There is a process that in some countries, I know, for example, our assistant coach, Mangi Singh, he played I don't know how many times in the national team, and he started to play football at 14 or 15 years old, which is incredible, no? I think that I am from a country where football is another kind of religion. You play football from the first moment that you have some memories. You know that the first gift is a ball, then it's about the process, no? It's about the process. It's about you have to play football as soon as possible, first alone, then learn to play with your teammates, then finally play against opponents. And there is a long process that you cannot train kids from 5 years old same way than kids than 11 years old, or youth players or professional players. And finally, this is the reason that I told you, no, that the best coaches should be with the kids, because finally it's not about only coach, it's about educator, it's about second father, it's about everything. And especially you need to show how they can understand the game. Yes, understand the game means, I put always this example, no? If you are a kid and you are try to surpass one opponent, and if you lose the ball, the coach, the parents, everyone shouting, why you lose the ball, why you don't pass the ball, blah, blah, blah. This is the moment that they can dribble, they can lose the ball, because these are the correct way. Finally, the process is, okay, I will lose the ball. Maybe the next time I will choose the correct option. Yes, it's a big process. It's a big process in everything. That this is the reason that I say that takes time. And you need, okay, we are speaking, let's see if India arrives to the World Cup in the next years. It's not about this. this is the last part of the chain. You have to start for the development of the players and how is this development, because development is only a word. It's about how is this development.
Pradyum, you have recently taken over as CEO at Dempo, someone who's overseeing everything within the club, from the senior team to the juniors. So, like Manolo was saying, like, you know, back home, back in his home, where players are starting at a young age. So, in terms of setting the grassroots right, like, how challenging is it when that's something which you can't do here from a young age?
See, I mean, what happens sometimes is we mask the problem. So you were talking about, you talk about what's happening with the football, and you talk about there were 4 I-League teams earlier, now there are less teams. That's not what's going to impact, obviously, what happens at a youth level, because there's still opportunities for players to go out and play. 10 years ago on coaching courses in India, you'd always show the Goa pyramid, and you'd say, Goa's got the best football pyramid amongst Indian states, where you've got under 13, 15, 17, they had the Tasa Goa League, and then the Goa Pro League. But the number of matches, it's not just having a pyramid, you have to play. I mean, you're talking about in Spain, these kids are playing throughout the year. I mean, you just heard about the cricket players having problems about not being able to play more than 5 months. As a club, we can have an under-13 team. We can start even younger. We've got an under-15 team. There's some coaches here from FC Goa as well. We've probably all had about 75 training sessions from June till now with those kids, under-13, under-15. But each team's only played about 6 or 8 matches. So if by the end of the year, from the ages of 13 going up to 18, if you're averaging 10 games as kids playing there, it's nowhere near enough. Now, there's people in the audience like Savio, Marian and all. If you ask them how many games they played, Raman and all that, from the ages of 13 to 18, it's probably tenfold compared to the matches. So in a way, we've brought in things like we've got GFTC, which has been around here for 10 years. You've got training centers, so they're training players, but there's no games. So even the example Manolo just gave now about dribbling in a game. If you don't have games, you're not going to become better, whether it's cricket, football, any other sport. So just putting leagues and saying, look, we're conducting leagues, but if it's finished in 1 month or 2 months, which is how a lot of our youth leagues are, it's just there for ticking a box saying we're conducting something, but we're not actually doing meaningful youth development. Similarly, coaches aren't going to develop. If you're a coach at an under-13, you've got your license, you've just done your C license, and you train for 2 months for this league to start and finish, and you play 8 games, how do you develop as a coach? If the coaches don't develop, the players aren't going to develop. So the whole ecosystem has to be looked into and seeing, like, how can you make it? You need to increase it. And it's possible, it's feasible if you go hyper-local rather than trying to address the whole state as a problem. And, cricket guys mentioned upon having development centers. We've got a lot of grounds in Goa that are owned by or run by the Department of Youth and Sports. Are there training centers in each one of them? Probably not. Do they have regular training? Do they play one? You've got GFTC centers, hundreds of them are around the state where coaching is going on regularly, but they don't play one another. So coaches are not going to develop and players are not going to develop. So you have to fix those problems. Otherwise, we're going to be here in the same place 10 years later, and the states like Mizoram you mentioned will be way ahead of us. Like I know FC Goa's coaches, if they're going to scout players now, they're probably looking and spending more time looking at the Mizo Premier League than the Goa Pro League, because players from there are ready to transition into professional football and can make their debuts. And the numbers show it. The numbers from players from Mizoram and Manipur, when they make their debuts in the top leagues, play more meaningful minutes than players from Goa Pro League who go in to debut in these leagues. So it's not just quantity, it's the quality as well that we've got to fix. And, Goa, Mizoram, comparable in terms of population. GDP-wise, I'm sure Goa's ahead of it. But more players are coming out of those places because they've got better structures in their youth systems.
Mr. Fernandis, in terms of the number of matches which he was talking about, how was it that, as a president, what are the challenges which you face in, not having those many matches for the...
See, what Mr. Pradyum said, we are the only states in India who plays maximum matches. I am in the Indian Football Federation League Committee also. Other states are playing just 10 matches, as we play 40 matches. From grassroots, from 8 years, FC Goa, and we associate with them. Under 8, under 9, under 10, under 12, under 13. We all have all grassroots level teams. And match play like under 13, we play 30 matches. Each club play 30 matches. Under 15, 27 matches. GPL, Goa Premium League, that plays around 52 matches. It's the highest in the country. So as an association, we give the platform. It is up to club also to come forward. If we are lacking somewhere, we can rectify it. And we can see, we cannot talk about Mizoram, all their upcoming states, like Orissa, they are the best now. Because to organize, we require a lot of funds. We don't get any support from government. One gentleman mentioned, there are many people who sponsor. I'm happy, I will go them, I can give my presentation. Kindly support us. See, to have a matches, to give the platform, we require funding. Like Odisha, they are spending 3,000 crores per annum only for football. As Goa, till now, in last 1.5 years, we got only 12 lakhs. So how you can think? We have infrastructure, but as per FIFA standard, we have only 4 grounds. We have 200 grounds. But for FIFA standard, we have only 4 grounds. So all this conclusion, but I am happy, and if anything is lacking, we can play more matches, and we can give chance to more kids come forward and play more game. I'm just giving an example. Last year, we have conducted one under-14 Women's League. After 22 years, we are the champion of India. So why these girls got champion? Because they got more matches to play. That's the reason we got a result after 22 years. This is our passion, and this is a commitment by GFA to the clubs and for state.
If you are looking just closer to home, in Mumbai, the Reliance Foundation Youth Development Center, there the children are playing as close to 30 games around the same time. I mean, Pradyum was mentioning about how 7 games is something which the same under 13 level are being played. Is there a danger of then children wanting to, or the parents thinking like it will be better for them to go to another state than develop over here?
The problem is here there is a transportation issue is there, but we make sure that somehow, see, parents is also helping us, and club also helping us to get them in the center, like south side, north side. But due to some children is coming from Kankona, for them to come here in South Goa is very difficult. For that, we are trying to solve this. We are talking to government, support us. We will make sure that Goa, no team is only playing 7 men. At least more than 15 matches they play, each league, not 7.
So Brahmanand, can you talk us through your time when you were coming up? I think around the same time there were a lot more Goan players coming through. What was it like then, back then, in terms of the number of matches you played? When did you get into playing football?
Actually, what used to happen when the season used to start on the 1st of June, maybe 1st of July, the league games could start. Those days, there was not much care of the play fields. Even if in the heavy rains, we would play. The very next day, there's another match. The match would be played over there by the Goa Football Association. It was going on. Not only the Goan League. We were playing, I remember there were 2 rounds in the league. 2 rounds. Out of 10 teams, we were playing 18 matches in a year. State league, top league is concerned. After that, we would travel to other states where the top tournaments were going on there. Like for Bangalore, Stafford Cup, Putta Memorial, then you go to Kerala, Chakora Gold Cup, Seth Nagji, lot of the tournaments were going on. Hyderabad Nizam Gold Cup, Delhi, Durand Cup, DCM. I tell you, on those tournaments, we were coming back home after enjoying all that, with 20 days rest, before the next season could start. And they were all competitions, not just training for 2 months and played few matches, no. All competitions, and those competitions you will see top Indian players would play. I would be angry to go again to go to Delhi to play against Mohan Bagan because we were beaten here by Mohan Bagan or East Bengal here. That was competition, high-level competition going on throughout the year, which is missing totally today. To build a competitive mind is very important, which is missing. We play the state league. One day I was very sad to say, in December, one of the players who played for India was playing in Goa. So I'm leaving. I have been told to leave. I said, where? Season is up to June. He said, no, sir. There's nothing for me from December. The league is over. I'm leaving. I'm leaving Goa. I'm going to Bangalore to form better pastures. This is the state of at the moment. So all the revival of the tournaments has to come over there. I always say, even the federation should support those associations to revive this. I know when the ISL has come in, I-League has come in, all this has been died down sort of because people will rush definitely to the quality football. That was also quality football, but there were not ISL and I-League those days. But what I'm trying to say is let the competition go, continuity has to be there. And not only the top level, including the age group tournaments. I think I remember in '92, Japanese under-12 team came to Goa to play. They must have played some of the country, some of the states in India. After that, I'm never seen except Uzbekistan came for under-16 one year back. Under-16 team of Uzbekistan come to play against the Indian team. It's fine. But this continuity has to be there even for the youth team. And the total media coverage has to be there for that. If you look at I-League, some people take a back. Because that publicity of the ISL has to also go for the I-League. So people get attracted. And when you play with the youth teams under 15, under 17 coming, suppose then Dempo ground, maybe Japanese clubs, developmental side is coming to play over there with the Indian team. Maybe they have a round over the country for 44 matches in one time, one club may be coming down here. I tell you, most of the people from Goa will rush there to see. And especially the young boys and the girls will rush to see that. That is the way we have to do all come back to that level to see. We have to develop the interest. That coverage has to be there. Nothing is there. We have to ask for somebody. When the league is, I have not seen this year's pro league because of various reasons. But I'm telling you, unless this goes on, the continuity has to go on of competition to develop a competitive mind. And consistency will come only that time. If you drew a match or lose against a very top team in the even for national level also, when we play a weaker team, maybe equally, mind slows down of a player. That's where the mentoring comes for even that level. So we got to develop everything together in line. I think that will help it back. But coverage has to be there.
I mean, looking from the outside, at least like Goa and football seems to go hand in hand. Like everyone, when you think about Goa, think about beaches, and football is another aspect which comes to mind. But has there gradually the interest in the sport been declining? I mean, even in the cricket panel, they're talking about mobile phones for the players, but what is like the challenges which with children having access to mobiles and gadgets? Like the competition there is like now you have to fight it's again playground versus mobile phones.
It is still there. Most of the clubs are controlling this. I was with Saza Football Academy. When we have a play match the next day, they were controlled by the coach. All the mobiles were surrendered to the office. But they're not allowed to. Even if somebody finds another mobile in his room, maybe a second mobile of his, if he's caught, you could take actions on that. I know, and that mentoring is very, very important for the players to see seriousness about the game here.
Pradyum, we were talking about Dempo, Salgaonkar, the top 4 Goan clubs, Sporting Club Goa, back in and Churchill Brothers in I-League in 2013-14, but none of them are in the top division right now. And back then, so that helped with the better ecosystem in terms of more players, coaches, and in terms of even on the field, a better rivalry, having 4 strong clubs within the state. How big a miss is are all these clubs? And like when can we ever see a time where these teams can like, make the step up? And what can be done to get there?
So I think as Dempo, we're trying to get back. We're in second division, starts tomorrow for us. If we can finish top two, we're back in the I-League, and Sporting are in there with us as well, Sporting Goa. So feasibly, looking at the results of the third division, if both teams can continue this rich vein of form, then we could see 2 Goan teams back in the I-League. That would make it 3 Goan teams. Plus, if you take FC Goa in the ISL, you've got 4 teams in the top flight of Indian football. So realistically, that could happen within 6 months' time. We could have 4 teams from Goa in the top 2 flights of Indian football. So maybe that'll, again, when you have teams at a higher level, there's more revenue coming into it, so you can afford to pay players higher than you would in the Goa Pro League. So players that, at the moment, there's obviously a lot of players from Goa, young players who are playing in the Goa Pro League, and then they look at it, and we've all experienced this, where they're thinking, I'm not earning enough money, I'm going to move to Dubai, or I'm going to go to the UK, and a lot of them are leaving. A lot of talented footballers have left Goa over the last few years. So maybe that is one thing that maybe they'll just delay that decision to go abroad because they've got an opportunity to play at a high level. But I think, that's, again, it's a convenient thing to look at, because there's a lot of players from other states that don't have top flight teams in their state, and they play and they try and make it in another team outside. So I think we have to look at that and address that as well, that why aren't players from here being able to play at that top flight? And, maybe we have to look forward rather than just looking back. We keep looking back and saying, oh, in those days there were more teams, therefore more players. But how can we start producing more players to maybe export more players to other states and be at the forefront? I mean, whether it's coaching, whether it's tech, we have to adapt. Other sports are adapting, and I think as football as well, we have to try and adapt, because you can't, once teams get into a competitive environment, you've got a team in the ISL, Manolo's not going to look at just Goan players if he wants to win. He's going to look at the best player in that position for him. And similarly, whether it's Dempo, Sporting, Churchill, if you want to compete with Mohammedan Sporting or Srinidhi and others to try and get into the ISL, you want the best players in India that you can afford in your budget. And maybe that means you can find better value outside, and you will look to do that. So it's not necessarily a cause and effect just because you have 4 teams. You're going to necessarily start producing more players in Goa.
Manolo, before you came to FC Goa, you were with Hyderabad. You might have been you might have heard about like what Goa's connection to football is. And also you might have been very well aware of the Goa's youth system which trickles through. Can you talk us through about like, how comprehensive it is in terms of like, is that something which can be implemented across clubs within the state? And like, what are the challenges which those clubs might have to go through to get there?
Sorry, because maybe I don't reply your question. I think that the problem is general. It's not only in Goa. It's in most of not in India, in a lot of parts of the world, no? One thing is development, and another thing is organization. Yes, organization is how many games you can organize, you can play, blah blah blah. Development is, okay, I finished the school today. I am still playing with some friends in the school, in the street. Okay, 2 against 2, 3 against 3. Yes. Development is when I have to play, when I met, we play with 5 against 5, and in the other team there are some guys that they are older than me. Maybe they are 13 and I am 11. Okay, then I have to think, okay, how can I surpass these guys? Then this is a process where you are learning how you need to do the correct things to develop my style or my game or like this. No? Then finally, what happened? And then after this small example, you will play some games, and then when you play some games, you use these kind of aspects during the game. When you use this kind of aspects during the game, maybe you want to be coach. maybe if you want to be coach, it's because you understand what you have to do. Now seems that the coach is the person who has to do it. You run this, you run that, this, you have to go in this direction, then this movement, and practically the creativity of the player doesn't exist. But this is not only in India. India is like 20 countries in one country. It's very difficult to organize I think that every state has to organize his organization, no? Sorry. The thing is that in the world, 60, 70 years ago, players, or people, players, kids, they played during 7, 8, 9 hours per day. After 20 years, they play 5. After 20 more years, they play 3. After 20 more years, they played 1. Today, if you cancel one training session, the players celebrate a party, practically. No, I think that is in terms of hours of the development, the improvement is about how many hours you play. If you speak about tennis, I know it's an individual sport, it's different, but how many hours they train every day to be in the, maybe in the top 100, not top 10, yes? Then this is about this. If it's not only, okay, I play. I play football because I like, yes, I like, but why you like? Yes, it's about, you need to understand a lot of things that I feel as a coach that the players arrive to the top level in India or the top level in Spain, and they don't know a lot of important things. And we are speaking even with players that they are playing in the best competitions in the world.
Yeah, I agree with him fully. Other day, I was been watching inter-village tournaments in Goa. It said a number of hours you play on the ground. Mrs. Savio Medera was with me, and as usual, I'm always want to be punctual. 4:15 is the match. We were all there together. Match started at 5 o'clock. And he kept his watch. Bully, you see, he said. They call me Bully. It was 25 minutes first half. All youngsters, they're all promising players. I remembered how they, like Bente and Rathan, they were playing villages, but they had to play 45 minutes, 40 minutes. 20 minutes first half, 25. Second half was 20 minutes. How can the player grow in a village? Now you look at the trend has gone otherwise. Veterans 40 plus are playing 30 or 35 minutes. And they keep on playing. We at 60 are playing today maybe 30 minutes a day. But these youngsters should be at the same time. GFA is working on that. They have discussions on that. I think they're coming to the point and they will strictly implement this. The referees also wait. How can you grow by playing 20 minutes the first half at young boys? They go to play 45 minutes. The matches should start early. It's going to take place and they're working on that. This has been going for years now. I hope full support to the president to see that we implement this and we go through.
I'll finish with Mr. Fernandis before we open the floor for questions. Sir, when you came in as president, you said you are going to prioritize youth and women's football. We touched upon the youth football. In terms of the women's football, like we have the GFA Vedanta League, which is the top league. But in terms of, again, with the grassroots, like what are the steps which you're going to be taking to take the game to the next level?
See, for youth development, for women's, I have mentioned earlier that already we started under 14. Under 15, women's is also going on. So with that result, we got, after 22 years, woman title in India. See, development, youth required money. Like clubs, very few clubs are coming forward to put pumping money in the system. See how Mr. Pramod was saying, why players are leaving country or Goa? Because we are not paying them enough salary or enough bucks. So that's the reason All India Football Federation has make that minimum salary should be X for player. So they, see when they grow, like under 13, player when we give them the best practices, after 19 years or 20 years, if they leave, it is loss for the system. Because we are creating one player, and after he's ready, when he's not getting enough salary, he'll leave the country and he will leave the football. So that is very bad. But we have very good club in Goa, like Dempo, Vedanta, now Salgaonkar has come, and another Salgaonkar, Dattara is also involved. So if we have good corporate, sporting is also there. If they pump more money in the system, we can go ahead, and what legacy was there for football in Goa, that will remain. GFA, like Mr. Brahmanand said, to aware about people, all GPL matches we show live. All women's leagues we show first time live telecast. As a GFA, whatever possible to development or betterment of the football in Goa, we are there to improve it. But lack of fund and lack of government support, we can't do what we have to do. But in coming days, government will listen to us, whatever they have promised. If they fulfill, we can change Goan football in coming 1-2 years.
Hopefully so. I'll now open the floor to questions that Mr. Sri Singh's hand over.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Rahul Chandavarkar. I'm a former newspaper editor, and a big sports fan. So my question is really to Brahmanand and Kaitan. And I've been settled in Goa for the last 8 years and observing football pretty closely. My question is, we have the GFA and the GFDC, two bodies looking after the fortunes of Goan football. But Goan football standards have plummeted. Last year in the Santosh Trophy, nobody like Gujarat beat Goa. That explains the story. So my question really is there a lack of coordination between the GFA and the GFDC? I mean, somebody like me suspects there is a lack of coordination and two bodies are working at cross purposes.
I don't think so, because the Goa Football Development Council, as I was the chairman, of course, term is over, we are developing up to 12 years of age. Here and there, we take up to 14 years of age. And from there, the boys are slipping into the other clubs. I agree with you, we have to come under one umbrella. It is going to be likely in the near future. But, and all these players, young boys, through the schools, they play for the schools, they play for underage teams to other clubs of the GFA under 13 level. But organizations are different. Our developmental side is exposure to the kids. To get to the field was the main thinking of Mr. Parrikar, who was the first Chief Minister of Goa. To get them onto the field, get them united onto the field. And that's the one thing. And second part is, besides the coaching, beyond that age, they play for the other clubs, this thing. And I think some of the young boys have also joined FC Goa, somewhere in some of the clubs, in the Pro League also. As they're growing up after 14 years of age. It is not, we don't clash with each other, but I would prefer that coordination is very required. That we had one meeting with the GFA, I remember when Kaitano was the vice chairman, no, he was a member of the council. Only one meeting we had before the council's term was over. That to come under an umbrella and to coordination to do together to push forward Goan football. And I'm for that. I hope it goes through.
For GFA, which I have mentioned, see, GFDC government has made one corporation to develop youth. But end of the day, last so many months, there is a headless body it is. So we suggested that whichever 5 CR crores they are giving to the GFDC, that can be pumped to GFA because matches we organize. So that fund comes, we can develop, as we have given proposal to GFDC, that every village we have 191 clubs. That center we can combine and work for one team, like a development of football. So it is up to government now what step to be taken in coming days.
May I ask one supplementary question, please?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you. Ketan, you reiterated many times that there's lack of government support, you know, that's a little baffling because the government of Goa designated football as a state sport. So it's quite ironical if the support is not coming. So I think the onus is on GFA. One, first and foremost, I think you all should just merge the two and make it just one GFA. And you can have a talent scouting wing, you know, and you can have the best people there to talent scout. But I think you must shout from the rooftops to get the government to support you, because then otherwise the government of Goa is just doing lip service.
That's what I say. See, last year, government has announced 6 crores for football. And we received only 12 lakhs. Our GFA budget is 4 crores. From where we will develop? We ourselves is pumping money in the system. Our corporate, like our Dempo, Vedanta, Seza, all they are pumping the money. If government don't support, see, they are putting money in the GFDC, where they cannot play any match. So my appeal is with government. Even I have met Honorable CM also. So he promised me that in coming days they will release it. But till come, we cannot say anything. Because of our passion, GFA, and all our 191 5 clubs, they are coming forward. We are conducting leagues. That's the reason football is growing. Otherwise, it's all mercy of government.
We'll just quickly take one more question.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Augusto from Gomantak Times. My question is for Kaitan. You keep saying, one, that the government has promised GFA 6 crores. In the assembly question and answer session, he had promised 6 crores to GFDC, not GFA. Number two, you say that you all lack money. At the same time, you say that GFA telecasts live GPL as well as the Women's League. Why isn't that money being given to play the teams? Do you expect the teams to keep on their CSR exercise that they had started 25 years back, like Dempos, Salgaonkars, Cesars? They can't keep spending money and get nothing back, no? If you are telecasting the games, why isn't that money going to the teams?
Mr. Augusto, this money which we telecast, we took sponsorship from them only. And they show it. Secondly, the 6 crores is, you're wrong that you're saying this as budgeted for GFDC. No, GFDC, they have a separate budget. When we met before this budget, we have given proposal to the Honorable Chief Minister when he invited all association. And he has promised in the budget speech. We have document in writing. Simply don't create wrong information in front of other people. Mr. Augusto, you can check. See, you have some ego with the Goa Football Association. So keep aside that ego and let's think about what we can do better for Goan football. Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have time for more questions. It was an interesting debate. Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Well, that was thoroughly illuminating session that we all had here. And it was very refreshing to learn more about how traditions with such decorated histories can also constantly strive to learn and get better. And now I request Mr. Ashish to kindly present our guests with the mementos as a token of appreciation for being present here with us. Thank you so much, gentlemen. You may all take your seat. Can we have another round of applause? And now, our next panel deals with an important function of sports, particularly in a nation as diverse in positives and negatives like ours. We see how sports has been platform for governments, NGOs, and even businesses to uplift socially and economically challenged sections of society. From being a tool to encourage education, to being a source of financial stability, alongside being great to ensure health, sports has helped many societies support their most vulnerable. Our next panel is on sports for community and social development. To moderate this session, I now request Mr. Suresh Balakrishna, Chief Revenue Officer of the Hindu Group, to join us on stage. Can we have a round of applause for the gentleman? And over to you, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. The last session before lunch, so we promised to finish on time. I'm usually a very confident person on stage, but seeing the two panelists I have with me today, I am slightly overawed, I must say. The first of my panelists is Mr. Srinivas Dempo. Mr. Srinivas Dempo is chairman of the Goa-based Dempo Group of Companies. Mr. Dempo has a long association with football. He was also the president of the Goa Football Association from October 2010 to July 2014, and the All India Football Federation vice president from December 2012 to December 2016. The Dempo way of commerce, he says, is doing business with a human face. Mr. Dempo is on the executive council of Goa University, besides being associated with a number of non-governmental organizations performing yeoman service to society, such as the Charles Correa Foundation, as also the Goa Cancer Society, whose president he is. He continues his multi-generational engagement with Goan society under the Dempo Charities Trust and Vasantrao Dempo Education and Research Foundation. Mr. Srinivas Dempo, please come, sir. Equally inspiring is my second guest, Dr. Sagar Salgaonkar. Hailing from a family of doctors, Dr. Sagar Salgaonkar is the second generation of this revered legacy in Goa. Managing director of the Geno Group, Dr. Salgaonkar's business empire deals with pharmaceuticals and medical solutions for all. The Geno brand is also a family-run business that prioritizes humanity and a consumer-first approach. Dr. Salgaonkar's work has also seen him take up leadership positions in key regional organizations like ASSOCHAM's Goa State Council. Dr. Salgaonkar also runs Geno Sports Club, which supports sports from football and cricket to chess. Outside of football, one of the club's biggest success stories has been the 17-year-old Grandmaster Leon Luke Mendonça, a Goan chess prodigy. Dr. Sagar Salgaonkar, please come, sir. probably the two biggest legacy brands of Goa, I'm guessing, sitting on my right and left. So let's begin by asking them about their commitment to sports. My question is, probably among the two biggest legacy brands in Goa, why have you chosen sports as an efficient vehicle to work towards community building? You could have chosen education, you could have chosen health, you could have chosen poverty. Why did you choose sports as a route for community building? Can we start with you, Mr. Dempo?
First of all, good afternoon to everyone, and I thank you, Sportstar, for having me here today. It's a real pleasure and privilege to be talking to the August gathering here. Let me start by answering your question. The group has been in CSR since the time it came into existence. CSR has become mandatory probably over the last 5 years. We've been in football before actually I was born. I was born in '69 and our club started in '67. We've been in education again from 1962 onwards, after Goa got its liberation. So sports and education is something that has been passed on from legacy. Now, if I can, I've never asked the forefathers as to why they chose these two, but if I can guess, having known them and having worked with a few of them, I could only say that, sports builds character. And if we were already in education, sports builds discipline, character, you produce good citizens. So I think sports started from that as a passion to give something back to Goa, where Goans have given us so much back. And we felt that education and sports go hand in hand. So probably education was in 1962, and then sports was in 1967. And that was particularly football, which was loved and supported by so many Goans. So that was why probably the forefathers chose these two verticals for our CSR activities.
Dr. Sagar Salgaonkar, your take on your group's commitment and passion to sports.
Yeah, at the outset, good afternoon to everyone. From Gino, I would like to extend a big thank you for the Hindu group and the Sportstar for having me as a representative of Gino as a part of the conclave. Geno Group has been in sports since the time of its inception. And the entire credit for that, in fact, goes to my dad, Mr. Dilip Salgaonkar, who is in the audience today. He was himself a very, very avid sports person, engaged in all sporting activities, whether it was hockey, it was football, it was cricket, table tennis, badminton. And I think the love for sports, runs in our family. Coming to why we chose sports, I think we, as in the Gino Group, is always active in other spheres of CSR as well, whether it comes to education, or whether it comes to social causes, whether it is promotion of the girl child, or, But in India, I think nothing binds a population as much as, unites a population as much as sports does. And if you need to, as Mr. Dempo has said, if you need a society to imbibe its values of discipline, of hard work, perseverance, and most importantly, the two virtues which make great sports persons or, sports teams. One is the unity, in terms of the team, and to accept defeat and as gracefully as you enjoy victory in sports. Because these are two things, I think, which are very important qualities which every person must have. And sports persons know that, they are a good top-level sports person do have those qualities. So I think because of this and the impact that sports has, on a society, on development society. I think that one of the main reasons why we are into sports.
Team building, unity, passion driving the country. Dr. Dempo says it makes great citizens, sports. My next question to you, Doctor, is that every region has specific issues or specific problems to solve for which corporates like you stand up and either go the sports route or, like you said, the education route or whatever. In Goa as a region, what were the two top challenges you would name that you are trying to address? What are the challenges and how are you trying to address them?
If you look at sports, specifically in terms of sports, I think for any region to develop as a sporting area or a sporting state, there are a few things which need to be taken care of. One is infrastructure, development of infrastructure and maintenance of infrastructure. Second is coaching and training of skills, the skill sets. Whether it is in terms of the core sportsmen themselves, or whether you look at all the facilities or services that are allied to sports. For example, you can take in cricket, say the coaching academies, umpires, scorers, other technicians. Their training is vitally important if the sports has to develop. If you look at soccer, it has to be the refereeing and all the other, the physiotherapy, the recuperation services after the sports, after a match. All these things have to develop in unison. It is not enough only to have a focus on developing of sports persons, because a sports person can do only so much on the ground. For a sports person's life, there is a large part of success that has to be done outside the ground. They are training, they are recovery, they are recuperation, and they are mental training, and how you deal with them mentally as sports. But those things are vitally important. We as corporates are always there, if to support the government or to support the associations as and when they require to do so. But I think that it should be a two-way traffic. In the sense, for example, supposing there is an event or a sporting event that happens in the state of Goa, and obviously we corporates, the Dempo Group, Gino has always been part of most of the events, that happen in terms of, say, cricket. But it should not be a one-way traffic in the sense the corporates only spend. There has to be certain avenue in which the corporates also get back what they are putting. That is one of the major incentive that is there in any other sporting event anywhere in the country. You look at any of the cricketing events, look at an IPL, or you look at a Chennai Premier League, look at the Karnataka Premier League, any of these Premier Leagues, there's always something which the corporates get back in turn. I think that is something which is missing in the state of Goa, but I think most of the associations would be working on that. I think GCA, GFA would be looking. Otherwise, it is only a question of putting in the money. And there are very few corporates who can do that. If you want generally a sports to flourish, there have to be a large number of private organizations that take interest in that. And I think that is one of the areas where we need to look at how we develop that aspect. And you will find a lot of corporations, a lot of private companies coming in and helping the organizations, helping the state of Goa, helping the government in organizing such things. So this is just one of the examples. Secondly, we corporates are always ready to partner, governments or associations to develop infrastructure. For example, the Gino Group, we developed entire football ground, at Bodgeshwar, at Mapsa. But there has to be some kind of a support in terms of to overcoming the challenges, overcoming the smooth functioning of that particular, and that is where I think maybe the associations or the government can play a bigger role in helping corporates, partnering them to develop infrastructure, and that would be basically that's the partnership which will work, a public-private partnership. So I think these are some things which can be looked at.
Mr. Dempo, so he believes developing of allied services and government support to corporations who are willing to put their money where their mouth is seems to be the two challenges. What, according to you, are the two challenges that this region is facing?
So I'll give you a little bit of Goan landscape as how I understand it. Goa has a lot of good things. It doesn't have abject poverty. So, most of the population of Goa doesn't have to think about bijli, sadak, pani. You may have power cuts and you may have water shortage, but if you compare to the rest of the country, we are far better off. It's a small state, 1.5 million population, which may be a couple of districts in Maharashtra. So this is all the good news, Then the aspirations of the population become different. You're no more involved in just say, where will I get my water from? Where will I get my food from? And then the aspirations become different, and particularly with the younger generation, what do you do to them? One is for them to contribute productively and for them to try and retain them. See, a lot of the problem today in Goa is exodus of younger population. They either go to the west, or they go to Bangalore, or they go to Mumbai. So only people like Sagar and me, because we have something to stay back. We stay back here because of family legacy and the businesses that our families have promoted. So I found that the two important things that Goa really needs is one is a good education system. And again, I'll tell you how private families like Dempo, Salgaonkar, Chogles and all got into education, because Goa got late into the independence bandwagon. And when we got late, there was no, the government was starting afresh. So all the private sector players came and said, we must do something for Goa so that our children don't go to far off places like Belgaum and Bombay. And this is how our parents studied. They went out of Goa. So the institutions of higher education were put by these families. And parallelly, we had a very, very passionate chief minister, who was the first chief minister of Goa, who himself said, I want football and cricket. His contribution to Goan sports ecosystem was phenomenal. He built football grounds, Bandodkar Gold Trophy. He donated a gold trophy those days. Which politician will do it today? With his own money. So, he was so passionate. And then he inspired people like the founder of Salgaonkars, founder of Dempo, Chogles, to put money into sports. And that's how I think the ecosystem developed. When we said the need arose because of the need then. And that need today is different because the aspirations have changed. That was basic education, basic sports. Now the challenge is how do you go to the other trajectory, which Sagar was discussing. We need proper infrastructure, and I would say that the state should follow the Honorable Prime Minister's model. We build infrastructure, you take the game to the higher level. Infrastructure can't be built only by private sector because we need an incentive. Then how do you keep the infrastructure going on? For example, people like us, I consider as foolishly passionate because there's no return. I put 20 crores in my academy, 0 return. For the last 5 years, lodging, boarding, schooling, and football training for 40 boys was given free of cost by me. So I had a 20 crore investment in football academy, and I was spending roughly 5 to 6 crores on the boys to make them good in football. So if you don't consider this foolishly passionate, what would you call? And how many corporates will come forward like this? But it's passion. It's something that we can afford to do. We'll do it. But then to take it to the higher trajectory, really what Sagar says, that the multi-stakeholder approach has to come. The football or the cricket associations or any association of sports, government and private sector players like us, to make this a world-class sporting excellence model. And that, fortunately for us, with 2 events like the National Games, the Lusophonia Games, we have developed certain infrastructure. Now the problem is who's going to maintain it? because the issue comes of maintenance, you know. So we need to find a revenue model whereby these stadiums are given to the private sector and says you maintain it, you use it. Then Mr. Dempo doesn't have to put 20 crores in a football academy. So I think the whole model has to be studied and a viable model has to be discovered. I think this is a big challenge now going forward.
So I picked up on a word which you used, foolishly passionate. So that is one end of the spectrum. But here's a question that you're running a very successful business which runs across various businesses and categories. You also are running a very successful football club, and you are so much into using sports for CSR and all that. Where do you get the time to do all this, and what motivates you?
I think what motivates is Goa. You know, I just want Goa and Goans to get equal access to opportunity. You know, the biggest satisfaction you get is when we started the football academy, everybody asked us, why are you doing it? You're wasting your, you know, and I don't want to comment, but the GFDC model was talked about enough earlier. But you know, the kind of focused approach, training, you know, the kind of values that are instilled in these kids. Last year we sold almost 3 players to ISL clubs. So, you know, the success is rated. 2 of our boys went year before last to the under 15 India World Cup. I mean, you know, the qualifying rounds. So I think these are measures of success that you feel happy about. Everything can't be compared in monetary terms. Though the challenge really is how will you keep on putting money unless you see a revenue model in place. Not revenue for me, but for revenue to go back into that academy to make it world class. So really, passion is what drives you, something that you want to do for the state, and your personal passion for sports. Because unlike Sagar, who is a great sports person, I'm not a great sports person, but I've seen, you know, going for football games, going for cricket games right from my childhood. And you need to create time, you know, there's no time for anything at all. You know, but you need to know how to run your businesses. I run businesses through a lot of professional help. So that gives me some time to think about the future. And in that future game plan, sports occupies a very big presence of mind for me.
And you, doctor, how do you find the bandwidth, the time to run your Geno Pharmaceuticals and Geno Sports Club and give back to society? Where do you find the time?
No, I think, as I said, the entire concept of sports in business, of course, was started long back by my dad, Mr. Dilip Salgaonkar. I think his passion and his vision was the one which started Geno Sports Club in Geno Pharmaceuticals, and that is where seeing how much, I mean, our right from my childhood, our dining table discussions used to be about business and sports and nothing beyond that. And of course, there was a lot of Rotary through which we did a lot of social activities, social causes, and he was very passionate about that. And I think that continuous, those thoughts which keep going in a child's mind, I think that is where the entire grooming starts, and that's where I got my passion, and that's where I got my interest in sports. I think, as I said initially, sports is something which unites the population, and for us, it is, you know, having that sporting commitment towards society gives us, you can say in parlance, common parlance, it gives a high. So that is something which sports is something through which you can give back to society in a big way. I think that is, and today, I think over the last maybe 10 years, the focus at the national level towards sports, and you have seen that dramatic change in the way we as a country have been performing in international events, be it Asian Games or be it one in the Olympics, how we have drastically increased our medal tally. I think there's a lot of focus on sports. There's a lot of interest nationally in among children, among young you know, teens and athletes in sports, and it gives us a lot of satisfaction, a lot of happiness that we can contribute in whichever way we can to sports. And the fire in the eyes of an athlete or a sports person when he or she is performing on the ground, and when we as a group, when we are participating in events and we see that, and we see the kind of sporting culture that is developing in our state, as well as in the when we have athletes coming from outside and participating in our teams, I think that gives us a lot of satisfaction. And as far as taking time, I think you always have time for something you love. I think that comes automatically, and you don't have to make time for it. So as Srinivas has said, I think that's just a passion, and he has, and we have, and I think it is just like giving back to the state, giving back to society and to the country, and hopefully, in the future when one of our Goan sports persons represents India at at very high level and win laurels for the country, we can be happy that somewhere in the corner of Goa, we both are happy that we in a small way contributed to that, and that will give us a lot of satisfaction.
Well said, but I don't mean to be a wet blanket, but even Ayon mentioned it, we are doing very well in athletics, 100 medals in Asian Games, etc. But Goa's heart beats for football. We are talking on a day when we have lost 3-0 to Uzbekistan in the Asian Cup. And so, like I said, I don't want to be a wet blanket, but what is your outlook for Indian football at the international level? Do you think it's progressing? Do you think it's got a great future? Do you think there's still time before we can be considered a serious footballing nation?
See, as far as defeat is concerned, I think one thing in sports is nothing teaches you more in sports than a defeat. Victory, everybody enjoys, but when you lose a particular game, I think you introspect, each player introspects, the support staff introspects, and we come out stronger. So I think, to be frank, we should not read too much into a defeat. I think let us look at it as a stepping stone, and we climb the ladder of success by the initial losses. But I think if you look at football or soccer in India, I think a lot needs to be done at the grassroots level still. It is not the question of having very glamorous events or having very huge events where we have a lot of international players coming and playing. That doesn't work that well up to beyond a certain point for the local populace to improve their talent and skills. Yes, you have some foreign support staff coming in. It may broaden your perspective. It may help you in certain aspects. But at the same time, the more the society as such invests in developing grassroots level talent. And when I say grassroots level talent, I am not saying specifically or only that you should have academies to train the sports. Once again, I'm coming to the aspect of having the support system training as well. Because sports, as far as I have experienced it, sports is 99% mind. And I would just rate it as 1% talent. Person can be supremely talented, but if that person doesn't have the temperament to withstand the pressure on the ground, it doesn't have the support system to help him or her in their low points in their career, they will never be successful. So when Sachin Tendulkar has become the Sachin Tendulkar because of his mind, of course he had mind-boggling talent, that is beyond doubt, but so had so many others. During his era, so had so many others. But there was only one Sachin Tendulkar. Because he had the mind, and he had the willpower, and he had that strong belief to do certain things. A case in point, maybe he just refused to play a cover drive for 3 hours. I mean, that kind of mental makeup, and that has not come to him, automatically. That has probably been imbibed by the coach that he reveres so much. by his parents whom he reveres so much. No, that is where, or his brother for that matter, who has been with him, his support system, he acknowledges that publicly. So, case in point. So, I mean, that is something which the associations, especially in Goa, will have to look into. Developing the support system for the players in terms of coaches, in terms of their, as I said, recuperation and their post-match, how they recover, in terms of the mental aspects, the mental coaching, their support, as well as on the ground, the allied services like the refereeing, the umpiring, because one wrong decision of an umpire or a referee on a football ground can spoil a person's career, because that person may be knocked out of he can suffer a very severe fractures, or he may get dismissed on a zero, and that can destroy that person mentally, that athlete mentally. So these things have to be looked into, and I think once those things are taken care of, there is nothing stopping, India as a nation being a very, very strong sporting nation in the future.
Mr. Dempo, let me put you on the spot. Tell me, when will India qualify for the World Cup finals and play an Argentina or play a Brazil in a World Cup final? Give me a timeline.
So I remember and I was there live when the ex-FIFA president came to India. And Mr. Patel, who was president of AIFF, was sitting next to him. And he coined a famous phrase for India. He said, India is a sleeping giant. So it's a giant, everybody recognizes it, but it's still sleeping. And I would answer your question only in one sentence. It's lack of passion. In this country, it's 99% cricket and 1% all the other sports. So football comes somewhere in that 1%. It's not a religion in India and neither in Goa. Because when 3 clubs in Goa decided to shut shop, that was Salgaonkar, Dempo and Sporting out of I-League, nobody cried. Nobody cried. Nobody called us. Nobody came to us. Why are you closing? This is my club. Don't close. This shows absolute lack of passion. And it all boils down to how kids, who are young kids, we don't have sports in our curriculum. I know it's there. Many people will say it's there. But it's just a checklist. You go and see kids play in Brazil football, and you see the kind of passion, as Sagar says, the passion at which they play. I don't think any kid in Goa plays that. Today, when we have qualified for the 2nd division of I-League, at 1/3 the salary, Manipur boys are calling me and say, sir, please take me in this team. And they work 10 times harder than the Goan boys. So, I'm just saying that, when you look at the country as a whole, unless we do this as a religion, and if somebody at the head decides that India wants to be in the World Cup by so-and-so date, it will never happen. So we need to be extremely serious if we want to get this sport up. And I think, Rahul Chandavarkar asked a very valid question. He says, who will take the blame, whether it's GFA or GFDC or whoever it is? I mean, I'm not blaming only the sport associations. The entire ecosystem has to work on a vision. Along with the government, along with private sector players like us, and say that and for that, as he says, grassroots development, international coaching, we don't have those kind of coaches. So unless we spend serious money on this, one Mr. Dempo spending 20 crores in academy won't take you to the World Cup. So we need much more investment. We need serious investment. We need policies. We need focus on sports in our education curriculum. And I think there you'll see India, because we are such a huge population. All we need is training. And, we can go up from there.
Fantastic views. And I think both these gentlemen, the passion came through. I don't know if it came through for all of you all sitting in the audience. Definitely sitting here between both of them, I could feel the passion that they feel for sports. Before we wind up, normally we ask audience to ask questions. I decided to turn it around a little. I decided I will ask them some questions because both of them claimed they're very passionate about sports. So I decided to test their knowledge on sports. So let's ask them some quiz questions on sports and find out how much they know about sports. I'm coming to that. So first of all, anybody can answer. Mr. Tempo, you want to have a shot at this? In 2016 World Cup final, Mr. Zidane head-butted an Italian footballer. What was his name?
I was there for that game. I watched it live. So it was Marco Materazzi.
Marco Materazzi. It's a round of applause, guys. I mean, that's like a tough quiz question. How many of you will remember Materazzi? Who was the, Mr. Salgaonkar, who was the first batsman in the history to be ever given out by a third umpire?
God. Take a wild guess.
I will just say the name that comes first to the mind in India, Sachin Tendulkar.
It is Sachin Tendulkar. In the 1992 World Cup, in the 1992 series against South Africa, it was Sachin who actually was the first batsman ever to be given out by a third umpire. Each of you can answer this. When was the last time India won a gold medal in Olympic men's hockey? And who was the captain at that time?
Pass that one.
Audience, anybody wants to get a shot at when was the last time we won an Olympic gold? In which year? And who was the captain? Anybody? You can raise your hands.
1980.
1980 is correct. Rajinder Singh was not the captain. Vasudevan, correct. It was Vasudevan Bhaskaran who was the captain in 1980. But I think the gentleman there deserves a prize for the 1980 answer. And quickly, Leander Paes partnered with a 46-year-old tennis legend to win the 2003 Wimbledon mixed doubles. Who was his partner?
I'll get that. Navratilova. I know that one.
Okay, not bad.
I know that one.
Yeah. He told me he knows a lot about women's tennis, incidentally, before we started the show. And my last question, what was the distance, anyone, what is the distance that Neeraj Chopra threw to win the gold at the recently concluded Asian Games?
Should be 90 plus something. I think it was 90 plus meters.
90 plus, okay. I'll give you half a bar of chocolate, but wait. Anybody in the audience with the accurate answer? Anybody knows the answer? Just put up your hand. Close, close. Half a bar of chocolate, half. You're getting there. 88.8 meters. Our moderator of the earlier who cheated and saw my question gets a chocolate bar. Yes. Okay, we have time for a couple of questions. Lady on the was very passionate, shot up her hand and said she wants to ask a question. So can we give the mic to the lady, please?
Me? Sir,
To the lady.
Yeah, thank you, sir. This question is for this gentleman on the stage. Corporates often patronize popular sports like football and cricket, neglecting sports for other sports in the region like Goa. Diversifying sports sponsorship and investment to include a broader range of sports could enhance overall sporting development, providing opportunities for athletes in overlooked disciplines. Request encouraging corporates' involvement in diverse sports can contribute to more balanced and inclusive sports culture in the region. Can you help?
I'll take that. Yeah, I completely agree with you. So, as in our group, we're not only focused on cricket and football. We've sponsored a lot of kids as our brand ambassadors in chess. We've had the Grandmaster Luke Mendonça, who became one of the youngest Grandmasters, and now he's vying for the Super GM. We've done also in terms of women's sports for badminton. Anura, we've been sponsoring. So it's not only that we are looking at certain sports, we are looking at developing the entire culture of sports and trying to help different associations in terms of helping them develop the culture of sports in Goa. I think it's very important to realize that, as Srinivas has already pointed out, I think we as a state of Goa need to be more passionate about sports and actually take sports very seriously if we have to develop that level. Let me give you a certain perspective. When we were sponsoring a lot of brand ambassadors in chess, we used to take the kid under our fold, say when he or she was maybe around, say, 5 years or 6 years, and developing, starting to play the sports. At that time, there's a lot of enthusiasm, and parents want to come, and they want to develop the sports, and yes, everybody is very gung-ho at that point in time. Let us cut the chase to, say, 10 years ahead, when the same child now is around 15, 16 years of age. He just drops the sports. We have seen that suddenly at that point in time, there is a focus on, say, other aspects. Say they want to get some degree, or they want to get some, they want to go into education, focus more on education. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. But you have, as a society, you need to, you cannot be on two boats at the same time. If you want in sports, if you want your child to reach a certain level, then a choice has to be made very early. It is unfair on, it is basically, I would put it point blank, it's unfair to take a certain level of help from corporates to a certain level and then drop the sports altogether. What is a corporate going to do in that, when it comes to that? It is a responsibility of the parent, basically, to ensure that the child does carry on that sports to a certain level and achieves it. Few people like Luke who have done it have achieved great success. He is now vying to be, as I said, he's going to be a super GM. But there have been so many brand ambassadors, to our disappointment, when we have actually supported the entire the child and the entire support system, but they just drop it. So it is fine to say that you expect corporates to have support other sports, but it has to be a two-way traffic. There has to be an equal commitment from the society to invest time, money, hard work in that sports, and then make it a joint partnership to make sure that the child or the athlete reaches the pinnacle of the sporting achievement.
Fair
I'm
point.
just going to...
Fair point, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
The way Geno Group is doing, we also have a Goodwill Ambassador scheme, and it extends from not only football and cricket, but it goes to badminton, table tennis, swimming, chess. For example, Bhakti Kulkarni, who you must have heard of, was our Goodwill Ambassador for almost a decade. We held her hand for almost a decade. Currently, we have two. One is I forget his name, one is a 12-year-old boy in the field of badminton, and one is a 10 or 9-year-old boy in the field of table tennis. So we've been doing this for the last more than a decade. And I have exactly the same experiences like what Sagar says, that when corporates devote so much of time, money, and passion, and I'm not saying all, but some of them do give up sports, saying that, now they have to get to education. So, and the third thing is, we own the franchise for UTT in table tennis, which won the national title last year, which is known by the name of Goa Challengers. So we support a whole lot of sports other than just football and cricket.
Why not Taekwondo? I'm Angela Diabrio Naik from Taekwondo. I'm an international gold medalist and the first inductee in Taekwondo Hall of Fame and the first grandmaster in India holding the 8th-degree black belt. So Taekwondo is Olympic sports, but we do not have funding from the corporates.
We'll take this offline because, individual sports, both of them, I think, have been fair in saying that they have supported not only cricket, football, and they have explained that they have supported many sports. Specific sports, I think,
no, but
we should take it.
we are, as corporates, we are open for that. You have a good proposal, why not?
Yeah. Okay. We have time for one last question only.
Any sports for that matter. You have a good proposal, why not? We are there for you.
We have time for one last question. Okay, okay. Yeah, there's one question there at the back. This is the last question.
Hello, sir. I've been lucky enough to know Sagar sir personally, and my family knows Baba Depo sir here. As I'll just forward the question from what ma'am asked. You know, a lot of sports, cricket and football again is one of the main sports. Which there are other sports like my brother plays squash and all, and I feel very bad that he left India and had to go abroad for studies and further exposure in sports and all. As ma'am said, there are other sports and all. And I feel the problem, everyone is saying, why are you not supporting my sport? Why are you not supporting my sport? The government is saying we are doing so much. The corporates are saying we are doing so much. But there's not everything, the corporate can do. So I feel in the future, sport is going to be a big thing when it comes to India's economy and India's growth and everything. I mean, we are also bidding. There's a chance we might bid for the Olympics with Saudi and all of that. So my question is for both of you all. How do you see this, growth which can move on towards Goa? Because I know Sir Baba Depo has, the Serendipity Arts Festival and all of that, where, students are showing interest, enthusiasm and all of that. But again, there are so many sports. So how do you think, the corporate, the government can come together and promote all these sports at once? I know it's a big task and it's going to be a very hectic thing because there are a lot of small sports and all of that. So what do you think the future is when you come to all these sports at once? Not just cricket, football, badminton, tennis, nothing like that. All sports at once. And how do you see Goa will be a, play a big role in all of this?
An idealistic, passionate youngster. Yeah? Asking you, how will you promote all sports and bring it all together to Goa? Or, support all sports, let's say, not promote.
I have a little bit of a different opinion here, and, I'm not saying what he says is wrong. You can't do everything. I'm not into pharmaceuticals like Sagar is. So, we have to choose what Goa is best at. And we have to draw a map saying that historically, what is our strength? How do we focus on? Not to say that other sports should not be promoted. They should be by all means. Everybody should. But the focus should be on 1, 2, 3 sports. Because otherwise, like for example, Brazil focuses on football. And that's why where they are. But if you focus on everything, even you must have heard of OGQ, Olympic Gold Quest. They focus on only 4 to 5 areas of Olympics. And they've got results. But if you ask them to do 100 things, it becomes very difficult. This is my personal opinion, but I'm subject to,
No, fair. I think we've overshot our time and my editor is glaring at me from there. So,
by the way, I like that clock. It's the first time I'm seeing it and I really appreciate it.
thank you. Amazing. I enjoyed this discussion. I'm sure so did you. Passion came through very clearly. And here you have two corporates. I think who have done their fair share, I would say more than their fair share, to support sports in Goa and in the country. They deserve a huge round of applause.
Well, absolutely. That was an intriguing session right there. A lot of discussions. Thank you so much, gentlemen. But now I request Suresh sir to kindly hand over the mementos that we have. Can we quickly give another round of applause for the gentlemen? Thank you so much, gentlemen. Well, it has been a morning of conversations around sports, That's given us quite a bit to think about. Why not do it over a hearty meal? It's time for us to take that lunch break. An eclectic spread awaits all of you. We will convene again in an hour to keep the conversation going. Once again, here's a small reminder to take these insights to our network on social media. Share your takeaways from this event with the hashtag Sportstar Conclave. Like I mentioned, we shall see you all in an hour's time. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a very good afternoon to everyone present here. Well, before we proceed further, I hope everyone is all set. They're all ready. They've all had a good meal, a hearty meal. And quickly moving forward, at every edition of Sportstar Conclave, recognizing sporting talent, young and experienced, has been a key tradition of the exercise. This time too, we have important personalities we wish to honor at this Focus Goa Sportstar Conclave. And I request you all to join me in celebrating their achievements and contribution to their respective sporting discipline. These awards are presented by Hero Motocorp. And to give away these awards, I would request our Honorable Tourism Minister of Goa, Shri Rohan Kaute, to join us on stage to honor these winners. But just to speak a little about Sir, he is a seasoned political personality currently serving as the Minister for Tourism in the government of Goa. A key part of his work has been initiatives tuned to the Goan community. He has been an avid sports person too. And without further ado, let's give a round of applause, and may I request Sir to kindly join us on stage. And our first award for the day honors an emerging hero from the region for the promises she has shown. I would like you to call upon a budding footballer, Pearl Fernandis, with a huge round of applause. The 17-year-old is a goal-scoring machine in age group football in Goa. She has represented several local legacy clubs and has piled on the goals and even has a number of hat-tricks across tournaments. She has also part of a remarkable 24-0 win for local club Compassion FC, where she has scored 14 goals single-handedly. Pearl, I would request you to kindly share a few words with us. Well, that's something she was not prepared, but you can share your experience with us. Probably just share a few words. I think we have a lot of fan following right here who would want you to talk something and share your experience. Don't we want to listen to her?
Thank you all.
Thank you all is what she says, and all the very best to the talent that's right here. Can we give another round of applause? All right, and now, without further ado, I would request Sir to kindly take a moment and share some thoughts with us.
A very good afternoon to all of you. The editor of Sportstar, Shri Ayan Sen Gupta ji, the Chief Revenue Officer of the Hindu Group, Shri Suresh Balkrishna ji. There are a lot of people whom I know who have been awardees in their own frames, picking up awards and laurels for Goa. I can see Brahmanand over here, who's an Arjuna awardee and quite a legend as far as football and Goa goes. Shri Brahmanand Shinkwadkar, all my friends from the different sports associations, members from the sports fraternity, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be here amongst all of you for this wonderful conclave. When it touches with the word of sports star, I think I go back to my old school days. Neville and I have studied together right from first standard. So I was just asking him, isn't this the same sports star we used to actually grip on and see कितें इन्फ्लुएन्स मारून आमचें नांव येवंक शकता काय म्हण तेन्नाय बी. It was a time then I used to be playing cricket and basketball, representing the state. Neville used to play table tennis. He was in the first three in Goa. And we used to find opportunities to see how best we can come onto the press or mediums of press, not knowing those days that someday I would be in politics on this forum and talking in this same language, how it would have been that time. Goa over decades has produced a lot of legends. And I always say that sports, although we Goans are very talented. When Pearl came here, and she wouldn't hold a mic this time, but I'm pretty sure the next time she'll pick up the mic from you. Because we have this particular talent which we have showcased throughout the world, whether it's music, art, sports, in various forms. I think if Brahmanand was in today's scenario playing the same football he played those days, I think he would have been a world player somewhere, out of India, out of Goa, playing for some countries there. We follow European football, we know what it is, we talk about things, we talk about following these things because smartphones have made our life more easier. We follow sports, we follow people. And so if I talk about football again, Cristiano Ronaldo is one of the most liked fellow with 7 or 8 million followers and whatever you have in that. But come back to Goa, I think here I am today to talk about Goa as a sports tourism destination, which we still feel people talk need to be discovered. Personally, this is my third term and over the last 3 terms as a opposition or ruling, we have ensured that the youth get a drive. We are today moving between technology and people with ground activities. And it's very important for us to ensure that there is a level playing opportunity for everybody. And most of these, our people as players come from villages. So Goa over last few years, whether it has been Lusophonia games, whether it has been national games, it has been trying to put its infrastructure in place in its own domain, the way we could actually look at sports. We never spoke about sports tourism. So sports was one department, tourism was one department, technology was one department. And end of the day, Goa becomes a preferred destination to get your holidays right. You come to Goa to have a pleasant stay because there are a lot of creativity and a lot of things happening by default in a state like Goa with its pristine beaches. So when this government came in, we started talking about what opportunities we can. And I can today say that we are not talking only about the sun, sand and sea. Today we are going beyond the beaches. So we are coming with a hashtag of Goa Beyond Beaches. In this competitive part of the country where the Prime Minister is moving very aggressively to place Bharat in a different position, it becomes a responsibility for all of us to start re-looking at the whole mode of what we have been doing as states. Tourism has been the main economic driver for Goa, contributing to roughly about 16.43% of the GDP and creating roughly about 30-35% of direct and indirect employment. This economic vertical cannot keep being on a monotonous state where we come, talk about beaches, talk about only that part. COVID times made people think differently. We started talking about work from home. So we said, let's use the opportunity and we said, hashtag vacation Goa. So we said, let the people come to Goa and start working. And from there, the whole part and the story of tech tourism started. Today, digital nomads have found a space in Goa, using their time, their energy, staying away from the companies. One is international companies who incentivize them to come to a location they can choose and work. For by default, they choose Goa. And second is the people who would want to work in the creative space. They come to Goa and they have been working here. Today, ambitiously, we are looking on an international digital nomad visa platforms to integrate more of this culture. Roughly 46 countries have picked up this domain. And we as Bharat, it is not only for Goa to gain, it is for the whole country to gain. And that's why we have started pitching ourselves in that fraternity. So from sun, sand and sea, we added software to it. That was the 4th S. And then we thought about Why not the fifth S? And that is sports. So today when Goa talks, we talk about sun, sand, sea, software and sports. So the 5S drivers are actually moving things for all of us. Then we started thinking about how best we can. We have the seas, we have great pristine waters, the beach. As we move to the hinterlands, today we are talking about adventure, we are talking about wellness, we are talking about spiritualism, we are talking about Goa being a wedding destination, we are talking about promoting MICE tourism, and many more verticals which can add flavor as we start moving on the mantra of quality over quantity. Per capita spend is something this government is looking at. And along with the per capita spend, we need to ensure that the next future generation, when we are 75 years of Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav and 25 years of Amrit Kal, this 25 years of Amrit Kal becomes very important for our generation to ensure that the next generation, which will be in this stage in the 25 years, are going to get the best of Bharat and the best of the place they stay in. So today, as Sportstar comes with this conclave, you guys must have had great panel discussions from morning. I don't know how much Goa came into for discussions. Goa is a small place, but had a lot of weight. Not in size, but in the way we drive ourselves. Atiti Deva Bhava we believe in, and we ensure that hospitality at its best can be there. Anybody coming from outside Goa has any complaints? Sorry? All coming from outside Goa, right? But then I can see some people, I think they might be from outside Goa. Anyway, coming back to the topic, since there are associations here, we picked up on a couple of new ideas which could generate thoughts. And that is why this particular year, we saw the coming of Ironman 70.3, Goa, that started. We have had 2 editions from this particular event which could actually promote and look at endurance and adventure. We had athletes from all across the globe coming down for this event, roughly about total data, and the report which was shared to us was roughly about 3,300 athlete visitors, which also had their families, their supporters, their volunteers, and VIP guests. So roughly, if I talk about economics, we roughly translated this into about 15,500 room nights for the hotel industry. These 3 editions of Ironman has seen about people from 50 countries coming into India and Goa and participating. Then we had the World Table Tennis. When the World Table Tennis event was coming in, they decided Bharat, then we said, why not Goa? I think Neville here also has been doing a lot of work to ensure, as a table tennis player, he was able to get it here. But this Goa's vibrant spirit absolutely complemented the fast-paced action on the table, creating an unforgettable experience for many, the spectators and the participants. In the World Table Tennis event that took place, we roughly had about 10,000 spectators, about 200 world-ranked players, about 700 foreign delegates, and about 150 coaches. So here we could see a revenue, immediate direct revenue through GST, to roughly about 1 crore of rupees, and a footfall about 15,000 room nights. As we started progressing, we started thinking, why not still look at it? And then we had the opportunity to host the World Pro Beach Volleyball Championship, which was on the beach. So all you had to add was a dash of sun, sand, and athleticism to our vision. So as we took this, and the thrill of the competition was very different, this attracted athletes from roughly over 30 countries. Then we had the International Purple Fest 2024, which gave this thought of Goa being very inclusive in terms of, as we have the right spirit of sports, incorporating these inclusive sports activities and competitions that brings together individuals of all abilities, fostering teamwork, resilience, and celebrating the transformative power of sports. The impact of National Games and Lusophobia Games I have already been speaking to you. A lot of money has gone into the infrastructure, and I believe my friend, Sports Minister, is likely to be there in the evening, so he may be speaking more on this particular domain. What I'm trying to put across to you is that we need to have a lot of sports in the water that we always brag about. We talk about having many opportunities, but here, since there are associations are there, I would love to give this shout out to all the associations here to ensure that we start working out of that particular rectangular box that we are in,
थिंकींग अबाउट हेंच म्हजे कडेन जाता आनी हेंच म्हजे कडेन जातलें. थर्ड इज सरकार करतलो काय ना. I think after taking the tourism portfolio, we have kept our hands, eyes, feet, everything open to ensure that we are able to invite the best. So whether we are talking about hosting events in sailing, rowing, or swimathons, I think these are some of the things which we have water by nature. All we need to do is pull it in. I was at the ATM Dubai, and this travel mart in Dubai allowed me to share some thoughts with the people from Sharjah. It's quite an interesting story. We talk about Goa being a tourism destination, preferred tourism destination. If we do not get our regulations right, if we don't get the transparency right and keep ourselves accountable to the tourist, with competition and with the initiatives of the people or the countries that have been, Goa can lose in the long run. And if we need to put these things together, we need to put our act together. It's always a shout ki sarkar kitne karta kai munun. Today, as I stand here, I can say like 1.5 years of tireless efforts with the industry, with the Goa Tourism Board, where we have stalwarts of the industry participating, talking about what needs to be done for the tourism in equal numbers along with the government. We have not left any stone unturned. When it comes to regulations, driving sports in the water, water sports or whatever rest of the things are, we expect that same particular support to come from the industry, to be collaborative, and work towards a positive goal of ensuring that म्हाका कितें आनी म्हजें कितें करच्या पेक्षा म्हज्या गोंयाक कितें आनी म्हज्या देशाक कितें म्हणलें, I think we'll be able to pull a lot of more opportunities. Opportunities are coming, and sometimes we are rethinking. And coming back to Sharjah, what I was talking to you about, it was quite a new opening when I saw the Dubai stall. They were rethinking about tourism. We went to the Saudi stall. They were absolutely rethinking about the whole tourism because they've realized this whole concept of oil has got a selective time. And the whole economy on people who are driving with oil have realized that they need to change their thoughts. Countries which have been conservative have started thinking with an open mind. Countries like Saudi has been talking about Red Sea projects, things like a mirror corridor, things which can attract tourists. And also in terms of sports, have the best of it. If you want the best of the footballers, I think you can find them more in Saudi than the European countries or equally. Today when we go there and Sharjah talks about the F1 powerboat racing, right? They're talking about a F1 powerboat racing. And the competition was there somewhere in the first week of December, an international competition. It saw a lot of footfalls, a lot of people came in, new economics were worked upon, and this is the way I'm trying to put it across to you. These new thoughts can give new opportunities. New opportunities can allow us to drive new economies, and new economies can create new forms of employment. Now it is for us to sit together and understand what are the challenges and which challenges we can convert into opportunities for all, whether it is the industry or whether it is the government. And I would also give a shout out to the academia here, who has been talking about putting a lot of policies, things together. There are a lot of work to be done. We have been doing our part. And today, as the Sportstar Conclave comes in, a lot of these thoughts which I have shared across must have come in the discussions in the morning, or I assume that they might be coming in the second half, because people who have given themselves to sports, keeping it as a career, when there was no career opportunities, are existing in this room. Today, the next generation like Pearl can start talking and thinking about making sports as not only as a passion and a hobby, but a career. This never existed during our times or my predecessors. I'm not standing here and saying I'm an old guy. But we didn't have a thought to say that how baro football kheta, how baro cricket kheta, that I may get opportunities or I may not get. Jonathan is here representing FC Goa. We have taken FC Goa to our Pororim constituency, and we allow FC Goa to train, but at the same time, with the collaborative thought we had, we made FC Goa train the under 10, under 12, under 14, under 16, up to 16 years of age. So the product which comes from that particular age is the product which we need to create for every state to be promoted. These national games, we could talk as Goa, being in the list of medals which never spoke in this volume like earlier. And as we progress with a very good thought in terms of promoting sports and tourism together, whether we call it sports tourism or tourism through sports or sports through tourism. End of the day, it should be a win-win effort for any state to pick up and work on it. Goa has taken it seriously because we feel that we have the natural ingredients to stitch these things to make Goa ideal sports destination. I take this opportunity to, as I share my thoughts, to convey my best wishes to the whole Sportstar group, to the Hindu group, people who are here, to all my friends from the sports associations and members from the sports fraternity. I'm very happy that you have had this conclave in Goa. A lot of thoughts must have come in, and as these thoughts transit into making things into more concrete and possible manner, I think we are here to assure you that whatever way we can be to promote sports tourism, we are available. I would look at a collaborative effort coming from Sportstar and the Hindu group also to give these right thoughts. We have a PR agency on board. We have everything on board, but things is that the way people read and the perception creation has to be done by everybody. The associations, magazines like Sportstar and governments like us who can work together and make it good and going. गोंय आमचे सोबीत आसाच, गोंय आमचे सुवर्ण करूया आणि गोल्डन गोवा करतले जाल्यार everybody will find a space. We need to work towards it, and as we work towards it, I am sure that all of you all will do your part as a responsible citizen of the state or of the country to contribute your little part to ensure that we create this space. We have started working on regenerative tourism, and we talk about I as a regenerative tourist. So when we talk about regenerative tourism, we talk about economics, we talk about society, we talk about environment, and we talk about everything that can allow things to groom in the right way for the next generation to keep. Once again, as I convey my best wishes to Sportstar, I would also like to give hearty congratulations to Pearl, her whole family, who has created a testimony in her own way of talking about Nari Shakti or Mahila Shakti, or in terms of driving women empowerment. Pearl, congratulations. Wish you all the best. Next time you get the award, I'm pretty sure you're going to take the mic and talk more than me. Wish you guys all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So may I request you to kindly stay back on stage for a moment. And now I would request Mr. Suresh Balakrishna, our Chief Revenue Officer of the Hindu Group, and Mr. Ayon Sen Gupta, Editor, Sportstar, to honor Shri Rohan Kaute, sir. Sir, we would like to thank you for taking out time from your busy schedule and being present here with us, and also enlightening us with your talks on sport tourism as a way forward for the Goan economy and sporting culture. We definitely hope to see some of these ideas being discussed here materialize for the state in the months and years to come. We thank you so once again. Can we please have another round of applause? Well, in the meanwhile, all those who have taken pictures, videos, bites, I'm hoping that you have already used the hashtag that I mentioned previously and uploaded it onto our social media using the hashtag. I'm hoping that most of you remember the hashtag. Does anyone remember the hashtag? No? Should I help you? There is someone said it. I heard that from you. And in the meanwhile, I would also want to thank all our sponsors for this event. Hero Motocorp, Goa Tourism, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Khan Study Group, Geno Sports Club, State Bank of India, Great Sports Tech, Casagran, KPMG, and NewsX. And now, without further ado, well, drawing from this conversation, our next panel deals with the building on the legacy of the National Games and the National Para Games and the road to fostering a multi-sport culture in the state. To lead this panel, may I now request Mr. K.C. Vijayakumar, sports editor, The Hindu, to please join us on dais. Can we please have a round of applause?
Good afternoon, everyone. Goa lends itself to endearing cliches. Sun in the sand, football and fenny. But Goa is much more than these endearing cliches. You have a gorgeous monsoon. You often talk about football, but then Dilip Sardesai, one of India's former greats in cricket, is originally from Goa. I mean, he played for Mumbai, he played for India, but he's originally from Goa. And of course, the current connector is Rajdeep's father. So Goa has many layers to it, and we'll try and unravel it probably in the next half an hour. We'll speak about Goa's multi-sport legacy. And it gives me a lot of pleasure to invite on stage Mr. Mervyn Fernandis. Please come on the stage, sir. Olympian, member of the 1980 Moscow Games gold medal winning hockey team, led by Mr. V. Bhaskaran. Anura Prabhudesai, badminton star, who shows that Goa can do much more than football. And in Goa, can the sea be far behind? So, calling on stage, Dane Coelho, windsurfer, who's won the gold 14 times at the national games. Dane. Thank you everyone for being here, finding time. So, the myth about Goa, and it's also historically right, is that it's a football crazy state and football rules. And of course, we had a panel discussion earlier whether the magic of football has waned in Goa over the last decade. Mr. Fernandis, your thoughts, I mean, Goa vis-a-vis hockey, and how was it in your early days?
As you rightly said, Vijay, football has always taken center stage here in Goa, and hockey was less spoken about, but we had past Olympians from here. Mary D'Souza, which I remember when we talk about history, she's one of the icons of hockey for Goa. I remember her. There's Eustace D'Souza and so many others who are from Goa. But as you feel that football is the place, football is the game that is, most popular here. And I remember Joachim and myself, we did come to Goa a few years ago and said that we would try and popularize the game. In fact, we had a few exhibition matches here. So that's the way we remember Goa, that hockey is not played as much here, but football, it's the craze over here and we can't do much about it.
I mean, does the monsoons play spoil sport? 4 months of rain, does it affect outdoor sport? Football you can play in the rain, but...
Yeah, it does, but now we have the AstroTurf, and I understand that Goa's got the AstroTurf recently, and they had the sub-juniors and junior nationals over there. We saw the youngsters and we were really happy about it, that hockey was catching up and it's sort of getting popular over here. After that, I don't know what the follow-up is because we are in Bombay. We did offer that in case there is any help required, we would be here to assist the Hockey Federation with every possible way that we need in the state.
Anura, you have bucked the trend, picking up badminton in Goa. And was there ever a temptation to kind of relocate to Bangalore or Hyderabad, considering they are the powerhouse of badminton? You have Gopi Chand in Hyderabad, Prakash Padukone and Vimal in Bangalore. Was there any temptation to relocate or?
I started playing badminton when I was 6 years old. I started from Goa. I'm very lucky that I got the support from my parents and my coaches at the right time in Goa. So when I was 12 years old, and I got a call from Prakash Padukone Academy, and I went there. It was my 9th standard, I guess. In Goa, the culture is studies, I feel. Like when you get in 10th standard, people like parents and even teachers in your school, they will be like, focus on your studies. But I was playing at my best in Goa. So at that time, in India ranking also, I started like from early age only, I was like in top 10 in India. And getting a call from Prakash Padukone Academy, it was a big thing for me. So I decided to go into the academy. And I feel when you say Goa is known for football, picking up badminton, it was something I feel I am very grateful that I picked up badminton. When I was in 5th standard, I was really good in fitness. So and that time, like, I didn't have anybody to look up to, like, in badminton as a career to take. Like what nowadays young kids know that, okay, there is a future, Saina or Sindhu, they are doing really well. And even the sponsorship is there, like they will get jobs from Indian Oil or corporates or railways or like we have many opportunities, like even sponsorship is there. So during that time, when I was in 5th standard, like swimming and boxing coach, they were like, you come into our sport, like Talasha Prabhu was there in swimming. So, but I was of the opinion that if I will do something in badminton, I want to do it in badminton only, like whatever I will do, so that when I will grow old, like I went on to become India #1 in seniors. So I think I have achieved little bit my best, I think.
Are you okay with infrastructure here and the existing infrastructure vis-a-vis badminton in Goa?
I think because of national games, badminton, I will say we have the best of the facilities in Goa of international standards. And we have held national level of tournaments also in Goa. So I think it is up to the players, and we have Khelo India Center also in Goa. Swimming, badminton, and table tennis is taken care, like till 18 years of age, since last 2 years, I think. So I think nowadays, from 13 to 18 years, kids are getting even national level of tournament exposure. So I think what you said, the exposure part, I think it is up to government also to, they are also supporting, but they should support also in the international level of tournaments, I feel that.
Daryl, I mean, you have the sea and the waves and stuff, but is it adequate enough, or do you need much more, as a windsurfer?
To be honest, I would say we need much more. Just to mention the fact that in 2018, my sister Katya and I were the first Goans to ever represent at the Asian Games. And we just recently won the National Games gold medal. So we've done all of this with the most minimal amount of foreign exposure and coaching, of which 90% has been generated through our own resources. And if we could do all of this with just the minimum, with the bare minimum, there is so much more that we could do if we get a lot more support. So just to put some things into perspective, that a huge, a little bit of contribution came from the association for the national games. Given the fact that we were medal prospects and Goa being the host nation for the national games, it was a very big event for us to try and win. And we got new sets of equipment, which is something that's very, very important. I can't speak for other sports, but at least for windsurfing, the equipment plays a big role in your performance on the water. And so with the new equipment that came in after quite a few years of trying to procure it, we were able to now take part with it and put it to good use by winning the event. Yeah, so far so good, but we do need much more.
Tell me something, how does Goa stack up against places like, say, Chennai, Mahabalipuram, Kovalam, Mangalore in Karnataka, in terms of the surfing experience, in terms of the infrastructure?
I would not limit the options to just national states, but I've been around the world competing for more than a decade now, and I've been to various places, and I can strongly suggest that Goa is one of the best places that I have sailed in, not only because I am from here, but just being able to access the waters, the conditions that we have here for the sport, and basic accessibility it's just one of the best places that you can be in to train and to get your level up to international standards.
Could you say something about your sister's journey?
Yeah. I mean, events like this are platforms for athletes to, I think, speak up a bit, for them to get a bit of limelight. And for a long time, sailing has not had that because it's not as televised as other sports like football and cricket, obviously. But I think Katya over the years has managed to create a social media presence for herself that has brought a few more eyes to the sport. And not only in the discipline of windsurfing, but all other Olympic disciplines as well would benefit from the attention that sailing is getting now.
Mervyn, your thoughts? I mean, last year Goa hosted the national games. It finished 9th in the medals tally. Has it changed the landscape at some level, the sporting infrastructure in the state?
In fact, before I came here, when they said that we're going to speak about infrastructure, there was a very interesting thing that I wanted to share with you all. In 1976, I was a junior guy and was invited by the federation to be in the camp at NIS Patiala. And I saw that NIS Patiala was having a particular surface made for hockey to be played on chat. The chat is a very fast surface, and I wondered why the hell would they do it on chat. They said no, because in 1976, the hockey Olympic Games were to be played on AstroTurf. That was the first time. I said, if that was supposed to be an AstroTurf, why are we practicing on chat? They said, no, the surface would be the same, fast. And then I was in the camp, and gradually as time passed by, I saw a small surface about 10 by 10 or 20 by 20 at the NIS Patiala. And what do you think we were doing? We were trying to hit and stop the ball on that surface. So when you say about infrastructure, believe me, India won the 1975 World Cup, the hockey team. They came back in 1976. They were supposed to go for the Olympics. They were training for the Olympics, and they were training on a surface that was about 10 or 20 feet by 20 feet. That's ridiculous. So today, you have so many surfaces, artificial surfaces. You have the infrastructure. And Goa, of course, now has started showing that they've got so many stadiums. It's great for Goa. And I hope people will utilize these great places to train. One good thing I see is that a lot of youngsters are willing to take up the sports because the infrastructure is getting better. And I hope they will ensure that those medal tallies in the national games that were there would improve in the next national games.
Coming to you, who were your icons growing up? And, when you took up badminton, I mean, who were your icons?
I have always looked up to Saina Nehwal and Carolina Marin. And I am glad that I got the opportunity to play with her in Nagpur Senior National semi-finals. And to play, and also I got the opportunity to represent India in team event, Thomas Uber Cup. And to learn so much, I got to learn so much from her, like being in the team. And Carolina Marin also I look up to because of her grit. You know, how she comes back to the court after so many injuries. I think that is commendable.
Do you think corporates can play a bigger role in Goa in terms?
I shifted when I was, I think, 14 or 15 years of age. I got the call and I shifted to Bangalore. And I started training there for, I think, I was there for around 6 years. Okay. Because that time, for me, players were a little bit less to compete with. Because I needed the exposure to train. I need players to play with, girls especially. So I went and I took the opportunity. And after that, I got the call from India team, like Hyderabad. I shifted to Gobichan Academy.
Okay.
So there was Korean coach was there. So I think step by step, I got the opportunity.
Is there something that you picked from these two cities, vis-a-vis badminton, which you're probably spreading in Goa? I mean,
I think now Khelo India Center has come in Goa.
okay.
And even Goa Badminton Association and Sports Authority of Goa coaches are also there to help the players. But now I feel that even camps are conducted for the exposure of even seniors and juniors. I think more camps should be conducted in future.
Daryl, your thoughts in terms of the role that a government could play, a state government could play, and the corporates could play?
Yeah, I didn't hear you.
Like what role the state government and the corporates could play in terms of promoting the sport you pursue?
I think recruiting children that are more inclined to being able to be in the water without fear, I think is something that we could start with, because it's not like it's a different environment, and there are, at least from my experience from teaching some of the younger students, is that there are a few kids that are inclined to being in the water, they enjoy it, and there are some who don't. And I think you can find that even kids as young as 5 and 6, you can see whether they would, you can see through their interests of whether they would be able to enjoy the sport in the long run or not. And having started at the age of 7 myself, I don't think I have any regrets of being able to sustain it for so long. So,
do you think like when stars like John T. Rhodes do surfing, I mean, does it get a lot more publicity, a lot more attention, a lot more, corporate interest, saying that maybe this could be, a sport that could be used for branding and stuff? Does it help?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at least as far as international athletes in the sport are taken into consideration, then they have a lot more sponsorship opportunities that we don't get for some reason here in India. And it's not that the level of those athletes are much higher than the level of the athletes that are here right now. It's just that something we are trying to wrap our heads around and trying to crunch numbers and trying to look for different opportunities in order to get sponsorships ourselves, and in return advertise the companies that are sponsoring us.
Is there an attrition rate when it comes to athletes, a young athlete? I mean, do all young athletes kick on and become great, or is there a temptation to probably pick an alternate career, become a professional and move away to the corporate sector? I mean, have you seen those kind of examples in Goa? I mean, it happens every state where not everyone pursues the sport they follow. I mean, when you had cases in Karnataka, but very talented tennis players like Aisri Rai or a Sujit Sachidanand, I mean, extremely talented, junior #1 in that particular state, just went to the States to study and then they just gave up on sport. I mean, does stuff like that happen in Goa, considering it's a small state, relying a lot on tourism? There's also a temptation to migrate to probably a Bombay or a Bangalore. Are there cases where, have you seen it personally, the three of you, where athletes probably give up and then move?
I was a part of a windsurfing camp in 2011 that was organized by my own father, and the camp saw around 20 or 25 students take part in it, and all of them sustained. I mean, they were into the sport for around 3 years. Some of them even showed promise, and they took it on them to take part at the national level, and a lot of them were very talented as well. But somehow, because of the lack of support, they decided to drop the sport, and it is unfortunate. But there are quite a few cases of what you've just mentioned, unfortunately.
As far as Goa is concerned, I feel I went outside when I was under 15. I got the exposure, and as you say, financial this thing. I got it some amount from corporate, but in badminton you need to invest a lot, and remaining amount I think we'll receive soon. But we didn't wait for that. We were only playing.
Okay.
So I feel that I got the opportunity. But there are many players who are because I was top 4 in India, I got these opportunities. But there are many players from Goa also who want to play. So I think government should look into, government and everybody, the association, should search out a talent like top 4, and then they can, in future, I'm saying long-term goals, they can support them for, I think, 2-3 years or 4 years, long-term, so that, we can get the results from the players also, by trusting them.
Fernandis, your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with this particular thought because I noticed even when I was young, I remember through the school I went for the district level and then joined Indian Airlines under a scholarship. And they took care of my travel, my allowances, my studies and everything. And they just waited for me to graduate into the senior team and I was given a job. Now that's exactly what you're looking at. If you're under a scholarship and you fare well, if you're landing yourself with a job, I think parents would be happy that they've got their child something to look forward to. Many a times it does happen that we heard in the earlier stage where they're under scholarship and then they drop out. Now that's very unfortunate because people are pinning their hopes on some of these children and then for some reason they find that they're not going to do well and they drop out. So that's the flip side of people supporting sportsmen. I do agree that time should be given. It took me 4 years before I graduated to the senior team and the airlines took me under the wings. So yes, you have to be patient with some of the players because they're learning, they're improving, and they have to be monitored. That's the most important thing. If they're not monitored, they would just fall by the wayside. They need good coaches. I was very fortunate that we had the best coaches in Indian Airlines at that time. I'm talking about the 70s when we had the best players too. So I was rubbing shoulders with Ashok, Govinda, Inamur Rahman, named all the big players. So that helps a lot. And as rightly mentioned, when she played with the top players, she starts feeling that I can also do as well as them. So that's a motivational factor for most youngsters. I would suggest that over here in Goa too, the past players should come in various sports and support the sport so that people can look up to them and improve.
If there is a vision statement for the future of multiple sport in Goa, what would that be? I mean, how would you see it?
The very fact that the infrastructure is in place now, it sounds good, and everybody seems to be very happy about it. I mean, the government should ensure that the top 4 players of every event like badminton or table tennis, the infrastructure has all these facilities for them, the swimming pool, all that should be given a free entry. They should have no problems entering these places whenever they want. They should ensure that full support is given to them. And I'm sure out of every discipline that is there, one of them will definitely make it big.
Your dream for Goa in multiple sport, I mean?
I just wish that Goa, from every sport, they will top the Indian ranking also, and internationally also I want to see that from Goa, budding players will take up the sport as a career. Because now there are a lot of job opportunities also. So I feel, even I was recruited in Indian Railways when I was 18 years old. So I feel even scholarship are also there for youngsters from 13 to 18 in different fields. So I hope that even with studies also they can do in, whichever field they want.
I am sorry, I have to stop you. That's the first thing that I asked. In Goa, do people get jobs? So I didn't get a definite answer to that. Could you answer that? In Goa, if jobs are available in the state, I'm talking about in the state, or is it that they have to shift to IOC or BPCL, ONGC, the railways or something of that sort? Is that, if I may ask?
When I became India #1, when I was 18, I got the offer from Indian Railways. They called me, and at the same time, I had got from Indian Oil also interview call. But I chose to go for Indian Railways. So now I'm like, they have the rule of 330 days leave. Like these institutions like Indian Oil, Bharat Petroleum, they have the rule that we don't have to go to office. We just need to focus on our playing career. And we need to perform, and
Yeah, that's good, but that's what I'm saying. I just said, like in Bombay, we had Tatas, we had Mahindras, the banks. They used to give jobs, so parents were pretty confident that if their child does well, they would get a job. So I was asking if that happens in Goa, if some of these companies pick them up and give them a job, I think it, no. So that's definitely not. So if that does happen, I think there would be sportsmen who would, look up to sports in a different manner. Their fears will be taken care of. It's so very important because I'm talking through my experience. The moment I left school and I was under scholarship and the airlines told me that if you do well, Mervyn, you're surely going to get a job. I think the Indian Oil and the railways do the same thing. So that sort of thing, if that culture comes in Goa, I'm sure it will make a difference.
Daryl, how do you look at it?
I mean, it's without a doubt that we have the talent here. Through various sports that we can see all of these sportsmen coming up. It's just that I think if we get the right support and we head these athletes in the right direction, including myself, I still have a fair bit of my career ahead of me. So I think that's the answer, honestly. Just a combination of support from the corporation, from the associations, and from potential sponsors.
So you're not looking for a job, are you?
I'm open to anyone.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. See, because it's so important. I tell you, when parents send their children to play any sport, I've been with hockey for some time, and the first thing that they asked me, आगे करके क्या करेंगे आप? Job मिलेगा साहब उनको? अरे साहब job तो नहीं मिलेगा खेलने. We played because we loved sport. You played. But now things have changed. So we are looking at our future. We are looking at our children's future. Many people do not reach the standards of maybe PV Sindhu or somebody like that. But at least a job, sort of gives a good feeling to the young sportsmen and the parents to make them pursue sport.
It's been a lovely discussion. I just hope that all the corporates sitting here open their purse strings a lot more and be a little bit more generous with their payouts and job offers. Thank you so much. Before that, let's take some questions from the audience. Anyone? Yes, sir. Mic to him, please.
Hello. This question is to Mervyn. Mervyn, incidentally, we share the same school, same Stanislaus. And our school had a legacy of great players. He comes from the same school. So coming to your statement regarding the popularity of sport, where you say cricket and football were looked upon as the most popular sports. But if I go back into the 60s and open up any paper, newspaper, first used to be hockey, then it used to be football, and then last is to come cricket. Slowly as hockey of course, we should win medals, as you said, 75, 80, we won trophies, World Cup and the Olympic gold. And before that, we used to win all the Olympic golds till then. So obviously, hockey was the most popular sport, and our national sport for that matter. Then what made it come down? Cricket was the last, the third sport which was popular. Football was the second. We used to play good football, I think in the 60s we were in the World Cup. So what made hockey go down and cricket come up?
As I explained to you, 1976 was the year that we started sliding down because of the infrastructure. Had we had an AstroTurf, we would have qualified for the semi-finals and we would have got a medal for sure. So imagine we didn't look ahead for an AstroTurf and we knew that the 1976 games were going to be played on AstroTurf. It took us nearly 25, 30 years now to sort of come back because had we had those AstroTurfs then, we would have been a force to reckon with. It makes a big difference when you play an AstroTurf and natural surface. Now we have a lot of AstroTurfs, so that's why you see the difference now. We are among the first 6 or the first 4 in the world. Have I answered your question?
Then how did cricket now and football?
I think there was a lapse on our part. We didn't encash on the 1975 World Cup and then the Asian Games. If you remember, we won the Asian Games 98. See, when you win certain events at the world level, it is important that the federation takes advantage of that. Prakash Padukoon, when he won the All England, suddenly you found a surge of people playing the game. Then Gopi Chand came in badminton. Tennis, Sania was there, she was doing well, so tennis came in. So I think the federations need to realize that when they're faring very well in a particular event, they should use those particular sportsmen or those teams to sort of generate more interest in that particular sport. For example, now, PT Usha, athletics. We never ever thought of winning a medal at the Olympics till PT Usha nearly missed it, and then suddenly found so many others taking up to athletics. So it's the reason that I feel that we lost on when we won certain events. We didn't support, or the federation did not support the sporting icons at that time, and generated more interest for the game.
Thank you.
Yeah. We pass the mic to him, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Rahul Chandavarkar. I have a question for Mervyn Fernandis. Mervyn, I have watched your hockey from close quarters, so big fan.
Thank you, because half the people here wouldn't know that I played in 1980. Some of them even asked me, there was a question in the morning that when was the last Olympic gold medal won in hockey? And there was only one gentleman or one person who answered the question. I happened to be part of that, even when I said, so sad, I said. It's really sad that people did not know that we won the last Olympic hockey medal in 1980.
So, Mervyn, my question was, you played with so many of the India's hockey greats. You mentioned the 75 World Cup team, which are Ajit Pal Singh and, Govinda Monappa and, Aslam Sher Khan. You are the next generation. So, can you recall your most memorable moment, with some of these greats? Particularly the late Mohammad Shahid.
Mohammad Shahid, I'll come to Mohammad Shahid later, but when I was a youngster, I was watching Ashok Kumar play in Mumbai, and I have wonderful memories because my father used to take me from Ambernath, which is about 2 hours from the place to the stadium, and he was my idol. So when I got to play with him in the Indian Airlines team, those are the memorable moments. I couldn't believe when I first met him, and I was going to play with him in the same team in 1977, 78. It was wonderful. And then Mohammad Shahid and me were youngsters. As time passed by, we played together as Ashok Govinda did the right and left in. I used to play right in and Shahid left in. There was Zafar Iqbal. So those are memories. Very few people know about this combination that you're talking about. So that was way back in the 80s. So I don't know. Can I have hands up, anybody having followed hockey in the 80s? Oh, not bad. I'm happy now. I feel better now because I thought that people won't remember the 80s. We were part of the 80s, Zafar, Shahid, and myself. So thank you very much for raising your hands. It makes me feel good.
Thank you so much. We've completely run out of time now. Absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
So much. And now, may I request our moderator to kindly felicitate our panelists. Well, sir is just sharing a thought that, one of his first picture that came in was in the same magazine and the book, you know. So that is the experience that he's sharing right here with us. And today he holds the same in his hand. Thank you so much once again. Can we give one more round of applause for them? Well, we have spoken about the state's traditional love when it comes to sport, football. However, there are a host of other sports the state is beginning to champion, taking advantage of its geographical location and the potential it offers. Our next panel deals with the very same on how both the new and old can be harnessed to make Goa the new age sports hub of India. To lead this panel, may I please request Mr. Prashant Shantakumaran, partner KPMG India, to please join us on stage. Can we have a round of applause for the gentleman?
I head sports for KPMG, so if you go to anybody and say what KPMG does, I think most of them would say you're a chartered accountant. I'm not a chartered accountant. I'm an advisory guy heading sports for KPMG. And we are the knowledge partner for Sportstar, and we have been doing a round of conference along with them. I also play active sports, so I play football 4 times a week actually, so that keeps me going from a sports side and getting connected with everybody. Now, image of Goa is a very vibrant and fun. That is, I realized when I was boarding the flight from Bangalore to here, everybody in their light, and I was maybe a bit overdressed for Goa, but I realized this is the right place where a lot of people are kind of in the same attire. And I think sports is also fun and vibrant. So it combines very well with Goan culture actually. So that's the connection you can make here. And also, if you look at statistically or data-wise, Goa was the first state to introduce sports in curriculum in 1883. At that point of time, sports was introduced in the curriculum. And then I think football, everybody talks about football, but there are many other games as well. Cricket, I think the panel today started with cricket interestingly, and many other sports that you could see being played in Goa. I wanted to ask a question because I was also seeing what the moderators were asking. One thing is, which is the state in India with the highest per capita? Goa. I think the Goa per capita is 2.5 times the per capita of India. So it's a very, very rich state, means you can do significant investments in sports. That's number one. Number two, what is the tourism flow in India, in Goa? Any numbers in million or whatever? Sorry? 4 million. That's slightly on a higher side. Yeah, it's about 2 million. And of that, almost 60% is international visitors. So the other angle to look at is when tourism, can it be combined with sports? The angle is how do you build sports? Also, can you combine tourism with sports? That's the second angle. And the third one is that Goa is ranked as number 1 in terms of infra. From a standard from the government of India, Goa has the best infrastructure. So I think if you combine the investment that can pour into sports, the number of tourists flying in, and also from the infra that is already built up, it's in a vantage position right now, and how do you build from there? So I've got an esteemed panel to discuss this. I've just given an overview of what we are trying to do here and get a perspective from each of them. So I'm going to invite them in alphabetical order. So first is, I have Ashwin Tombert, who is the president of Triathlon Association of Goa. He is also the swim course director for Ironman India. And so triathlon, if people know, it's a combination between bike, swimming, and the marathon. So it's an Olympic sports as well. He's also the editor of 2 English dailies, Gomantak, Time and Herald. And was, okay.
He is the office bearer and the managing committee of Children's Rights in Goa, as well as Goa Yachting, Goa State Unit, and multiple other areas. So he has got a lot of credentials. So welcome, Ashwin, onto the stage. And my next guest is, my next panelist is Nitin Walson. So he's come in his uniform. He's the SP for North Goa. And interesting, he's an IPS officer. Interestingly, he's a leukemia survivor who began triathlon training shortly after 3 grueling years of cancer treatment. 1,450 people participated in the 2022 Goa Ironman triathlon. Of this, only 800 people, including Nitin, completed the race, and he did so within the stipulated time. So you should give him a big hand. And he is a vocal champion for sports in Goa as well. Next I have Ravi Pushkar, who is the CEO of FC Goa. Pushkar is a long-term association with FC Goa, starting off as a marketing public relationship and grew to be the CEO of FC Goa. He has helped them kind of represent in ISL, Durand Cup, and even in the Continental Football Club. Very passionate also about building football at a grassroots level. So he works with a lot of grassroots organizations as well. So welcome Ravi to the... And last person I have, so he told me he's in a bit of a rush, but I said, do you stay back for time being? So we have Sunil Anchipaka, who is the director of Goa Tourism. He's an IS officer who is also managing the IT along with the tourism. And he has built some apps around the tourism area. So it will be good to get a perspective of how do you marry tourism and sports together. So that's my panelists. So I think I'll be kind of asking them questions around how to build sports in Goa at a broad level, and how do you marry the tourism side and the and sports assets. So. I'll start with Ashwin. So just to give a perspective, in the recently concluded Asian Games, India won, any guesses on the number? How many medals? 100 So India won 107 medals. But one thing stark is that there was no medal from Goa in that side. So I think one of the things to look at is how do you build up sports in Goa. So maybe it'll be good to get everybody's opinion on 1 or 2 things that need to be done at a broad level to build sports in India. Maybe Ashwin, you want to start off?
Thank you for having me here. There's 2 things about creating a sports hub. One is to create iconic sporting events that define the place as a sports hub. And one is to create really good sportsmen. So, as far as the hub thing is concerned, as far as the events are concerned, we have one event now which is international, which is an event which attracts people from a lot of countries and which has great promise for the future, and that's the Ironman 70.3. It's a very prestigious international event. It's very expensive to join. So it attracts basically well-heeled people to participate and not just ordinary sportsmen. And it's got a promise of sort of linking Goa to sports in a way that the Mumbai Marathon, for example, has linked Mumbai to sports. People who participate here and win get to take part in the World Championship, World Triathlon, World Ironman Championship, and so on. I think we need to build on this. I think the government needs to know how precious this is and to invest more, if it is possible to invest more in this and build this thing up. The other aspect which
has to be done is that if we are going to host an iconic triathlon event, we need to have very good triathletes locally. We have made a big improvement. The first Ironman that was held had only 18 people from Goa participating. Last year we had close to 50, I think, people from Goa participating. So in 3 editions, we've had exponential sort of growth. But a lot needs to be done there further. There are 2 other disciplines in which Goa has both the potential to be very good for sportsmen, as well as the potential to hold iconic events. One of them is sailing, and one of them is open water swimming.
So these are the additional areas that Goa can invest in actually. And are you seeing good investment and support from the government in these areas?
Well, very encouragingly, this time for the national games, all the sports associations in Goa got quite a bit of funding, quite a bit of the funding they had asked for from the government. It came a little late, but it came. So I'm feeling a little encouraged about things to come.
Okay, that's good, Ashwin. Okay. So I thank you, Ashwin. So I'll move over to Nitin, maybe get some perspective from your side on building sports. You participated in sports, and you say you have been very active in sports. So maybe a couple of things. And also in the force, in the policing side, do you inculcate sports across?
In fact, I feel there is a culture of sports in Goa. Everybody has got an attitude towards sport. Most of the people participate in some or other form of the sports. In almost all we had 43 events in national games, activities in the national games. So everywhere Goa there was a participation. And in Goa is one place where we have almost all the national events, international events keep happening, just badminton or any of the sports. And one of the interesting things which I noticed was pickleball. Pickleball is like a new sport in the country, I would say, as far as I was concerned. That also there were participants for that. So it's not the point is like there is no dearth of sports in activities in Goa or the facilities in Goa or the events in Goa. Like international events are there, just like what he said, Ironman is there, a lot of participants come. We are able to give the facilities, the government has been able to support it. Everything we have been able to provide, even the national games which happens in big states like Gujarat and all, in a small state like Goa, we have been able to do a very marvelous show. So as far as your question is concerned, why the number of medals in Goa from Goa is less. I am not a Goan to make a comment, but as an objective person, as a person from the outside, as a layman looking at the Goa, I have seen Goa for last 3 years, I would say the population of Goa is very less and the competition is very low. That might be one of the reasons, because if you go and compare with the bigger states like Maharashtra or to some extent even Kerala, the population is 3 crore people. And in Goa, the population is in lakhs only. So you are competing with how many people? Okay, so that competition, like you become stronger and stronger when you compete, when you fight with more people. For example, I am fighting at my home with my brother. I feel I am stronger at my home. I go to the next house and there is a bigger guy there. As a wrestling, I am saying not fighting, okay? Like wrestling with a person, then you will say there are more powerful people there. So might be more competition, more intense training. We have to have that perspective in the minds of the people that your fights, you are not limited to Goa. You have to compete with people who are very strong, compete with people who have competed lakhs of people and come to the top. So that requires a lot of intense training, lot of attitude building, and there might be more exposure at a national level, I would say.
Thanks, Nitin. Just one follow-up thing, because you mentioned about a lot more people to participate. It's also linked to the population. but you also see the need for high performance, lot more centers coming up in Goa, invested from corporate, because I can see that happening in other states. For example, in Telangana, JSW, for example, they invest. Orissa is another state. Karnataka is another one. So do you see that high performance centers needs to come up just to ensure that you win more?
Investment, the performance in sports is also proportional to the investment as well. For example, I was told the recent good performance by our country was because of the large scale investment done by the government. So these states which you mentioned, they are also investing a lot. Our government is also investing a lot, but at the same time, not only about the infrastructure, it's also about the spirit inside the people also should actually be, I think it should not be limited, it should have a bigger picture. Like your fighting spirit should be till you reach that medal. So that actually you should actually go for more and more venues, seeking more and more standards, higher standards, then automatically I think Goa will be able to show its place. For example, in football, Goa is a big name because they played with the national level and all. So in that way, if in individual sports also the kids are able to compete at a higher level, kids are given a better coaching facilities. The coachings are good, but it's only limited to the fewer number of people. So more talent should come, and talent should be actually motivated also.
Thanks, Nitin. And so I'll move over to Ravi. Ravi, from a CEO perspective, I think everybody was talking about football, and everybody connects Goa with football, and obviously you are the CEO for FC Goa, which is very popular and successful club. So just give a perspective from your side in terms of football in general, what can be done, but also at a wider level sports from a Goa perspective.
Sure. So, I mean, I'll make a best attempt to sort of, put together the thoughts that Mr. Nitin and Mr. Ashwin put together and try and put the football angle in perspective as well. First thing that Sir mentioned was that, you need two things to happen for sporting, for states to become sporting hubs, right? One is international level events, right? So I'll speak on that from a footballing perspective. So I don't know how many people are aware, but actually ISL conducted 2 of its editions. We're talking about 8-month-long tournaments entirely in Goa in raging pandemics, right? It created an opportunity for tourism at that point in time, which nobody else could have even thought of, right? So you're talking about close to 150,000 room nights, right? That's huge investment. When these teams came, they came with a lot of requirements. They needed pitches, they needed, all the other supporting facilities that go with it. They need people to sort of help them with their laundry. They need all sorts of support, including basic stuff like ice makers and all that. We're all employed, right? So they've done that. So Goa has shown that it's capable of handling this. This is in the middle of the pandemic, right? Raging pandemic where no other state could put their hand up. So which means it alludes to sort of, the first introduction when you made that Goa does have the infrastructure, right? That's one. Second one, Goa hosted an international level tournament, which was the AFC Champions League. The participating clubs were us, a team from Qatar, a team from UAE, and a team from Iran. I'm talking about Qatar and UAE as being possible hosts as well, but they chose Goa as a destination because they felt like we had the infrastructural capabilities, right? So clearly there is demonstrable output there that shows that Goa is capable of hosting international experience, international level events. The problem is, at least in my perspective, both of those events came or were hosted in Goa as a consequence of something else happening. So the pandemic was a challenge, and not being able to travel to another country was a challenge, and therefore Goa took it up. It was an afterthought that was the reason why Goa was chosen as this thing. It's never been a proactive approach that, okay, let's try and see whether we can make Goa sporting hub. So there's far and few events that happen in Goa which do not have correlation one between the other, right? So the Ironman happens, great, we've got it kicked off. Will the next one happen here for sure in the next couple of years? So that is what we need to be thinking about. If you want to make it an international sporting hub, you need to be known as a state that can consistently hold events time and again, right? And to the second question, sort of, okay, we hold all these great sporting events and all that. To the second point that Sir mentioned, right? You need the talent also to be able to demonstrate it because people will then take interest. Society then engulfs itself in that sport, right? That happens when all this infrastructure that we're talking about that has been built up and all that is made accessible to the public, right? So it's great. Okay, we have some wonderful stadiums here, etc. and everything. There's so much money that was poured into the national games. I think the budget for that was around close to 500 crores and so forth, right? From that money that was spent, okay, some go into operational and organizational costs. The money that is left behind, that was used to build infrastructure, that is supposed to be the legacy of that event, how much of that is accessible to the public? I mean, the underlying theme, sort of, I've been sitting here for the entire day and hearing was that even athletes, or administrators, organizers are all crying out for access to infrastructure, access to funding, access to be able to demonstrate their talent, right? So I think that is what is sorely missing. That thought and that approach saying, okay, how can we connect the dots? The dots, there are plenty. Is there somebody there picking up a pen and saying, let me connect the lines and see whether we can make something more fruitful out of all of this?
No, very interesting thought. I think from the infra viewpoint, the issue most state government grapple is they have infra, but underutilized. So there is football stadium, there is multi-sports, but hardly used from a perspective. So I think that is the number one challenge that many states have to do that. They have the infra, but underutilized and not used. It's very
So if I can just allude to that as well, right? I mean, I'm telling you about, it sounds like I'm a great doomsday speaker, but if I give you the other perspective as well. So I play squash twice a week, right? I didn't know where to play in Goa. After the national games, the facility in Vasco da Gama became available. I have to pay $500 to go use it. I do that. But I also noticed that there's a lot of other young kids who have realized that that facility is available and they do it. But it's $500. I know some of those guys, and I asked them saying, guys, if this facility, because it's a fantastic facility, if you have to pay $2,500, would you do it? They said, we can't afford it. Mom and dad will support us to a certain point, but after that, I don't think I can, right? So that is one more piece of sort of, accessibility that we have to think about. And we're speaking a lot about infrastructure, which we're saying is brick and mortar, but what about the coaching infrastructure, the knowledge infrastructure, right? That's a big challenge as well. We need to ensure that while you have the great infrastructure in brick and mortar, do you have the right means and resources to back these buildings up?
Yeah, many things coming together actually. So thanks, Ravi. And so I'll move over to Sunil. Sunil heads the Goa Tourism Board, and then it'd be good to combine. The Honorary Minister spoke about combining sports and tourism to Goa, and that's a wonderful idea, because if you get that thing done, a lot of people will come in and they can also, because I was also looking at, when I come to Goa, can I play football here? So it's a thought that was running in my mind, because I play football regularly, and I wanted to make sure that, do you have an option for all the tourists coming to play the sports that they enjoy? Sunil, just can you give your perspective on what is being done and what can be done as well?
So, good evening all of you. One of my panelists mentioned about, for encourage any sports, mentioned about infrastructure. Second thing is, what is the government role? So precisely, and hosting of events consistent manner. These three are, very important and valid points. Let me pick up thread from there. To begin with, in terms of infrastructure, as FC CEO also mentioned, over a period of time, government has been investing a lot on infrastructure development, and at the same time, as you rightly mentioned about maintenance. Maintenance has been a challenge, and precisely government has been working on that particular aspect, not only building the assets, but also how to maintain in a sustainable manner. So that's thought has been given precisely, and we have been working on that particular aspect. Second thing is hosting of events. To begin with, as my tourism minister has been precisely mentioned about how governance has been working in a convergence model. For example, Goa is meant for tourism. Now precisely Goan Tourism Department focusing on Goa Beyond Beaches. Under the umbrella of Goa Beyond Beaches, now we are preferring quality over quantity. In this theme, under the framework of Goa Beyond Beaches, now we have been focusing on how to attract high-end tourists, so that average length of stay, their spending capability, and we are focusing on connectivity, in terms of domestic Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and international destinations. Then only we'd be able to attract and high-end tourists, and that would boost local economy. So precisely on this, in these aspects, and whatever we are doing, at the end of the day, it should benefit to the local communities. That's the end result. So we have been focusing on that. And in terms of hosting activities, Ironman 70.3, last 2022, 23, 24, and another 5 years we are going to partner with them with the sponsorship from the government of Goa and the tourism department. And not only that, but also, as my minister also mentioned, more than 5,500 nights and across the globe. And not only in terms of attracting, but also outreach towards the world. That's the best part what we are looking for. And apart from that, if you look at World Pro Beach Volleyball, so we have got stiff competition from even states like Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu. In spite of that, Goa became the destination for pro beach volleyball, and government has supported, and government overnight we have supported, and we build the infrastructure to attract more than 20 plus and 5 continents and more than, I think, 1 billion viewers across the world. That's how we have promoted, and that's the way, to maintain that consistency. And next year, of course, and by looking at performance and support from the government, they are coming forward also. And World Table Tennis, again, one more incident, one more activity. There, today only we have approved from the government side another 3 years host city partnership we are going to do with the World Table Tennis. So these are the various activities. These are the government side we have been pushing, and we are attracting high-end tourists. And apart from that, if you look at hinterland tourism, what are we doing for the rural communities? How are we promoting their economic well-being, livelihood opportunities? So this is where our government focus is predominantly on, especially rural women. So for that, recently, if you could look at adventure race, we have conducted adventure race. It is a completely, eco-based sports model, and we have established the tracks and systems in rural areas where, domestic and foreign travels came all together. They have participated. They established trails and treks, and subsequently local communities benefited from that initiative. This is the what governance is all about, thriving for to benefit the local communities.
Okay. So I think what you're saying is quite a number of activities are being done at this point of time. I just wanted to look at one more angle, and maybe I get a quick view from each of you. I think many states are investing in one sport, and today also the idea was that rather than put 20 sports into the whole thing, maybe focus on 1 or 2 sports at best, actually. I know Goa football will be natural. Cricket, obviously, it's everybody in India does that, so there is no relation to that. But if you pick up one more sports that Goa can really build on and become a hub, like for example, hockey to some extent, Orissa is the hub right now from a global standpoint. Do you see any of this from your standpoint? So maybe we can go in the same order, Ashwin, and anything from, not triathlon, but anything else.
The thing is that you'd concentrate on a sport that you are good at. Goa is good at a lot of things. For example, we've been winning medals in Taekwondo, for example. It's a strange sport. I mean, somebody here spoke about Taekwondo in between. But Goa has been winning medals at the national level in Taekwondo for a long time now, consistently. Okay. My point is that concentrating on sports sort of in a command way, that this is what we want to build, is not a good idea, and it should build the other way. We need not that much support, actually. I mean, for example, let me give you the example of triathlon, since we, in the national games, we got a 5th place in the women's this thing, which is not bad at all for such a small state. The girl who won it is 24. If we had a chance to build that girl from the time she was 12, for example, I think she might have won. But, it's very difficult to convince parents, for example, that their children should take part in a sport where they have to cycle along the road at 35 kilometers an hour to 40 kilometers an hour when there's traffic on that road. It's very hard for us to get road closure, even though we want road closure only on a place, for example, where there's an alternative route for vehicles to go. But if we get these small sort of push from the government, we can produce much, much better results. Before this, for example, in triathlon, we've got a women's gold medal. about 5 years ago. Unfortunately, that girl got injured and couldn't come back to the sport, so she was out. But where Goa has geographical strengths in things like I said, in open water swimming,
Yeah.
in sailing.
So a lot of water sports.
These are
yeah.
natural things,
Yeah.
and you can build international events. Let me give you just one example. India used to host World Enterprise Championship. Enterprise is a very outdated boat, but our Navy has a lot of them, and the Navy controls sailing in Goa, in India. So they wanted to hold Enterprise World Championships. This was in the 80s, 90s, sorry, not 80s. The people who control Enterprise worldwide told them that we'll do it in India if it's done in Goa. So Goa has a natural sort of claim to these kind of sports, and we should make the most
of it, actually. So, Nathan?
I'm not a sports expert to say like which are the sports where Goa can be good, but based on the feedback which I get and based on the geographical area and all, I would say volleyball, beach volleyball, we have very good performing people. In fact, I've seen from police department also, there are people who have reached to Asia. Beach volleyball is one thing. And second thing is like, since we have the sea and swimming is a very good option. And what he said, sailing is also a good option. And triathlon is also a good option. See, but it was very surprising. I used to follow up triathlon very closely when that national games was happening because they used to train along with us. So when they were training with us, they appeared like to be the best. But when you compare with the other states, we still have a lot to go. So basically what I would say, like instead of concentrating any particular games or something, you should concentrate on the personality. You should concentrate on the individual, and if the individual has got good caliber, good capability, we should invest in him or her so that they get the best facilities, they are ready to take up the challenges, they are having a competitive spirit, and most important thing what he said is also consistency. Like it's a balance between the life and it's a big gamble too. It's a big gamble too. Like I have seen some gymnastics and all, it's like there are a lot of chances of getting hurt. Yeah, so you have to identify the person. So there should be a better process to identify the people with the caliber and keep stage-wise, keep checking, improving, and if you say they are very good, just push them more and more.
Thanks, Nitin. I think you mentioned picket ball, and that's a sport that is picking up in India in big way. But if you go and try to buy a racket of picket ball, it costs 6,000 rupees at minimal. So I think prohibitively expensive at this point of time. You go to US and try to buy it, it's the same. It's 8,000 or something. So uniformly they've kept it as a high-end sports. Interesting when you mentioned picket ball. So over to you, not football, anything else?
No, I mean, I'll be very honest. I'll give a bit of a tongue-in-cheek answer here. There's two ways that I would like to answer your question. The first approach is saying, okay, how do we make a mark on the global stage, right? One, we pick up sports that are not widely participated in across the rest of the world and stuff. And I'll give you a great example. It's a cricket sport called cricket, I believe. I think we do fantastically well there. 11 countries played. We're the best in the world in that without having won any world championships of late, right? Or the second approach is you make sport of all kinds accessible to everybody and let nature take its course, right? Give your best attention to making each opportunity an opportunity to excel, and then let it happen. Because I'll disagree a little bit with Nitin sir when he said, that Goa's population is small and therefore, the challenges obviously are, of course, in the world, there's always going to be somebody who's going to push the limits further and higher, right? But if Iceland with 200,000 people can qualify for the World Cup and Uruguay with 3 million people can produce world-class players who play in Liverpool and the likes, I am pretty sure that India with a population of 1.4 billion can produce one footballer. We're not saying 11, one footballer who can make it to the top, right? So when the first guy breaks the glass barrier, people are interested. because we are a country that likes our heroes. So when one guy breaks the glass barrier, then maybe you create an opportunity to jump onto something much bigger.
Bang on, Ravi. I think if you create icons in each sports, that sports jumps up actually. You look at badminton or anything. Sunil, over to you, I think.
So my perspective would be, see that one size fit approach doesn't work for for entire states, because Goa has its own unique USP. For example, in terms of geography, we have endowed with Western Ghats, mountains, rivers, whatnot. So based on that aspect, so we are promoting water-based sports activities. That is one of the USP of our state. Then apart from that, in earlier panelists also there are windsurfing and badminton, and so precisely we need to focus on personalities to generate inculcate such type of sports culture. That's the
Sure. No, thanks for that actually. I think so what I'm generally getting is not one sport, but look at the mass base and like more, I think Goa is like an international country where the per capita is high, everybody's education levels are high, so they can decide on themselves, give the option to play all the game. So I have about 7 more minutes as per this. So I'm opening it up for any question from the audience to any of the panelists.
Good evening. So I agree with Ravi ji, what he has said. From the morning we are hearing about infrastructure developing in Goa. After national games, lot of infrastructure has come in equipments, but we don't know where the equipments are now. So no infrastructure is there in Goa. Also as said, so we require better coaches to develop the sportsmen. That is also not available in Goa. So I just want to tell that what Ravi has said, it is not accessible, even though the national game or Lusophonia Games has organized by the Goa, it is not accessible for the budding sportsmen at. Thank you.
So Ravi, the question is, maybe you want to take it up, Ashwin? Yeah.
I agree with him. For example, there are sports which have huge amounts of coaches. And there are sports like mine, for example, or sailing, for example, which have no coaches, not a single. We do not have a single government-paid coach for our sport. So this imbalance needs to be addressed somewhere. So I'm not saying that the disciplines which have lots of coaches don't need them, but the disciplines that have no coaches need them definitely. So.
Anybody wants to take the first part of, he's also saying that the infra is built up but not used. It's a general issue, I know, but anybody wants to, anybody aware of what is being done? Or Sunil?
So maybe that honorable sports minister is also in front of us, I think. So I think I'm sure he must address that, in subsequent session.
No, I think
I'd like to ask one question.
We'll wait for him to answer that question. Okay.
I'd like to ask one question to the panelists. Is there some kind of science or technology, whether we can use that to identify which sport a child can be good at from the young age? I believe that Michael Phelps, somebody like Phelps, was good at swimming, and that's how he had longer legs, and he could enter into that particular sport and win a lot of gold medals. So if we have that kind of a system coming, where we identify which sport a particular child can be good at, and start grooming that child from that age for that particular sport.
Ravi, you want to take it? But
Sure, I'll try and give it a crack. I mean, without trying to disregard your thought completely, I'll speak again from football because that's where I have a little bit more this thing on it. Lionel Messi, till he was 12 years old, was told that he can't walk properly, right? He had to take steroid treatment, and Barcelona Football Club paid for it for him to go from Argentina all the way to Spain and relocated his family and ensured that, right? So if at 12 itself we start discarding players from saying, okay, because he's too short and he's not fit enough, or he doesn't have the size, or in future he will not become a player, then maybe we might perhaps not have had the sort of, the pleasure of seeing the best player that has ever graced the planet on our TV screens ever. So if you start doing that and start profiling at such a young age, you never know, right? Because there are some sportsmen who blossom at a very late age and some sportsmen who show potential right away, right? But they also fade away. So I think you should let each individual take their own directions, because the journey is also what's important, and it's what makes them stronger. So if you ask me and what my opinion was, I'd say let nature take its course and see how best we can, help that, rather than try and see if we can change the course of that.
So Ravi is saying nurture versus nature. So I think that's a route. But there's a whole of sports science as an area. So it's a separate topic in itself. So I think I had a question. So maybe
Yeah, my question is for Ravi. I mean, when we talk about sports and sports hub, I mean, it's also, especially for a club, it's also about developing a community around it. So can you tell us, I mean, what FC Goa has done over the last 10 years in terms of building a community around the club in the state?
Right. I mean, so when the owners sort of took over the club, right, the existing owners, for them it was very important that FC Goa, I mean, Goans are very fiercely proud of their identity, and rightfully so, right, because they have it a little bit more distinct to the rest of the country. So the first thing for us was, let's create a club that is Goan-centric first. So the players in our youth teams are ideally Goan. 90% of the players that play in our youth teams are Goan. There's a few players who are, of course, talent also then has to take center stage, and there are a few players who come in there. We try and engage with our local communities quite a bit, right? So I heard Mr. Dempo in the morning as well speaking about it, and engaging with your community is very important. So rather than reducing the pool of players that we can train, what we do in partnership with our sister foundation, the Sportstar Goa Foundation, is create platforms for footballers to play. So FC Goa on its books has only about 150 footballers, right? Whether they're professional or amateur, keeping that aside, there's 150 registered footballers in our books. But FC Goa also provides a platform for close to 1,800 kids between the ages of 6 and 12 to participate and compete on a weekly basis for 38 weeks in a year, right? Barring the schedule because of holidays or festivals or exams, etc. There's 38 weeks as a minimum where each kid gets to participate, right? And how do these teams come about? It can be teams that have come together from schools. It can be local communities. It can be a bunch of parents who put together a team. It can be coaching academies that they go to. There's no restriction. Is there a restriction on gender? No. Why do we try and do this and keep it as open as possible? Because when communities are built up and when people begin to believe that their son or their daughter from their next door neighbor or from the street down the road can possibly aspire to go to the very top, then automatically the affinity and the culture for the sport is built, right? So for us, that is the primary thing. So for us, it's always, what will our local Goan fans think about the club and what image do we represent for our state? Because it's a responsibility that we've been given. And as custodians, what are we doing to ensure that their identity is represented at the national stage?
Can I have one more question for Mr. Walson?
Yeah, please, please.
For you, I wanted to know, I mean, you picked a sport like triathlon. I mean, why did you pick that? And you obviously had overcome a huge challenge in your life, and the whole triathlon community, I mean, which is again very, very strong. How did that help you in your battle?
Basically, once I came out of the disease, see, cancer is not like one-time fight. It's a lifelong fight. Like people who have exposure or any experience with cancer, cancer has always got a chance of relapse. It has got a chance of comeback and all. And one thing which I asked doctor was like, why I got cancer. So he said there is no reason, anybody can get the chance of cancer. Then second thing was like, most important thing you have to do was like to make sure that you do a disciplined life and make sure that you live a very disciplined and routine life so that you don't expose yourself to something which attracts or restarts that thing. Second thing was like, I had a lot of steroids. I had 6 cycles of chemo, lots and lots of medicines. I had 2 times COVID. So my weight was like close to 95-100 kgs. So I actually was a person who was a little bit particular about my appearances. And I started thinking of doing some workout which sheds my weight. So it requires a target. It's a long, big kg, and I can't do any dieting because I am supposed to follow a food pattern. I have to eat properly. I can't do any dieting. So I thought like initially I will prepare for some marathon or something, some daily running and all. So that is when my friend, even Neil is here. Neil exposed me to the Ironman thing. So Neil said it's a mix of three. There is a swimming part, there is a cycling part, and there is a running part. So running is little intense because it puts direct pressure on the legs. Cycling is mainly machine, but still your body is involved. And swimming is something which is like a physio. So it's a mix of the games. For example, one day you run 15 kilometers at very fast pace, your body is tired, you have a lot of damages in the entire body. Next day, you swim for 1 kilometer, the entire thing which has got damaged will be compensated in the next thing. And it was a slow and scientific process. So I think I enjoyed that process. Okay, there was a discipline to it. You have a target every day. You have to change the food. The food you are eating is different because you have to have more endurance, more strength. So it actually started reflecting upon my personality. It started reflecting upon my confidence level. So I actually took it as like a discipline. Like Neil always used to say, Ironman is not an event. Ironman is a discipline. So it became part of a discipline. I started enjoying it. And since it is balanced, there is cycling, there is swimming, there is running. So I think it didn't put much damage on the body. And through consistent scientific process, I was able to achieve it.
And what he said, I mean, will the cyclists and the runners in Goa have no traffic roads from now on?
These challenges are there everywhere. If you go to Bangalore,
I can answer.
Bangalore, there you can see people cycling. And you know Bangalore traffic. So challenges are there everywhere. It's not about the challenges, it's about how you overcome them, that I would say.
So,
like, our roads are better. Our Miramar road to Donapola. Even I trained almost my entire training I did from Donapola to Bambolim. Donapola to Bambolim is the stretch. I would have cycled close to 1,000-2,000 kilometers there. The Ironman route was the highway. But I trained maximum on that because there it is safer. So that's how it is. You have challenges, you take the gamble, or I don't know, you can't say it's a gamble. You have to go for it.
So answering your question, your chances of reaching a destination faster in cycle than a auto or anything else in Bangalore. The traffic is like that. So cycling has a better chance there actually. Yeah, I think time is up. Really appreciate all of you for giving insights. So I was under the impression that not significant investments, but hearing each of you, there is investment, there is multi-sports, and good to go. And with the per capita on the infra that is built up, it can only get better. And hope we get a lot more medals in the Asian Games, Olympic from high performance, which will propagate a lot more people coming in. Thank you very much, Ashwin, Nitin, Ravin, and Sunil. Appreciate your time, and thanks for the audience as well. Thank you. Give them a big hand.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Well, that was definitely a very interesting session that we had with all the diverse views. And now may I request you to kindly hand over the mementos, a token of appreciation to all our panelists. Can we please give another round of applause for all the gentlemen on stage? Well, the most crucial arm of sports function for state is policy. The government is one of the most important stakeholders in ensuring the health of the sports ecosystem. It is my honor and privilege to invite the Honorable Sports Minister of Goa, Shri Govind Gowde, to deliver the keynote address for this event. But just to introduce the gentleman, Shri Govind Gowde is the member of the Goa Legislative Assembly from the Priol constituency in North Goa district. He is currently serving the Minister of Sports, Art and Culture. He oversaw the successful hosting of the 37th National Games by the state and has been championing the push for better infrastructure and support to the athletes in the state. With a huge round of applause, can we please welcome the gentleman on the dais.
A very good evening to ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'm very much thankful to the Sportstar for organizing this sports conclave in the state of Goa, which is taking the sports to the next level as we have organized the 37th National Games Goa 2023. I was just listening to the panelist regarding the sports culture, how we want to develop the sports, what is the role, and the last question which has been come from the audience regarding there is a lot of equipments which has been brought up in the state of Goa for successful organization of the national games, and whether our infrastructure which has been created is put in place or it is in useful for the athletes or not. But before I start, I will just say that in the state of Goa, it is a great moment and the proud moment for the Goans. For organizing the 37th National Games was a dream, which was a dream of the every Goan. And the entire Indian players, athletes, the professionals, and everyone was looking forward for hosting and participated in the state of Goa. But while hosting the 37th National Games, it is not an easy task, but it is a very challenging work. And of course, we had a very sleepless nights, almost for 3 months prior to the our commencement of the games. But if we want to organize any kind of game or the tournament, we need to have a very meticulous planning. And that is what, as per, this is not my statement, it is the statement of my all young athletes, the budding minds, who has commented, and also the experienced people who have been to the different games, for example, the Asian Games, Olympic Games, and they have made a statement that it was the finest organization about the 37th National Games. And we had given our best to welcome all the athletes. In terms of hospitality is concerned, Goa is very honest and hospitality is taking at the top priority, and that is why Atithi Devo Bhava, this phrase is very important to the Goan. I am very much thankful to the each and every the sports person who has given the inputs at the right time. Also, their suggestions had made these 37th National Games very great success as per all the reports are concerned. But my dear friends, sports is such a field where we have to always tackle each and every difficulties. If we go back long, 40 years back or 30 years of time, I think there was no good infrastructure in the entire country. But still, our Indian athletes were shining at the entire globe. There are some difficulties, but we cannot avoid it. For example, the coaches are concerned. Once upon a time, the coaches were totally, they were giving the best with their local talent. Local talent, what I will say that they have not passed out their NIS and all that. Now everybody is asking for the NIS coach, and it is mandatory for the government to consider that qualification, because unless and until we not have a professional coaches, it is very difficult. But let us be very practical. Apart from these NIS coaches or the well-professional coaches, the experience counts. The person who has put everything during his practice, but he don't have a degree, that makes a difference. If we go for the, as per the actual, their qualification or desirable requirements, it is very difficult us to find out a kind of coaches what we are expecting. This issue was also been addressed during the national conference, sports national conference, in the presence of the honorable our sports minister and union minister for sports, Shriman Anuragji, and every secretaries of the respective states, every ministers of the respective states, and the person from the sports fraternity has raised this is the only issue that we do not have a sufficient coaches. Now, the question before the government and the question before the athletes, from where we should get the coaches. There are coaches who has got a very handsome the qualification, but what about the results? We, being me as a sports minister for the state of Goa, I am having a lot of coaches, but what is the result? What is the outcome? I'll be very vociferous at this conclave, because I'm very sorry to say that also, because frequently I'm saying this. Not only this is my concern, this is the concern of all the ministers whenever we have attended the national conference, that most of the coaches in the government, they are not taking very seriously. Now, what is the reason? Then who has to be held responsible? That is a big question. Sports is running on the basis of the federations and the association. Now, these associations, these federations plays a very vital role in upliftment of the sports. But I would have not say the 100%, but the 70% of these associations who chairing the different position are only meant for the position. Everything you cannot expect from the government, whether it is a central government or whether it is a Goa government. My simple question to all these people, before asking a question to the government, you should ask this question to self, what is the contribution we have given into the field? Then if everything will be taken care of the government, why we require the association? Why we need the federations? Let the government take the show ahead. That is my point. But it is a responsibility, and as far as I am not going to talk about the past, but whenever I shoulder the responsibility of the sports department, there will be no athletes, there will be no association who has approached me or my department for want of infrastructure. I am always positive, and even though it is not in the capacity, it is not in the capabilities, I've assured them for the 100% whatever the existing infrastructure is there. But every associations, every federations, they don't want to put more efforts. There are few. And particularly, the sports is not particular about the 40 days of time when the games are going to be commenced. But it has to be a continuously practice and practice and practice and practice. But what is the role of the today's athletes or the associations or the federation? What I've experienced in these 2 years of time, that everybody wants to be a king, direct king. But to the best of my knowledge, if we want to become a king in the respective field, first of all, they have to shoulder the responsibility or the role of the pawn. Then only it is possible. And whenever a person is sitting to the king's chairs on their individual field, I think whatever the difficulties, whatever the hardships they have faced to reach from the grassroots level to the captainship or the king level, they have crossed a very thorny journey that nobody is admiring, that nobody is calculating. But whenever we want to become a king or whenever we want to become a very professional or the laurels winner, medal winner, then we have to come. There is no shortcut for the sports. There is no shortcut for the anything. There is no shortcut for the success. And that is why I'm just giving one example. I think everybody now, the cricket word has been uttered on this by the panelists and from the audience also. Sourav Ganguly has been born and brought up in the king's family. But he has also played a vital role of the 12th man. He is supposed to give a towel, he is supposed to give a gloves or anything, whatever the 11 players which is required at the field. He has never said that because I am born to that king's family, it is not my duty. What is the problem, the major problem in the minds of the athletes, of the players? This work I have to do. That should not be happen because our thoughts should be very transparent. Because sports, there is no any caste community creed. There is no any rich person. Everybody. And because the sports, especially the 90% of sports athletes has come from the very weaker background. If we take the example of the Virat Kohli, once upon a time, we all the people, Indians, were asked him to resign, to take the retirement. But because he was not playing, he was not batting properly. But after consistency and after having a 3 years of game and focusing on that particular profession, he has come back into the game, cricket game, and now he is playing century after century and after century. My intention is only to tell this. The focus and the practice is very important. But what is happening among the athletes who are playing for the country, who are playing for the state, that if we lose for 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, we are changing our professions. And what is the root cause? Root cause is the parent. Root cause is the association. Root cause is the federation, because they have to give a motivating skill. They want to counsel to their player. Then only it is possible that player to be into the game. There are so many examples. If we take Mary Kom, who has also invited for the 37th National Games, without any resources, he bounced at the world. How is possible? Were there any resources when she has played for the world, for the India? No. But instead of blaming for the non-availability of this infrastructure, it is very wrong. Existing infrastructure which is already there in the every part, I think with that existing infrastructure, we have to give the best. What is success? Success is not mean by creating It is mean that having the worst and giving the best in their life. And that is what we have to achieve. Arjit Singh, when he was thrown out from the Indian Idol, now he is charging 5 crores rupees in a one show, 2.5 hours of time. He has not changed his profession. We have to focus on this point, whether the strong athletes is going to change the profession or not. Most of the time, our athletes are changing the professions. If I take an example of the Michael Holding, who was a very strong player, he was out of the game, but still he bounced back. Somebody has taken the name of the Michael Phelps. What is the story of the Michael Phelps? This is the inspiring stories have to be told to these athletes. Then only it is possible us to go ahead with the medals, or we can fly high. But nobody is doing this. Everybody is blaming for the infrastructure. Everybody is blaming for the government. But that is why I put my simple question, what government is doing, that it is the people who should ask what we have contributed. What we have contributed for the sporting field. And I am very sorry. There is a lot of politics. Actually, politics has to be played by the politician. But politics has been played in the associations. It is in the federation. Who are going to complain with this? This is we, the sports star, the news media has to come out with the, when it is very easy to talk against the government. But what is the wrong deeds has been done by this? There is every association, there is every federation, there is a quarrel. For whom? Where we are going to go with this quarrel? Or we are spoiling the life of that athletes. I am talking very, I am talking in this very experientially. We are having athletes who has got the speed of the deer who is running almost 80 kilometers per hour. But even though they are running 80 kilometers per hour, a cheetah who is running 60 kilometers per hour, cheetah gets the deer into the trap. Why? Because deer is looking back whether this cheetah is come or trapping her, he is going to kill me or not. There is a fear in the minds of the deer, and that is why the deer comes into the trap of the cheetah or the tiger. It's the same way. It is the same way. The associations and the federations are many people from among that management is after the athletes. Because they are having a fear in their minds. If we complain about the federation people, if we complain about the association people, they are going to ruin our sporting life. That is a fear in the minds of the athletes. These are the things we have to think at distinct level. Then only it is possible our sports to take to the next level. My dear friends, I think most of the athletes who are sitting over here, sometimes they are also joining to the gym, or they were supposed to go into the gym. But a person who is going into the gym for 5 years, he's after practicing, he is lifting the heavy weights. A person joins 5 days of time, he cannot lift that weight what 5 years person is lifting. Because his mind has to be very strong. I'm always telling that legends are not born in the hospitals. Legends hospital में पैदा नहीं होते. Legends तो सड़कों पर ठोकरे खा के बनते हैं. How many athletes or how many people has motivated, has given a platform to this kind of people? We are investing a lot of money for the different kind of parties, for the different our gesture of life. But whose concern it is? It is not the concern of us people to promote one athlete, to take the responsibility of the athletes who can give a name and fame to my country. And that is what we are requiring. That is what the discussion, the debate has to be done at the every level. There are so many people who are spending a lot of money from their pockets because afterward, we have to give something back to the country. And that is why the sports is such a field where we have to always focus and we have to promote the talent. While selection of the team also, I think there is a lot of confusion what I faced in the 37 national games. In the every association, I'm not talking about my state, but every state I'm talking about. Last moment, when we are going to select the team, it is possible a teamwork, or coordination, or cooperation. There should be a mutual understanding about the player. First of all, they should understand their minds. Then only it is possible we can expect a result from them. It is the responsibility of the association. It is the responsibility of the federation. It is you cannot hold a responsible only for the government. Government for the 37th national game, government has given has rendered every support. Every support. But after giving a support, these are the only people, from the association's people, whether it is possible Goa, it is not possible Goa to hold the national games. They will spoil the name. These are all our people were talking about my national games. Because they have not prepared. Because we have prepared. The person who is going to take the initiative, he knows what is the time management, how we have to plan. We have got, because I always admire the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, who is very important, who has played a very vital role in planning, running the government, everything. The how to get with the time management, how to get the proper planning, and we also know. Actually, it was the responsibility of the association, the federation, or all the people who is wanted, because after we are playing for our country, these people have started, and I started receiving the call from the different federation. There is no preparation has been going on, taken place in the state of Goa. Then how we are going to? Because for answering this question, I have wasted my time, lot of time. Even lot of tensions also has been arose at that time. So these are the things when we are not going to support each other, when we are not going to shoulder the responsibilities, or when we are not going to help to each other, it is not possible us to take the sports to the next level. Once upon a time, our Honorable Prime Minister, Shriman Narendra Ji Modi, was preaching only for the tourism industry. Last 2 years back, Narendra Modi, wherever he is going outside the country, he is preaching only about the sports. Because in the national education policy also, the government has taken every care that the sports personality and the art and culture person will be given a very due recognition. That is the one sort of a motivation. But where we are thinking about, whom we are holding responsible, that is the biggest question we have to answer. And then only it is possible, all of us, because it is a teamwork. And now every athlete, somebody has uttered that the Michael Phelps is having a very long leg, that's why he has clinched a lot of medals. I'm very sorry about this, what I have said. Because once upon a time, if we take the example of the Mike Tyson, at 40 years back or 50 years back, the coaches or the selection was on the basis of the how tall he is, how his shoulder is big, everything. Now, after becoming a champion for so many decades, a small Tengu, a Mike Muhammad Ali, is defeating to the 5 times champion. Now there are so many athletes, I have understand that it is not on that line. Because we have to work very smartly. The smart work itself having a 5 letters, that is the SMART, it always defines that S stands for specific. Do we have a specific goal? Or whenever we are going to train to an athlete, whenever we are shouldering the responsibilities, do we have the specific goal of after certain years of time where we are going to reach? M stands for miserable. Miserable means whether that athletes or any person, when we are going to hand the shoulder responsibility, whether it is possible him to take the responsibilities. A stands for achievable, whether that person can be achieve the goal or not, because these all answer the things to be answered. R stands for realistic, T stands for time bound. When we are going to, because once upon a time there was a very high importance to the hard work. Now hard work has been replaced by the smart work. Smart word, because that word has got a very powerful meaning. Everybody is working very hard. Every person who is born in this world is working very hard for his bread and butter or for his goal, achieving goals. But for achieve the goals, what we required is that the motivation. What we required is that the support. What we required is that positive attitude, positive approach, the perseverance, the persistence, passion, positive energy, everything what we want into that chosen selection of these athletes. And that is why when we are going to come together, then only it is possible. Let us take the politics aside, because we should not, politics should not be entered into the sports. That is the first stand, because I think most of the association people are sitting over here. Being me as a sports minister, I have never called up to them, Baba, you take this person, you take that person, but I'm giving strict instruction to my association or the selection team. You have to give the opportunities to the athletes or the players who is going to select on their merits. On their merits. Merit speaks everything. Then only it is possible to achieve or expect something from the athletes. And this is what this conclave, and I'm very much thankful to the Sportstar who is giving each and every the reports from the entire globe. And by listening this or reading this, everyone has to understand, but nobody is talking. Who wants? It is not for me. Though I am a Goan, though I am an Indian, why I have to take the enmity of the other people from that group? We should have a daring to pin out. We should have that daring to ask the question. I'm welcoming, because the day one I've shouldered the responsibilities, I've asked all the associations, all the federation, all the players, whatever you want to ask, you ask us, whatever the best service we can, we'll definitely deliver, because we are here to give the best services to my Goans, the athletes, to my Indian players. And that is the government and the organizations or the clubs has to work together. I'm not going to say more on this. But I think most of the people will hurt this keynote address also. I know that, but I'm a straightforward man. I do not fear to anybody in this world, because I have reached over here after doing a struggle. I am not begged for any ticket in front of any party and all that. I have got elected and independently. After 17 years of struggle, I had been over this position. And that is why I take this opportunity. Though we are a very small group, we have a lot of potential. We have got that much capacity. We have that much abilities, but only there is a communication. There is a miscommunication. There is a communication gap. And somebody is talking, and with the advice of someone, and that if we are going to listen and to answer or to defame the image of anything, then I think it is improper. And that is why I will urge to my youth minds over here that we have to come together for upliftment of these sports, and we have to show that in the entire world, yes, Bharat to Mahashaktishali banega. And whenever we are going to reach to the each and every corner, then only it is possible us to take our India to the greatest height. I thanks each and everyone over here. And I am very much thankful for the Sportstar for giving me the also opportunity to say a few words in front of you. And I hope I have not taken your more time, but still very much thankful and have a comfortable and a pleasant stay, whoever come from the outside the Goa. Thank you very much.
Sir, I would request you to kindly stay back. That shows, sir, there is a sports person. He's already running. Well, thank you so much, sir. Can we please give a round of applause? But as you are here, we have something even more special to do. And I would request you to kindly hand over the Hero Unsung Champion Award. And it is my privilege to call upon the renowned football coach, Levino Dias. Well, Mr. Dias has represented Goa as a player in the nationals and tournaments like the Santosh Trophy. He has played for various clubs in Goa's first division. After retiring as a player, he took up coaching. He has mentored players across several first division clubs in the state. He is amongst the pioneers who championed the women's game in the state. He has also taken his expertise to the rural areas to give them a taste of the state's favorite game. Sir, may I please request you to kindly share a few words? Can we please give another round of applause? And now, without further ado, I would request Mr. Suresh Balakrishna, the Chief Revenue Officer, the Hindu Group, and Mr. Eon Sen Gupta, the editor for Sportstar, to kindly join us on stage and kindly felicitate and we thank sir for being here. Once again, thank you so much, sir, for gracing this occasion with your presence. And unfortunately, you know, it is almost bringing us to the last session. And it is a way of celebrating the state in ways only those who adopt it as home can do. Several sports persons have found themselves at home in Goa. Some have even relocated here and brought themselves into the Goan way of life. One such resident is here with us today, former Indian cricketer and Gujarat Titan, head coach Mr. Ashish Nehra. We have known his exploit on the cricket field. It is now time for a fireside chat with the man on being at home in Goa. To lead this session, I now request our veteran sports journalist, Mr. Vijay Lokapalli, to kindly join us on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for him once again? Well, he's just here. Well, I was mentioning about the hashtag. All those who've been taking pictures and have been participating actively, we request you to do not forget to upload all the pictures, all your videos, all your tweets using the hashtag Sportstar Conclave. And can we please give another round of applause as we have Mr. Ashish Nehra here with us. And like I said, the veteran sports journalist, Mr. Vijay Lokapalli, is also here. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Hello.
Good evening, everyone. Honorable Sports Minister, my colleagues, and some esteemed sportsmen in the audience. I don't have to introduce the gentleman on my right. We have seen him perform for India, win matches, especially the 2003 World Cup game against England is still vivid. And we had a conversation that evening. It was one unforgettable day. And Ashish has been my Delhi mate, but now he's a Goan. I don't know how many of you would know that he now lives in Goa, and he's been here for the last 7 years. Welcome, Ashish. We have met and spoken so many times in Delhi, but first time in Goa. Now, how do you, what would you say about your experience in Goa so far? You've been here for almost 7 years.
Good evening, everyone. It's been great, and like you just mentioned that I have moved 7 years back, but before that, Goa is a place I've been coming for good 20 years, 25 years. But yeah, last 7 years, no complaints, have been fantastic. I don't spend that much time here, I would love to. As much time as I can, I'll try to spend here with family commitment and all that. But it has been great place, and less traffic. I mean, I can't see that in last 4 or 5 years, especially North Goa, it's been more and more crazier. So, but that's India or that's world everywhere. But so far it has been great. Kids love it. I love it. Like I just said, whenever I can, I just run back home. I mean, anybody would love to run back home, but I just try even more or make it extra effort even for a day because it's Goa.
Yeah, but what brought you to Goa? Delhi is such a nice place.
Simple answer, my wife. See, like I just said, I always like Goa, and in Delhi, I'm not that sort of a person, and wife is also, she grew up outside India. So after kids, we wanted a little quieter place and less traffic, and come from Delhi now, or not Delhi, around Delhi or even Bombay, big cities, when you talk about so much pollution. So she was very keen to stay in a place where there's less hectic and less polluted, and it really worked for us.
Do you have any cricketing memories from Goa?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds funny. I'm someone who didn't play too much under 16, under 19, and that much junior cricket, started playing very late. But I came to Goa first time 1994 to play one under 16 game at Panjim Gymkhana. So that was the first trip, and after that for good 8-10 years I didn't come, but then again it started. So that was my first memory, and Goa has, or like any other state or any other city, has changed a lot since then, but it's very fresh in my mind, you know, although it was long time back.
Yeah, and how much are you aware of the cricket in Goa? I mean, I just saw somebody coming and talking to you about the local cricket.
Not that much, to be very honest, with my commitments and all that, although my house is next to GCA, Porvarim, which is a lovely ground. But now, yeah, see, Goa, we have seen players earlier also played IPL, and Goa has been doing better and better when you talk about things like Ranji Trophy, which is a great site. And going forward, you can only hope that there'll be more grounds, more facilities. And see, here we are discussing a sport like cricket, which whenever you talk, and especially with someone, the people, they play other sport, majority of them, and I can understand that why they might envy or, you know, they don't like cricket that much, because they also feel that they are working so hard, but they don't get that much recognition, and, you know, platform is not there. And here I'm talking about cricket, and still I'm saying, because you are talking about Goa. But again, I'm very hopeful that going forward, things will get better. There are grounds. And again, in the end, I am a firm believer that if there is a will, there is a way. And that comes from the sports person himself, or, you know, either he or she, whatever you're talking about. We can't say that, you know, infrastructure is not there. That's why players are not coming in any sport. You know, we were sitting outside and we were discussing Saina Nehwal or Sandhu or Neeraj Chopra. They are also come from a sport and they have done so well. So you have to have that desire, and then you will definitely find a way. Yes, authorities or whoever people are in charge, they always try to do it. But as a sports person, my suggestion to youngsters or people, they are trying to make it. Everybody is not going to make it, and I don't know the language of or what you call success or what you call as a parent or friend make it. But things are getting better, there is no doubt about it, in India, and not only Goa, everywhere, I would say.
Yeah, and Ashish, Goa, football is a very special place in Goa. And you are a big football fan. So
Yeah,
can you
I
just
mean,
tell us about...
that's why I didn't play much junior cricket, because I used to play soccer a lot. And when you talk about soccer in Goa, it's a great culture. And see, again, soccer is, one thing is for sure, you just need one ball and few friends. And little paddy field or either ground, anywhere you can play. You know, it comes from, all those things also matters. Like when you talk about South America, there also, when if there's no facilities, that's why people, they play more soccer. You know, it's easy. When you talk about a sport like cricket, or when you talk about tennis, or when you talk about squash, you need amenities. And it's a great sport. And in the villages, when I see people playing any sport, not soccer, and everywhere, not only in Goa, I'll say more, is such a great feeling that, you know, those kids, they are actually, they want to play. They are not there playing, they want to play soccer for India or play Barcelona, Real Madrid. Yes, as a kid, you do have dreams, but they are actually enjoying among friends, which is great. After playing soccer, I've seen them, they are doing cycling. You know, so that also again a great sport, and Goa is a great place to do cycling.
Yeah.
So you have to see positive side of it, and it's been fantastic to see kids here around in the villages, and sometimes whenever I get time, I also play with them.
Good. And I've seen you, Yuvraj, Zair Khan, argue a lot about English football. So which is your favorite team, and how many times would you beat them?
I'm not someone to, I mean, I lost my soccer touch from last few months, because, I mean, few years, I would say, not months. Maybe I would say good 8-10 years. Now, but you have taken these names. I'm sure they must be following some teams. I don't follow any team, but lots of my friends, whenever I am watching any soccer game here and there little, they all support Manchester United. So I don't support any team, but I'm definitely against United. So, and in India, again, whatever you see on TV, now you see more soccer or any other sport, but maybe, if I'm not wrong, English Premier League people follow the most. Maybe they do marketing well, and they show more. So it become a fashion also that I follow English Premier League. You know, I know so many people, they don't even know anything about Manchester United or anything about soccer, but because they are on social media, so they are following Manchester United or some XYZ soccer club because their friends are following. So my thing is, if you like kabaddi or you like kushti or you like squash, you do that. You don't need to do because somebody else is doing it.
Yeah. And I'll take you back to cricket. Did you ever imagine it would become such a big sport that it is today? I mean, when you started, when you played your first test match or first one day international, first World Cup?
I mean, that time you will never think. But even see, we are sitting here in 2024, and 10 years down the line, if me and you are alive, who knows, we are talking again. And then you say, do you ever thought that cricket is going to be even more bigger? Or, you know, because sport is going forward. Cricket is just an example. But yes, in this country with our population, cricket is like when you talk about soccer in Brazil or Argentina. So it's become a religion, or rugby in New Zealand. So which is a great thing, but I would like to see that more and more other sports and more people are coming and playing. Not only cricket, everybody wants to be a cricketer, unfortunately. Our majority, I would say, not everyone. So that has to change. But see, at least for other sports also, there is always hope that if cricket can be like that, other sports also can be like that. So there has to be some stepping stone, and if cricket is that one, so be it. But it has to be cricket, or the people around cricket, they have to take not only this sport, other sport also forward, then only it will be a great addition, I would say. But coming back to your question again, yeah, it's great to see, and going forward, right, yes, when things goes like this and goes rapidly, so there are pros and cons of that. So majority of the things, when you talk about T20 cricket, when you talk about the way finances have come, I would say 99.999% things are good, which are great, not only for the sport, for the country.
Yeah, and you were quick to adapt to white ball after having played a lot of red ball cricket. So how could you manage that? I mean, if you can share for the young cricketers today.
I don't think so. It comes with anything, with experience, with time. And one thing is for sure, you have to play that format. You know, when these days you will see so many people, they have not played that much test cricket or first class cricket, or their interest is not there in red ball cricket because they hear more IPL. So many kids I meet when they are 8, 10, 12, 14, they say secondly that they want to play for India. First they want to play IPL because they see that, they hear the finances, especially when you are that age of 10, 11, 12, 13. So that's going to happen. But if they play Ranji Trophy, they want to play for India, or even, see, once you start playing slowly, more often than not, a majority of the kids, they understand that we have to play red ball cricket if we want to play for India, or we have to play 50 over white ball cricket if we want to do well. So they will get awareness over a period of time, and I was no different. When we started playing, there was no T20. Now there's a T10 also.
Yeah.
Right, and I played my T20 game when IPL first started in 2008. I was nearly 30. So I adapted. So these kids will also adapt, and it's not that when you see Test cricket that India is not doing well. Still, there are people, they are looking to play Test cricket, and with the experience, you will learn. I mean, very few examples you will see that they lost it in between because of this T20 cricket. But as a sports person or as a human, I think we know how to adapt, and I was no different, you know, and that playing that domestic cricket and playing that Ranji Trophy with the red ball always helped.
And was managing injuries a big challenge for you? Because when he would always tell me, "Agar mujhe dhoondna hai, pehle come to the physio's room, or then to my room." So how did you manage that? I mean, with such punishing your body and then still coming back next day and bowling.
It wasn't easy, and again, not only me, injuries are part and parcel of sports person's life, and with me they were a little bit more. And that point of time in young age, I was definitely cursing or thinking why it's only me and I'm getting injured. But if you ask me now, it's been 7 years, I've retired also. So out of 10 injuries, there were 7 injuries, I made them bad. You know, with your experience, and you learn hard way. I'm someone, I learned hard way. You know, when you're young, that time you feel that, okay, it's fine. So you don't put that much hard yards in to get fit also, because majority of the injuries, yes, when you get a surgery done or when you're a muscle tear or anything, right, it's done. And after that, surgeon can only do the surgery. It's your hard work, how much rehab you will do. By the time I realized this, or I realized that, it was little late, but better late than never. I did manage to stretch my career longer, but I wish that I would have learned little quicker or earlier. But now, these days, there are more physios, more trainers, more awareness. There's so much social media, which I'm not a big fan of, but there's so many good things also, which people learn from there, and kids have that access and awareness, which is great. And I will not say I regret it, but I would take it that I learned a lot with those mistakes. And my injuries could have been less, but some of them were freakish, and some of them I also made it worse.
Yeah. And there have been legendary friendships in sports, cricket also. Very few people would know that you, Zahir, Harbhajan, VVS Lakshman, and Yuvraj. You five were a fabulous group. The other Fab Five, which people didn't know. And there, at times I've seen all of you five in one room. You would sleep, eat on the floor. Your friendship was very little known outside the cricket team. But I'm very keen to know, how did you manage to have a friendship with Zahir Khan when you were both competing for the same place?
Yeah, I mean, but like earlier said, it should be healthy competition, you know, and competition is always good. And you mentioned Zahir Khan, we played together for so many years. And if you're doing well, there is always a spot. It's not, I'm not going to bowl from both the ends, you know. So you need people around you. And see, that's what team sport teaches you. Individual sport teaches you different things. Team sport teaches you this unity. And you're not going to get along with everyone as much as you will with other few. And that happens even in families. And we were no different. And not only these five, there's so many other names also. But like there's a squad of 15, 17 in the evening, there are 5 or 6 together in one room. So that team is definitely doing well. Because in the evening, like 33% people sitting in one room, chit-chatting and eating. So that's the great thing, because in a pressure environment, or when you talk about team meetings and all that, you can only discuss that much. First thing first, that you have to understand each other, how he or she thinks, then you can help each other. And over a period of time, pretty much, like I said, I was no different. We all learned, and learned hard way also. So it has been a great journey, and till today, it's still the same.
Yeah. And how often do you get to meet Viru now?
Now I meet him more when we are doing broadcasting, because with my traveling schedule, and I don't go to Delhi that often, and he's someone who doesn't leave Delhi that often, as you know. So I meet him more when we are in Bombay doing broadcasting. But still, quite a bit. World Cup, we were together for good 6 weeks.
Yeah, he was your driver, right, when you were growing up in Delhi?
Still, he does sometimes.
Yeah. Because Viru would go to his house, pick him up, and then they would go to the Kotla ground together on a two-wheeler. And he still has a two-wheeler.
Now I have a bicycle, even better.
Yeah. So, and Ashish, about IPL, a couple of questions. What are the reasons that it has grown so big? I mean, such a league in the richest league in the world, cricket league, one of the richest otherwise, and now you're part of it. I could never imagine you as a coach.
A lot of people, I mean, myself, I never thought that I'll be able to do any kind of coaching, and people around me, they still joke till today, right? Because as they all know, I'm a happy-go-lucky person. But when you talk about IPL, see, first thing first, the biggest stakeholders are the fans. We have a population of 1.5 billion, and when you talk about America, you know, there's so many sports like basketball or American football or baseball. They don't look outside America. You know, they have enough inside America. So India is no different now. India is also going that route or gone that route. And people were following IPL. And everybody is dying to come and play IPL. Not only because of the finances. Yes, that is an important part for all the players. But the kind of level it is here. You know, we have seen other leagues also, they have been doing great. There's no doubt about it. Like in soccer, there are so many leagues, but when you talk about top leagues, you talk about English Premier League or La Liga. And at least here in soccer, I have taken two names. But when you talk about T20 cricket, people take first name IPL, which is great. And it's all because of the fans and the way people love sport here. And it's a religion. Like, I have seen people like AB de Villiers or people like Chris Gayle. And when they are playing for RCB, so the whole Bangalore is supporting them. Even if there's an Indian bowler bowling from other franchise, they don't support them. So which is great for any sport. And again, when you talk about IPL, majority of the people, they discuss only finances. It's not only money. There's so many good things happening around that. You know, like one is you see people playing on the field, their career, but there's so many other jobs have been created because it's like when people watching movie, it's finished in an hour and a half, 2 or 2.5 hours. But to make that movie, you know, there's so much work people have done behind the stage and behind the screen. So here also is the similar thing. And it's a great product. And going forward, let's hope that it takes not Indian cricket only, Indian sport in a way, this can go forward and forward.
And RCB is yet to win a title, and you win a title on your debut. How do you attribute? I mean, what were the reasons?
I mean, not as a player also,
Yeah.
I played for 6-7 years, played few finals, and you lose. So, I mean, there are 10 teams, only one is going to win, and only 2 are going to play finals. And I believe everybody get different things. Any team or any individual, they get different things in their life, but everybody can't get everything.
Yeah. So, how do you handle pressure? Is it different in an IPL and different when you're playing for India?
I mean, different thing, and when you ask, I'm a coach now, so the first thing, the most difficult thing I would say is to play. So the people they are playing on the field, they are more under pressure than me. I'm sitting outside chilling.
Yeah.
So, and when you talk about handling the pressure as a coach, so I'm not coaching no soccer team or whatever little bit I know the sport, I'm doing only that. So I'm used to it again, it just comes with your experience. And I did little coaching earlier with RCB 1 or 2 years, that really helped going forward. And with this new team, it has been great. And more than, see, when you talk about word coaching, one thing is you talking about people batting, bowling and fielding. That is one thing majority of these players, when you talk about international cricket, when you talk about IPL, they know. That's why they have reached there. They all are good. They belong there. And pretty much on the field, when there's a practice, you talk about all these techniques and all that. But I firmly believe in that you can teach them or you can share or you can give your suggestions off the field. You know, you just discuss life. And I always try to do, or our team or support staff try to do with the boys when they are young. If you can teach them something or give them some suggestions that they don't make mistakes. And I'm someone who never feel bad or shy at saying that I have made these mistakes. I understand I was also 20, 22, 24 at once upon a time. I have made these mistakes, don't go that route. You know, but still if there are few examples, they will still go that route and they will learn hard way. That's different.
So do you like to correct them in the dressing room, or take him aside later and then talk to him individually?
Again, I mean, that depends. You have different relationship with different players and different environment. The first thing first, what I have learned a little bit in coaching, that you have, or not in coaching, anywhere in life, that all the players are different. Everybody thinks differently. All the humans are different. So if I'm in charge to help someone or to look after someone. So I have to operate with everyone differently.
So is it about coaching or man management?
I would say both. When you talk about international cricket, you are together for 9 months. When you talk about a tournament like IPL, you are together for 2.5 months, 2 months. So and there are lots of experienced players, there's more man management with them. And when you talk about young people, then it's both.
Yeah. And you have watched Virat from absolutely when he was, 12-year-old. And now that he's grown into such a phenomena, what do you expect from him more? I mean, what would make you happy? What should Virat do?
Again, he should, first thing first, he should do what he feels like doing it, right? And you will meet so many people, they will judge right or wrong, that's secondary. And and I'm hoping he's doing that. Now he's a father, and when you talk about somebody like Virat Kohli, when you see him play, the most important thing and the thing which really stands out for me, that he enjoys the game. Now he's not playing, he enjoys scoring runs, he enjoys to be on that field. Until the time he is doing that, he should be doing that. If he can play with his fitness or anybody's fitness, it's not that only he's the one or he's the only one who does training. People like Ravindra Jadeja, you see, people like Shami, they all have been playing for so many years and they have been doing so well. Till the time they are doing well, till the time they are fit, they should keep doing that. Because when you talk about somebody like Virat Kohli, when he's scoring runs, when he's at the pitch, he is like a kid. Till the time you feel that way, you can keep up with that, you should be doing that. Because everybody wants to see Virat Kohli to play as much or as long as possible, and I hope he will do that.
And Ashish, how come India now has such an army of fast bowlers, like the West Indies once upon a time?
Again, IPL definitely I give credit to also in this, because now you have more platform. Earlier, when there was no IPL, you talk about domestic cricket, you talk about a little bit of when any touring team coming, you play 1 or 2 games. And if you keep going, olden days, as you will know way more than me, that there were very less games. Right? So there are so many people, they took so many wickets in first class cricket, they scored so many runs, but they never played even in India a game. Now you have more opportunity, even when, like fast bowlers, they are 17, 18, 19, they can be spotted. They have not played for domestic cricket, they have not played for India, nowhere close, but they have played for some IPL team. So now, when there is a talent, it will come forward, and then National Cricket Academy is there, game is going forward, and that's, of course, cricket is way more faster or rapidly compared to other sports, but it's happening all the sports, and going forward, let's hope it's only going to get better. So now when you see all the time, if Indian team is playing in England, there is simultaneously India A team is there. Similar, anywhere you go, New Zealand, there's a under 19 World Cup is going on. So there's so many more avenues, there's so many more platforms. So kids are getting more opportunity, and there's a prime example of that.
Right, a couple of questions more. Does it hurt you that India is not winning ICC titles? We come so close, play the finals, and yet, we know that we are a good team, what happened in the last World Cup. And then one bad day.
It's not only me, for everybody, I'm showing. The people they play, players, the people they're playing there, they will be the most gutted, and we had such a great World Cup. And when it comes to ICC trophies, see, we can't be desperate. Yes, the way Indian team is playing, main thing is people will go with results. Everybody looks at results. Till the final, we were playing really good and lost the final. And imagine if you would have reached the finals, losing 3 games and win the final, then people will forget those 3 games because everybody is going with results. So we have to be patient, and the way team is playing last few years, we clearly see that we are on a rise and Indian team is doing well. And I don't think so ICC trophy is very far. We shouldn't be judging, or we can't judge anybody with, say, only World Cups or ICC events. It's not that India has never won. Yes, now you compare with Australia, okay, they have won 4 or 5, we have won 2, we should. So things changes very quickly, and now these days, so there's so many World Cups coming now, T20 World Cup after every 2 years. So in last, I'm sure looking at the calendar, 2030, India should have another 2 ICC trophies, and that will happen. It's not far. But we don't need to be desperate, and we don't need to judge team only winning by ICC event, because there's so much other cricket also happening around.
Right.
But of course, people, they are playing there, and the way this year team was playing at home, you will feel for a long time maybe, but with time things heals.
Right. And one final question, how do you look at Test cricket? Because it's struggling. It's a fact. Because there are more sponsors for white ball, more audience for a white ball, and broadcasters want white ball. So Test cricket, how do you look at it?
See, again, it's a human nature. if you give things everyone faster, then nobody would like to, wait and watch for that long. I love Test cricket. I still have, again, everybody's life, there will be so many regrets or maybe things they feel could have done better. I am no different when it comes to Test cricket. I had so many injuries. And I still feel when you play Test cricket, when you watch Test cricket, is still the ultimate for me. Yes, T20 cricket, 50-over cricket, also they have their space. It's not that 50-over cricket is not great or T20. Everything is good, but Test cricket should be there. Like you said, it's struggling, or some people, they say it's dying. I don't think so. That you have to choose that what kind of series you want to plan when it comes to ICC Future Tour programs. That they have to be careful, smart, and I'm sure they are trying to do things. Sitting here and holding the mic is the easier thing because I'm not part of the ICC, so I don't know how they make all these fixtures and all that. But whenever you see India, Australia playing, India, England playing, yes, there are few countries there. So that's why when teams like Sri Lanka, they do well in Test cricket. Or I'm a big fan of Afghanistan team, not only white ball cricket. I think that is one team, they have all the talent in this world when it comes to play Test cricket also. So whatever problems they have in their country, just keep it separate and just try, let them play a few more Test matches. So that's how it's going to go forward. Because when you talk about a sport like tennis or golf or soccer, there are more people they play. When you talk about cricket, yes, Italy is also playing, China is also playing, but those are associate nations. Main are those 8-10 teams. Around that, ICC should definitely look at to WTC have started. And things will get better, like you were just saying struggling, or lots of people I just mentioned, they said Test cricket is dying. But when it comes to a thrilling series, everybody is watching. Yeah. So that's the thing. And you will be surprised, there's so many young kids also they watch. Other thing is the responsibility of media, as always, you know better, or broadcasters, that they keep showing Test cricket also. And when you talk about T20 cricket, yes, it finishes in 3 hours. Who knows, now T10 have started, right? So there'll be more and more viewership of T20 and T10 because everybody wants that quick fix. But there are still die-hard fans when it comes to 50-over World Cup. We have seen this year. And Test cricket also no different. Yes, difficult to fill all 5 days unless you are playing in England or Australia. India is also like that it doesn't fill all 5 days. But when you play in Bombay, when you play in Calcutta, when you play in Chennai, these big centers, or in Kanpur, we still see 3-4 days out of 5 days good crowd. So that's still a great hope. And let's hope it's the way, because Test cricket should here to stay. Lots of time I have heard the debate or discussions that is Test cricket here to stay. Yeah, so it should stay. I mean, I am no judge and I don't know it will stay or no. According to me, it will stay, it should stay, and it's very, very important for the game. And the people, they understand the game as you, players also I'm talking about, as you get experience, as you get older, they're playing Test cricket, they are really loving it or enjoying it, and the people, they have missed the boat, they also regret it and they come to know. Some of them are like me, they played few Test matches because of the injuries, but those days I used to value Test cricket and I still do. And let's hope going forward, it's all about awareness, like I just said, either a broadcaster, either a sponsor, either BCCI or either former players, we all are here. So we'll try to do whatever best we can do, but it's the ultimate format and I really loved watching it. I can't play anymore. Would love to play, but legs are not allowing.
Finally, the difference between Ashish Nehra, the player, and Ashish Nehra, the coach.
In coaching, I think as a player, I just try to keep it simple. Because sometimes when you retire in like 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years time, any sport or anything in life, things they change. But often I have seen people, either when you're broadcasting or when you're coaching and they have played the games. So then they feel that game is easy. They can be harsh at times. So I just try to keep that balance. Or whenever I'm talking to any player, I'm not talking as a coach only, I'm talking as a brother or talking as a player. Because we are there, when you talk about Sportstar, when you're talking about coach, is there to help the players. And just try to keep it simple.
Thank you, Ashish. It's been a lovely evening. Can we take a couple of questions? Is it okay with you?
Okay. So, Ashish, since we are talking about at home in Goa, I just wanted to know, so what's cooking at home these days? Is it still butter chicken and aloo paratha, or is it vindaloo and kaffrel these days?
First thing first, for that I have to stay at home little longer, but everything from butter chicken, aloo, and that's why I was keeping it veg.
I have a question for Ashish. top personalities are making Goa their homes. So could they give some effort and try to help the local scene? I mean, if the sports personalities are coming here, can they give little time and give some boost to that particular sport and overall sports scenario?
See, first thing first, I don't know which top personalities you are talking about. And,
Including yourself, of course.
So I don't know. But like I said, yeah, they should. And not only in Goa, wherever you live, when you talk about, see, that's what, when we talk about team sport and when you talk about community living, sports unites everyone together. And Goa, even in small villages, I have seen panchayats have done so much when you talk about a soccer stadium, or I have seen tennis courts also. Behind my house, there's a best panchayat ground I have seen, that Salvador Di Mundo. They have done a fantastic job. And whenever I can contribute a little bit, I'd also try to do it. And they should do it. Or not only top personalities. Yes, let's say if you are talking to someone who is related to that sport or that business, they should definitely do it. There's no two ways about it. And I always try to do whatever little bit I can do.
All right. Well, it has been a lovely session to bring the curtains down on an illuminating day of conversations about sports in Goa. Thank you so much, Mr. Nehra, for joining us today. And I request Mr. Vijay Lokapalli to kindly honor our esteemed guest with a token of our appreciation for being present here with us in spite of his busy schedule. Applause. Well, all those who are stepping out, we have one last bit to do. So we would request you to kindly stay back with us for a few more minutes. Can I request you to please take your seat? Well, as mentioned towards the beginning of the day, our Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant, could not make it here. He was not able to be present here with us in person due to some last-minute schedule issues. But he has graciously sent us a video message to be with us in the spirit as we discuss the working of sports in the state. Well, we would like all of you to kindly have a look at the video.
मैगजीन का स्पोर्ट्सस्टार कॉन्क्लेव जो गोवा में आयोजित हो रहा है, मैं आप सभी मान्यवर का, जो सभी स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन और स्पोर्ट्स कैटेगरी के सभी लोग यहाँ पे आए हैं, उनका बहुत बहुत मैं स्वागत करता हूँ. खास करके स्पोर्ट्स एडिटर आयन सेन गुप्ता जी, आपने मुझे एक्चुअली इस इवेंट में बुलाया था, लेकिन मैं आ नहीं सका, इसलिए आप लोगों को वर्चुअली एड्रेस कर रहा हूँ. आप सबका फिर एक बार गोवा में इस सन सैंड एंड सी में मैं आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं. आप लोग हमेशा के लिए गोवा टूरिज्म के लिए जाना जाता है. मुझे लगता है कि इन फ्यूचर गोवा विल आल्सो नोन फॉर द स्पोर्ट्स. हमने गोवा में लास्ट साल बहुत सारे डिफरेंट नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल एक्टिविटी यहाँ पे ऑर्गेनाइज की. खास करके नेशनल गेम्स जो हाल ही हमने आयोजन किए थे, इस आयोजन में हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी यहाँ पे उद्घाटन के कार्यक्रम पे आए थे. पूरे देश भर में से 10,000 से ज़्यादा स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन यहाँ पे सहभागी हुए. ढेर सारे 43 डिसिप्लिन्स इसमें खेले गए। मुझे बहुत ही मुझे उत्साह के साथ मुझे कहने के लिए बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि पहली बार गोवा जैसे छोटे राज्य के लिए इस आयोजन का मौका मिला और इस आयोजन के बहुत बड़ा आयोजन हमारे स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर, बाकी सभी टीम, IOC, इंडियन ओलंपिक एसोसिएशन, इन सभी ने मिलके बहुत बड़ा आयोजन किया था और मुझे गर्व है कि इस नेशनल गेम्स में पहली बार हमें 92 मेडल्स प्राप्त हुए। गोवा का यानी इस आयोजन के लिए पूरे सभी जितने सारे पार्टिसिपेंट आए थे, इन सभी लोगों ने वाह की, गोवा की तारीफ की और गोवा के आयोजन के लिए हमेशा के लिए जाने जाएंगे। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में, फिटनेस के बारे में बोलते वक्त फिट इंडिया, स्किल्ड इंडिया, इंक्लूसिव इंडिया की बात हमेशा करते आए हैं और मुझे लगता है कि फिट इंडिया का ये नारा यानी हमेशा के लिए स्पोर्ट्स के थ्रू ही आगे बढ़ सकता है। फिट इंडिया, स्किल इंडिया और इंक्लूसिव इंडिया की बात हम जब करते हैं तो जो स्पोर्ट्स यानी मैदान में खेले जाते हैं वही सबको और खास करके यूथों को फिट रख सकते हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने माय भारत पोर्टल लॉन्च किया है, mybharat.gov.in। आप सभी लोग रजिस्टर्ड होंगे ही, नहीं हुए तो फिर एक बार इस साइट पे जाके देखो और माय भारत पोर्टल के लिए युवा और स्पोर्ट्स, युवा और करियर, इनके बारे में ढेर सारी एक्टिविटीज के बारे में हमेशा के लिए बोलते हैं और स्पोर्ट्सस्टार जैसे मैगजीन मुझे लगता है कि माय भारत के लिए प्रमोट करना बहुत ही जरूरी है। स्पोर्ट्सस्टार ने सभी स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में बोलते वक्त पैरा ओलंपिक, स्पेशल ओलंपिक की बात की है। हाल ही हमने जो इंक्लूसिव इंडिया की मैं जो बात कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि जब फिट इंडिया की बात हो गई, स्किल इंडिया की बात हो गई और इंक्लूसिव इंडिया, स्किल इंडिया की क्यों, तो जब हम युवाओं की बात करते हैं तो युवाओं को स्किल करने के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने स्किल इंडिया की जो नई मिनिस्ट्री फॉर्म की, उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री कौशल्य योजना PMKVY 1, 2, 3 और नाउ द 4th प्रोग्राम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इंट्रोड्यूस किया। इस स्किलिंग प्रोग्राम में डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ स्किल्स, यानी जो हम स्किल सेट्स की बात कर रहे हैं उसमें स्पोर्ट्स स्किल सेट भी है, जैसे कि ओलंपिक और नेशनल गेम्स में जितने सारे ट्रेनिंग और स्किल्स की बात होती है वही वो यानी एक्चुअली स्किल इंडिया के प्रोग्राम में है और मुझे लगता है कि उसी स्किल अपग्रेड करनी जरूरी है और इस तरह का ह्यूमन रिसोर्स क्रिएट करना जरूरी है। इंक्लूसिव इंडिया की बात करें तो रिसेंटली हमने गोवा में जो इंटरनेशनल पॉपल फेस्टिवल आयोजन किया था, आपने सुना होगा, कुछ लोगों ने देखा होगा, विच इज अगेन द इंक्लूसिव इंडिया। और इसमें बात करते वक्त मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा क्योंकि हमारे इंटरनेशनल पॉपल फेस्टिवल में 150 टाइप्स ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स एक्टिविटी है ऑर्गेनाइज्ड फॉर दिस दिव्यांग मेरे भाई और बहन के लिए, और दिव्यांग जनों के लिए इतने सारे एक्टिविटीज मुझे नहीं लगता है किसी स्टेट ने, देश में आयोजित किया होगा। 17 कंट्रीज यहाँ पे पार्टिसिपेट हुए और इस तरह के जो दिव्यांग अपने भाई बहन हैं इनके लिए डिफरेंट स्पोर्ट्स के ऊपर बात करना शुरू हुआ, डिफरेंट स्पोर्ट्स के ऊपर, डिफरेंट इंक्लूसिविटी के ऊपर बात करना स्टार्ट हुआ। पैरा ओलंपिक और स्पेशल ओलंपिक की जब हम बात करते हैं मुझे गर्व है कि पहली बार स्पेशल ओलंपिक में देश के लिए 250 से ज़्यादा मेडल देश के लिए मिली, उसमें गोवा का भी पार्टिसिपेशन है। गोवा में 18 से ज़्यादा मेडल गोवा ने यानी गोवा स्टेट ने स्पेशल ओलंपिक में भी लाए हैं। इसलिए आज यानी इस खेल की दुनिया में, खेल के क्षेत्र में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जितना सारा काम किया है, जितना सारा जिस तरह से प्रमोशन किया है, जितना सारा सब लोगों को यानी सब लोगों को आगे आने की जो अपॉर्चुनिटी दी है, मुझे लगता है इससे पहले कभी नहीं हुई थी। और माननीय मोदी जी का जो सपना है कि विकसित भारत 2047 का, भाई इट इज इंक्लूसिव ऑफ ऑल, कोई किसी इसमें पीछे ना हटे, इसीलिए उनका सपना है विच इज एन फिट इंडिया, स्किल इंडिया, इंक्लूसिव इंडिया। मुझे लगता है कि डेफिनेटली आप जब यहाँ पे टॉपिक्स जो डिस्कशन करने वाले डिफरेंट टॉपिक के ऊपर आज आप अवेयरनेस करने वाले हैं, यहाँ पे डिस्कशन करने द रोड अहेड फॉर द क्रिकेट, द rediscovering of the Goa's football magic, the sports for the community and social development. And afterwards there is a building for the legacy of the national games and national Paralympics, making the Goa as a new age sports hub India, and the way for the way life in Goa and at और गोवा के इस टॉपिक के डिस्कशंस करते वक्त मुझे लगता है कि विकसित भारत 2047 में द रोल ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स और द रोल ऑफ स्पोर्ट्स विच इज अगेन द इंक्लूसिव ऑफ ऑल, इसके ऊपर भी डिस्कशन होना जरूरी है। स्पोर्ट्स स्टार जैसे मैगजीन हमेशा के लिए इस तरह के खेलों को जब आगे बढ़ाता है तो इंक्लूसिविटी क्यों पीछे रहे। मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है, गोवा जैसे छोटे राज्य में डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ इवेंट हमेशा होते आए हैं। henceforth गोवा विल आल्सो नोन फॉर द स्पोर्ट्स डेस्टिनेशन। हमने यहाँ पे आज तक जैसे कि इफ़ी इंटरनेशनल फिल्म फेस्टिवल होते आया है, अभी इंटरनेशनल पॉपल फेस्टिवल हो रहा है, यहाँ पे वर्ल्ड टेबल टेनिस ऑर्गेनाइज हुआ, WTT, यहाँ पे वर्ल्ड बीच वॉलीबॉल यहाँ पे ऑर्गेनाइज हुआ। इस तरह के यानी इंटरनेशनल इवेंट्स हमेशा के लिए ऑर्गेनाइज हो रहे। द गवर्नमेंट इज ऑल्सो पुशिंग फॉर द एडवेंचर टूरिज्म, स्पोर्ट्स टूरिज्म, स्पिरिचुअल टूरिज्म, वेलनेस टूरिज्म, और इसीलिए स्किलिंग स्टार्ट करने के लिए भी गोवा यानी चाहे वो स्पोर्ट्स डेस्टिनेशन हो या स्पोर्ट्स टूरिज्म हो, इसके लिए जो स्किलिंग ह्यूमन रिसोर्स क्रिएट करना चाहिए, इसके लिए हम स्पोर्ट्स यूनिवर्सिटी की भी बात कर रहे हैं। इन फ्यूचर वी विल एस्टैब्लिश। एवियन सेन गुप्ता जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं क्योंकि आपने स्पोर्ट्स स्टार जैसे नेशनल मैगजीन का कॉन्क्लेव, स्पोर्ट्स स्टार कॉन्क्लेव जो गोवा में आयोजन किया, हमारे स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर और हमारे टूरिज्म मिनिस्टर दोनों इसमें पार्टिसिपेट होंगे। तो एवियन सेन गुप्ता जी को मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं और इसी तरह के इवेंट गोवा में होते रहे, यही बस मैं ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर ऑल द पार्टिसिपेंट फॉर टेकिंग पार्ट इन दिस कॉन्क्लेव। थैंक यू। मैगजीन का
And now for the closing note, without further ado, may I please welcome Mr. Satish Mendin, the National Head Event Sales, the Hindu Group. Can we please have a round of applause for the gentleman?
Good evening all. I think it was a day-long great session we all had. But there are two factors which I want to say that this event was a grand success because of two reasons. Internally, when we actually came to the city of Goa 3 weeks back to do the first diptychs survey just to understand what is the kind of support we would get, I must confess the kind of support we got from the government officials, sports administrator, association heads, all the policymakers, bureaucrats. They were so forthcoming because this is the 9th city we are seeing, and this city really welcomed us in a very big way to host this day-long sports conclave. Externally, to raise this kind of event, we definitely need sponsorship, corporate funding, and we had these 8 sponsors who supported us in a big way. To start with, the social cause partner, Hero Motor Corp, a CSR initiative, reality partner, Casa Grande, our associate sponsor, Indian Oil, State Bank of India, KSG, IS, and Geno Sports Club. The state partner here from also supported here, Goa Tourism, who helped us. Also our banking partner, State Bank of India. Sports infra partner, which is Great Tech Sports. Our knowledge partner, KPMG. The whole purpose of this event is to bring the white paper report, and with the support of KPMG India, we're going to share this white paper report to the state official. I'm sure this report is going to help the state government in a big way to come out in a good policy for the state, for the people of Goa. And as you can see, the day-long session had so many, the ministers, Honorable Chief Minister giving the speech, the Honorable Sports Minister, Honorable Tourism Minister, spending their time out to bring this event out. We also had so many panelists who from the Goa who came out and supported us in a big way. Thank you for this lovely audience. The entire event was possible because of one large team of the editorial who are present here, the Hindu Sports editorial team, the Sportstar editorial team, who are still writing and filing the stories on this table number 2. I'm sure their content is going to be more interesting for you guys tomorrow. So please read out the Hindu and Sportstar website so that you will get to know what has happened in this day-long session. And there are partners who helped us in a big way. My sales team, who made it possible to get this list of long sponsors. So thank you, sales team, and thanks to my Chief Revenue Officer, my boss here, who's present here, Suresh, for all the support extending to us for this event. Also the event manager, the Hyperlink, the media team, which is 15, the media team, 1573 Media, who helped us, Steeler, thank you for all the support. So, great event like this was possible only in the city of Goa. Thank you for the people of Goa who are present here. Thank you so much. Good day all.
Thank you so much. And once again, we would like to thank all our sponsors for being a part. Without your support, this would not have been possible. And one last round of applause for yourselves for being such a lovely audience. Thank you so much for being here and have a good day.